Galw'r aelodau.
I call members to order. The first item on our agenda this afternoon is questions to the First Minister, and the first question is from David Rowlands.
First Minister, when will the report on the investigation into the sale of land to South Wales Land Developments Limited be published?
Well, the Auditor General published his report in July of 2015, and the Public Accounts Committee published its report in January of 2016.
I thank you for that reply, First Minister. First Minister, you set up an inquiry into what was described by a committee of this Assembly as a cavalier approach to the disposal of the public assets, which was scandalous. And this deal has also been described as one of the greatest blunders of recent times in Wales. Therefore, does the First Minister not agree that this inquiry is a test of the competence of the entire framework of scrutiny and administration, which makes up devolved administration in Wales? Further to this, is it not true that the magnitude of this blunder demands that the necessary checks and balances are put into place as soon as possible to make sure this sort of debacle does not occur again? At the moment, there appears to be a perception that this matter has been kicked into the long grass.
Well, no. The Auditor General recognised we acted quickly and appropriately once concerns were raised. We commissioned a review of the governance of RIFU and a peer review of the professional advice, which was conducted by Deloitte, and we made the results of both of these reviews available to the Auditor General.
Mark Reckless.
The Public Accounts Committee concluded that RIFU and Welsh Government lost the taxpayer tens of millions of pounds. Yet the Welsh Government has claimed it's not possible to demonstrate that land was sold undervalued. In responding to the PAC, Welsh Government confirmed a legal process had been initiated and said further legal steps were under review. Will the First Minister confirm whether that process and those further steps are civil, regulatory or criminal? And if he is to seek damages, can he confirm that he first needs to accept that he made a loss?
There are legal proceedings that are ongoing, and as a result, I cannot comment further.
Neil McAvoy.
Diolch, Llywydd. The facts of this matter are that, just take Lisvane, land was sold for £2 million, which weeks later was said to be worth £41 million. The issue is a stain on devolution, and I believe it's a stain on your First Ministership. Do you support the South Wales Police reopening the investigation into the Lisvane land deal?
Well, first of all, you must be careful here, because there was involvement with ministers from his own party as well. But regardless of that fact, this was not an episode that reflected well on those who are part of it. That much I accept. Nevertheless, there are legal proceedings that are still outstanding, and as I say, I cannot comment on those proceedings while they remain current.
Question 2, Hugh.
Question 2, Hugh Davis.
Will the First Minister comment on the recent Estyn monitoring report on Coleg Cymunedol a Dderwen?
Well, I'm very pleased to see that Coleg Cymunedol a Dderwen has made sufficient progress against its recommendations from the core inspection in October 2015 to be removed from special measures. And I hope, of course, the school maintains and continues to improve.
I'm delighted the First Minister has seen that report, and he will note that the comments of Nick Breen, the executive head of the school, have been that they've flown out of special measures. I think it may even be unprecedented. The turnaround has been incredible. I remember shortly after the not far short of a crisis that the school went into, the head teacher standing up in a prize-giving ceremony in that school, where their heads were down and saying, "I tell you, we will turn this school around rapidly." And by that summer, we had achieved record GCSE results. Will he join me in commending not only the head teacher, but all the school staff, the support staff, the teachers, everybody involved in the school there, but also the governors as well, and also the pupils. This has been a difficult time for the school, but to fly out of special measures in this way, with the support of BCBC local authority, with the support of Welsh Government and the Schools Challenge Cymru funding, has been an incredible turnaround, and it shows what can be done with leadership at all levels for the good of our pupils and our students.
I think that analysis is absolutely right. Mr Nick Breen, of course, has an established track record elsewhere in the county borough. But it shows the difference that leadership can make to an institution, that is going through a difficult phase. The staff are pretty much the same, the pupils are pretty much the same, but the leadership clearly was not there in the way that people would have expected. It is there now, and it's fantastic to see the progress that's been made.
Susie Davis.
Diolch yn fawr, Llywydd, and can I just add my voice to those sentiments as well? I think this is amazing news for our Coleg Cymunedol y Dderwen. Even so, the report does note that the curriculum currently limits continuity in the development of pupils' Welsh and modern foreign language skills, and that it plans to address those in 2017-18. Well, bilingual and even trilingual skills, as I hope you accept, could be agents of social mobility, and of course we have the 1 million speakers target. So is there any support that Welsh Government might be able to give the school or the consortium that's involved in this additional advice or support in order to make sure that they actually crack this in this next 12-month period?
We do stand ready, of course, to provide advice, as will the local education authority. But I'm confident that with the leadership that is in place in the school now, that they will be able to meet the challenges that they have been set, and of course to continue with the good progress that's been made.
Caroline Jones.
Diolch, Llywydd. First Minister, it is good news the Coleg Cymunedol y Dderwen is out of special measures. The staff and pupils should be congratulated for making strong progress against the majority of Estyn's recommendations. First Minister, what help is your government giving to the school to ensure they make better progress in improving the numeracy and literacy of pupils, and how will your government ensure this work is not affected by budget cuts imposed by the LEA? Well,
primarily, of course, it's a matter of the LEA to provide support for schools, but ultimately the school needs a strong leadership team, and that's been established at Coleg y Dderwen. The results are there for all to see, and we expect, of course, schools and the LEA to adhere to Welsh Government policies and to provide advice on that basis.
Questions now from the party leaders. Leader of the UKIP group, Neil Hamilton.
The First Minister will know that the Welsh economy is worth about £60 billion a year, and of that, £38 billion is accounted for by public expenditure between the UK Government and the Welsh Government, about two-thirds of the total. Does he agree with me that there is an urgent need for greater diversification? We do need to get more private capital into Wales to generate more wealth, to raise the tax base, and therefore to have the opportunity to spend more on schools, hospitals, etc. And that's why the decision on the Circuit of Wales was particularly disappointing, because that was a project which offered £350 million worth of private capital to come into Wales. And now that isn't going to happen, instead of which we're going to spend another £100 million worth of taxpayers' money on an empty industrial park. Is this not an indictment of the Welsh Government that after 20 years we've gone backwards rather than gone forwards?
Well, the point I make about the circuit is that the circuit needed a government guarantee at the very least. Now, if the circuit was in a stronger financial position, it wouldn't need that guarantee. What we have done is to move forward with a technology park. It's based on discussions we've had with potential investors. It's based on the fact that for some time it's been difficult to attract investment into some parts of Wales because of a lack of buildings where people can actually base themselves. And thirdly, of course, it'll have a heavy emphasis on skills. The last thing we want is for jobs to be created, but for local people not to be able to access those jobs. And the Technology Park will deliver in all those areas.
Well, the Technology Park will just deliver a set of empty buildings. There is no interest in those buildings that the First Minister can point to, which gives any guarantee that they'll be occupied for any automotive firm or any other firm, actually. Whereas at least with a world-class racetrack, in the light of decisions which might be made in Silverstone, where Formula One could move away, then this is an obvious hub to form a cluster of related industries. Without that, there is little prospect that this will be any more successful than the Ebervale Enterprise Zone in attracting jobs to a part of the world which desperately needs them.
Well, as I've said, the reality is this. We have spoken to potential investors. There is interest. We're not looking to put a building up there which won't be filled. The reason why we're moving ahead as we are is because we have taken soundings and we have listened to companies such as TVR, who are coming to Ebervale, and others who are interested in creating that automotive cluster. They all said to us that a circuit was not essential to their business plans. And they still want to work with us to deliver those jobs. Bear in mind, of course, that the circuit itself would have created very few jobs indeed. It was the phase 2, the technology park, which we're looking to build, which would have created most of the jobs.
Well, that's, of course, been said by the developers all along, that the great advantage of this facility was to be the centre of a much larger collection of firms which would generate jobs in the real economy of manufacturing for many, many years to come. Those jobs are now more speculative than before, but instead of a government guarantee which might never be called upon, we now have an actual promise by the Welsh Government to spend real money, taxpayers' money, up to £100 million over 10 years, with no guarantee of a single job coming out of that beyond the construction phase. So shouldn't we really be doing a lot more than we are to make Wales an attractive venue for private sector investment? As I said in my first question, in order to raise the tax base so that the Welsh Government has more resources available to it to spend on all the highly desirable social objectives that we all share.
Well, I don't disagree with the point he's making. I remind him, of course, about the announcement by CAF last week of 300 jobs being created in Newport. We have just seen our best foreign direct investment figures for nigh on 30 years. It's a sign that Wales is a place that businesses want to invest in, that we are getting better jobs. In the early 90s, investment was attracted into Wales on the basis that we had the lowest wage rates in Western Europe. Those days are long gone, nor should they ever return. We are increasingly able to attract jobs into Wales on the basis that our people have the skills that are required, that, to quote Aston Martin, we have a government with pride and passion in terms of selling Wales to the world, and the results that we see for FDI speak for themselves.
Arweinydd Plaid Cymru, Lian.
Plaid Cymru leader Lian Wood.
Do you believe Wales is moving towards free higher education or further away from it?
I believe we've put in place a fair package of funding for both undergrads and postgrads. And that is, of course, something that we are proud as a government to do. The package available to students in Wales will be more generous than those in England.
I know it's the end of term, First Minister, but that wasn't a very convincing answer. I've heard a range of attempted justifications in this chamber and outside from you and Cabinet members to the announcement that was made last week. But what I'm hearing from students is very different. The NUS believes that tuition fees should be frozen, and they say that the announcement that your government has made is a huge step backwards. They say that this will hinder access to education rather than help it, and that they say that there should be pragmatic steps towards free higher education. Those students were quoting what was, up until last week, Labour Party policy. Why have you turned your back on them?
Well, the NUS signed up to the Diamond Review, so it's surprising that they now say that they're not supportive of what's proposed. Of course, they will want to represent students. We understand that. What the Diamond Review does is also provide funding. What the Diamond Review also does is to provide, for the first time, support for postgraduate students, which is hugely important. And we stand by, of course, the manifesto promises that we made in 2016.
The Diamond Review didn't recommend a hike in fees, First Minister, and also a number of parties signed up to participating in that review, but they didn't sign up to implementing whatever outcome was recommended. That is down to your government. First Minister, you've turned your back on students, and you must be hearing the same messages that we have been hearing. Plaid Cymru believes that higher education is a public good and should be funded across the education budget by the whole of society. Students want their universities to be better funded through HEFCW and through your government, not from their own pockets. Students should not bear the brunt of that demand for better funding because there is a historic funding gap that exists due to your lack of investment as a government. You want students to pay for that funding gap. We believe that that is unjust. Now, I note that the announcement was made during the summer holidays.
Can we allow the Leader of Plaid Cymru to continue, please? We don't need accusations being hurled around the chamber.
That announcement was made during the summer holidays when students have already left campus. At the end of this Assembly term, will you now give those students some well-deserved good news and abandon that tuition fee hike? Or does the Labour Party no longer believe in free higher education?
Well, first of all, I'm surprised to hear that she's distancing herself from the Diamond Review, which is news to me, I have to say, at this stage. Secondly, it is not sufficient for her to say that she wants tuition fees to be abolished without saying where the money is going to come from. It is not serious politics to say that. It is not serious politics. It is not serious politics to say in Wales that you want to abolish tuition fees and then not say where the money is coming from. We have to deal with the real world. Secondly, is she saying...
Let's hear the First Minister respond. Let's allow the First Minister to respond.
Secondly, is she saying fees for undergraduates or postgraduates as well? That is something that she needs to clarify. What we have done is recognise that postgraduate funding has not been there in sufficient levels in the past, and so the package we offer for undergraduates and postgraduates is both fair and in advance of that available in England.
Leader of the Welsh Conservatives, Andrew Arty-Davies.
First Minister, yesterday the Auditor-General issued this report into the Cardiff and Vale University Health Board's contractual relationships with RKC Associates, which for the uninitiated is a human resources company. In the 10 years that I've been in this Assembly, and I've seen quite a few reports in fairness in that 10 years, this clearly is one of the most damning reports that I have seen, and I'd be grateful to understand what your take is on it, given that Welsh Government is cited on several references about giving permission for the contracts to be engaged with this individual, and above all, being on the selection panel that finally allowed the individual to go forward and take this place with the Cardiff and Vale Health Board.
Well, these are matters ultimately for the Health Board to explain, but I know the Minister will be talking to the Health Board in order to get an explanation from them, and will, of course, inform the Assembly in due course.
First Minister, I had hoped you'd been far better briefed than that. It isn't exclusively a matter for Cardiff and Vale Health Board by any stretch of the imagination. This is a health board that is in some measure of special measures from the Welsh Government, so financial scrutiny in particular, because it faces a huge financial deficit, 30 to 35 million at the last estimate in this financial year. The contract that was agreed and the terms of employment in certain respects was paying £1,000 a day plus expenses plus VAT, according to the Auditor-General. There is little or no transparency, there is little or no accountability, there is an inability for the Auditor-General to actually understand how the appointments were made, because there does seem amongst the former senior executives of the Health Board pointing to someone else as making the decision and just going round and round in circles. The one clear person who is involved here, because she was on the selection panel when the final appointment was made, is the Health Board Chairman, who was sitting on that selection. Do you have confidence in the Health Board Chairman, given the accusations that are put, not the accusations, sorry, the proposals that have been put in this report from the Auditor-General himself? Because we have seen it time and time again. When these things run out of control, they can have disastrous consequences for the running and the well management of the Health Board in delivering services here in Cardiff and Vale.
Well, first of all, the Health Board is not in special measures. He said it's a kind of special measures, but it's not actually in special measures in terms of the definition of the term. Secondly, the Health Secretary will be taking the matter up with the Health Board, will be demanding answers, and those answers will be shared with the Assembly.
I noticed you didn't give a vote of confidence to the chair of the Health Board, and I offered you that opportunity. Can you not understand how frustrated, how angry members of the Health Board feel when they see a report like this, when they identify consultants being brought in on £1,000 a day, plus expenses, over the 18 months of the employment, £26,000 plus VAT in expenses alone? That's more than a nurse starts on, that is. And then, when a final contract was offered, they came to the Welsh Government to seek permission to raise the ceiling from £136,000 a year to £150,000 a year. Now, this is a health board that has been in the news because of the court case last Friday, that staff are facing prosecution and also demands for payment of accrued fines. But more importantly, there will be huge anger by key members of the Health Board and patients who use that Health Board when they understand the cavalier nature in which this situation has arisen. It cannot be allowed to continue, and as I said, the Welsh Government's permission was sought to allow these arrangements to progress, and the Welsh Government gave its permission. So you do have a key role to understand this and actually make sure it doesn't happen again. And I also note that the Director General of the Health Service has written to all health boards in Wales to understand, are there any arrangements like this in other health boards? Are you in a position to clarify the position on your understanding of arrangements, in particular when it comes to consultancies like this in other parts of Wales that could bring the health service into disrepute?
Well, first of all, I do have confidence in the Chair. Secondly, this matter is something that needs fuller investigation, and Assembly members will be told what the outcome of that investigation actually is. He mentioned the issue of staff car parking. This has been something that's been in the news recently. It is important, I think, that the reasoning behind the court case is understood. The reason why enforcement was put in place because there had been a death on the site, partially due to illegal parking, partially due to the traffic flow going through the site. Some 16,000 traffic moves go through UHW at the moment. And it is right that there's proper enforcement of illegal and unsafe parking. So that has to happen on a site that is this busy. Why these individuals went to court and what advice they received is difficult to know. I do note that one of them in particular had 59 parking tickets, which, again, no explanation is given as to why that is. It's unfortunate for those individuals, I understand that, but it is hugely important that there's proper enforcement on the UHW site in terms of safety and to stop people parking there all day, in order to make sure that other patients who arrive on site do have places to park. So enforcement has to happen. Otherwise, are we saying that people can park there without any fear of any kind of penalty? Things have gone very far with regard to 3 individuals. It's difficult to know why that is. I can say that the idea that they face costs of £150,000 is nonsense. We don't know where that figure has come from, and that has absolutely no basis in fact. But UHW is a site where there's a great deal of traffic movement, and there does need to be enforcement regarding that movement.
Question 3, Paul Davies.
Question 3, Paul Davies. Thank you, Llywydd. Will the First Minister make a statement on what the Welsh Government is doing to improve public transport in Pembrokeshire?
The National Transport Finance Plan, published in July 2015, sets out investment for public transport for 2015 to 2020 across all parts of Wales.
First Minister, your government's recently decided once again not to prioritise any train stations in Pembrokeshire, despite the fact that certain stations, such as the Milford Haven station, do need significant improvements. Now, I appreciate that when you as a government invest money in rail projects, that you will do this with stakeholders such as Network Rail, Arriva Trains and so on. But given that you are spending significant amount of money, can you tell us what you're doing to ensure that any Welsh Government funding which funds improvements is distributed fairly so that all parts of Wales are taken into account?
Well, there is criteria, of course, which is open, so we can see what is being used and which stations should be supported over the years. It's a completely open process. It doesn't favour any part of Wales. It just considers the investment required. And of course, through the investment of Welsh Government, the Fishguard Town station was opened. And of course, we also consider how we can improve the rail services and the bus services in Pembrokeshire.
Thank you, Llywydd. First Minister, you confirmed on Friday in the scrutiny of the First Minister Committee that the franchise won't be one where all profits are returned to government, but where you have to contract with a private company. So what steps are you taking, therefore, to ensure that any profits that come from growth and investment made by the Welsh Government in that franchise are returned to people in Pembrokeshire and beyond, and that we don't see the current situation where one company is making a profit on the back of public funding?
Well, yes, I quite agree with that. We don't have the opportunity to run the railroad ourselves. or through a management company, but it's crucially important that we have a model which is as close as possible to one that reinvests any profit back in the service itself, and also to ensure that the people of Wales see an increase in the quality of the service, not just having more trains, but also trains that are good ones to travel upon, and that's extremely important.
Well, Mike Hedges.
Question for Mike Hedges.
First Minister, make a statement on Welsh Government support for enterprise zones.
Yes, we remain committed to supporting the existing 8 enterprise zones located across Wales, and a written statement will shortly be published to detail how that's being achieved.
I can thank the First Minister for that response. The 1980s enterprise zones were not successful in Wales, with the largest in Swansea becoming a large out-of-town shopping area. In fact, the term enterprise zone in Swansea is used to define an out-of-town shopping area. When are the current zones going to be reviewed, and what will constitute success?
Well, success, of course, involves creating more jobs. It does not involve creating another shopping park, which, as the member rightly says, has happened in the lower Swansea Valley in the early 1980s. I can say in terms of governance that the Cabinet Secretary met with the Enterprise Zone Board chairs on the 12th of June to have an initial discussion around enterprise zone governance and the future direction of the enterprise zone programme in Wales. And I know that the Cabinet Secretary plans to meet the chairs again at the end of the summer to continue those discussions, focusing on ensuring future arrangements meet the requirements of the government and emerging government policy.
Russell George.
First Minister, there are 8 enterprise zones across Wales. None of them cover my own constituency. I would say in mid-Wales there is a great feel of entrepreneurship. There's a higher level of business startups than perhaps in other parts of Wales. So what I would ask you, First Minister, is do you think there's a case for an enterprise zone or a growth deal for mid-Wales, particularly focused on growing businesses and creating higher paid jobs?
We'll always examine that case. I mean, 2 things are important for his constituency. First of all, of course, infrastructure, broadband being one element of that. Secondly, there is an issue with the electricity grid, which is controversial, I understand, in his constituency, but the current grid is not particularly strong when it comes to developing manufacturing in the future. And he knows, as I know, how controversial pylons are in his constituency, so I'll leave it at that. But it is an issue that will need to be resolved in the future. But no, more than happy to consider what such a growth deal might look like, how it would work geographically as well in some parts of Wales, and of course to share with him his desire to make sure that to see more and better jobs closer to home.
Adam Price.
Many people feel that the Circuit of Wales was a massive missed opportunity for the Ebbw Vale enterprise zone. Last week, referring to a pre-arranged meeting with the company, you said the company accepted the issue with regard to the issue of being on balance sheet and the risks that posed to us. They did not argue with it. The chief executive of the company, Martin Whittaker, said, clearly that statement is incorrect. We made it clear that we did not agree with this assessment. First Minister, which of you is lying?
What I said is correct. I stand by my words.
David Rees.
So the last of those 8 enterprise zones is actually in Port Talbot in my constituency, the only one in South Wales West. But it's important we see that now used to actually grow the local economy and grow local businesses. How are you monitoring that progress in that enterprise zone to ensure that actually that does take place and that the purpose of the zone is actually being achieved?
Well, we're confident that the enterprise zone is working well in Port Talbot. We know, of course, that there's an opportunity for world-class manufacturing. Development, for example, of a full ICT infrastructure that will develop a relationship with Tata Port Talbot, developing the energy and environment capability of the enterprise zone, construction of appropriate business and office units, and assist the building of the Baglin Bay Innovation Centre. And I can say that since the inception of the zone, a number of inquiries have been received, seeking information about support for growth or new locations. These are at the early stages of development, but there are potentially some significant investments.
Question 5, Heaven David.
Question 5, Heaven David.
Will the First Minister make a statement on the Welsh Government's approach to inclusive work-based learning?
Well, last week, the Minister for Skills and Science set out the Government's agenda for employability. Working Wales recognises this Government's commitment to ensure work-based learning remains inclusive for all, irrespective of need.
Last week, I met with Dr Stephen Bayer of Cardiff University, who is working on the Engage to Change project, which was set up using money from dormant bank accounts and based on a partnership between Big Lottery and Welsh Government. The aim is to get 16 to 25-year-olds who are not in education, employment or training into and have learning disabilities and or autism into long-term employment. One of the organisations working with it is Trinity Fields School and Resource Centre in my constituency, and I'm a governor and I declare an interest. I think it's got an important role, this project, in supporting job coaching and work experience for those young people. I think it can also have implications for transition under the new arrangements being brought forward by the Additional Learning Needs Bill. Would the First Minister therefore support a model of this kind if the pilot in Cardiff University, through Cardiff University, is proven to be successful?
Yes, we look to see, of course, how the model works, and we'll evaluate the model. But we're very keen to make sure that we have as much available to get people into work, particularly those who have learning disabilities, those who are on the autistic spectrum, and of course we look forward to seeing what the results of the project are.
Mohammed Ashkar.
Presiding Officer, I am sure the First Minister will agree that higher education should engage with work-based learning to address the economic imperatives for the supply of workers with appropriate skills and knowledge to equip them the changing nature of work at present job climate. What is the Welsh Government doing at the moment to encourage increased collaboration between employers, employers' organisations and further higher education to deliver and expand the relevant workplace learning in Wales?
Well, we work very closely, of course, with employers, because we know that work-based learning is hugely important to develop people's skills in the future. We are looking at how to develop people's employability and how we work with businesses in order to make sure that people have the skills they need for the future.
Gareth Bennett.
Diolch, Llywydd. Many employers feel young people leave the education system today lacking the practical skills they need for the labour market. Many people have degrees, for instance, but are not regarded by employers as being work-ready. Do you think that the university system in Wales could do with a shake-up?
I think universities have actually improved over the years in terms of the way they work with business. It's true to say that some 10 years ago the link was very tenuous. Universities didn't see themselves as needing to work with businesses in the way that they do now. I certainly worked with universities, gone to universities where they are working very closely with business, where they see themselves as an economic driver to create start-up businesses, and that's something that I very much welcome.
Question 6, Llŷr Griffith.
Question 6, Llŷr Griffith. Thank you, Llywydd. Will the First Minister make a statement on the importance of patient voices in the provision and development of health services?
It's key that the voice of citizens is continually heard in health and social care matters.
Well, yes, it is, and your government is currently consulting on scrapping community health boards, or statutory community health boards, and I see this as a retrograde step and a dangerous step, particularly for us in North Wales, because we need a strong, independent voice which is locally based, which can challenge the health boards and challenge the government when needs be. The Health Council in North Wales has made over 500 ward visits in the last year, which is some 500 more than Healthcare Inspectorate Wales have done in North Wales. And we need to broaden the role of the Health Council, not centralise it into an ambiguous national body. Now, the new model which is being mentioned in your consultation is based on the Scottish Health Council, which has been recently described as a toothless hamster. Now, do you agree that going down that route in Wales would be a major mistake?
Well, we know that a number of people have argued that we need a new model in order to ensure effective representation of citizens in health and social care. This isn't anything that will weaken the voice of the citizen. Of course, we wish to hear people's views on the schemes and plans that we have for a new independent body, and of course we'd be very happy to hear what members of the public have to say in order to ensure that this is something that will strengthen patients' voice.
Minister, will you join with me in welcoming the construction of a new state-of-the-art £350 million hospital in Cwmbran named the Grange University Hospital? It will help to modernise health services across Gwent for my constituents also in Islwyn. Judith Paget, Chief Executive of Aneurin Bevan University Health Board, said, and I quote, "We have received fantastic support from local people living in the Health Board area as they understand the benefit that this hospital will bring." First Minister, isn't this the Welsh Labour Government and the Welsh National Health Service in synergy, working together, listening to patients in the provision and development of health services? How can we continue this good practice in the interests of our people who know that the NHS is safest in Welsh Labour hands?
Well, I mean, the Conservative benches didn't welcome that statement. They were complaining about it. I sense the members' enthusiasm, which is great, but not as great as the member for Torfaen, whose enthusiasm is there for all to see within the chamber itself. But this shows, of course, that we are investing in modern health facilities for our people, and this is a great example of that happening under a Welsh Labour government.
Mark Isherwood.
Your Clyde, well, getting back to the original question, the Vale of Clwyd Trades Union Council, in responding to the 29th of June Welsh Government White Paper, Quality and Governance of Healthcare in Wales, proposing the abolition of community health councils, said because of its make-up, the North Wales Community Health Council is the ideal body to be our patients' voice and watchdog. How do you respond to that statement and to the response by the North Wales Community Health Council that the proposals would see the end of long-standing arrangements set up to place power in the hands of local people to monitor how their NHS services are working, and, for example, the proposed new citizen voice body would not have legal rights to hold health organisations to account for the way in which they deliver their services? Well,
we examine that response along with many others, and that will inform the final decision that we take. The fact that something has been in place for many years doesn't necessarily mean it should continue in the future, but we look forward to the results of the responses that we get through the consultation.
Question 7, Nathan.
Question 7, Nathan Gill.
What is the First Minister's assessment of the homelessness situation in North Wales?
Well, our focus on prevention is having a positive impact in both North and South, with almost 8,800 households prevented from becoming homeless.
Thank you for that answer, First Minister. You're probably aware that every year about 15,000 people become homeless in Wales, including 2,800 children. Of those, a few hundred will be living on the streets. Last week, my office was able to help find accommodation for a former armed forces veteran who, because of mental health issues, found himself homeless. According to homeless charities, there's an estimated 7,000 ex-service men and women living on the streets in the United Kingdom. What is your government going to do with local authorities and other associated agencies to ensure that your armed forces covenant in Wales is fulfilled?
Well, we have developed a number of distinct approaches to support some of those members of our community most at risk of homelessness. That includes the new housing pathway to help ex-service personnel, the national pathway for ex-offenders, the pathway to help young people avoid homelessness, and an accommodation framework for care leavers to ensure they get the help they need to find suitable accommodations. That pathway is in place because we recognise, of course, that many members of the armed services, together, of course, with others who are particularly vulnerable, need that specific help.
Janet Finch-Saunders.
Just Llywydd. Local authorities across Wales, according to your government, are expected to provide some form of cold weather provision for homeless individuals and rough sleepers, irrespective of whether there is a statutory duty owed to them. Guidance on this policy, First Minister, though, is very ambiguous. Certainly in my own authority, there are no set temperatures or indications of what kind of weather conditions are included within policy. Therefore, how this is applied can vary on an almost daily basis during very extreme weather conditions. What discussions will you hold with regards to introducing a more uniform guidance across Wales so our most vulnerable, homeless and rough sleepers are not quite simply left out in the extreme cold?
Okay. That process has started, but of course there's nothing to stop the local authority doing this themselves and actually saying what their guidance will be, what temperatures they will recognise. Nothing to stop them doing that, but nevertheless we are moving forward with the process of starting to look at strengthening the guidance to introduce greater consistency across Wales.
Rhyn ap Iorwerth.
Thank you. May I draw your attention to a recent case of a constituent who was homeless, and CAB and myself tried to assist him in securing a crisis home until a more permanent home could be provided for him. Now, I understand the pressures on local authorities, naturally, but in this case, the council didn't believe that they could place this individual in the priority category. But in this case, what we had was an individual who had a mental health diagnosis, who had a support worker which had been designated to him. Now, in that sort of case, do you, as First Minister, agree that we must consider those who have mental health diagnoses as priorities?
It's very difficult, of course. As regards people with mental health issues, nobody would argue against ensuring that if the member would write to me with the details of his elector, then I'd be happy enough to consider the situation to see what we can do to help.
Sinead Waters.
First Minister, what action will you take to counter the balance the UK Government's job centralisation programme in relation to the Department for Work and Pensions?
Well, the Minister for Skills and Science met with Damien Hines MP, the Minister for Employment, last Thursday. Our Minister stressed our profound concerns and urged that the DWP work with Welsh Government to explore alternate solutions, including co-location where feasible, to ensure that good jobs can be kept locally.
Thank you, First Minister. I too met with Damien Hines last Wednesday along with the MP for Llanelli and Nia Griffith, and once again found him to be urbane but indifferent to the plight of the workers in Llanelli, where the 150 jobs will be relocated. An estimated 50 of them will not be able to take up that offer of relocation because it simply isn't practical on part-time work to be able to travel to Cardiff. The impact will be significant in areas like Llanelli, despite the pledge of the Prime Minister as part of our industrial strategy to spread the wealth, and as you say, despite the offer of the Welsh Government to help to relocate the offices to assist the Department of Work and Pensions, there was no intention to engage seriously with the Welsh Government on this. When the Welsh Government brings forward its economic strategy later in the year, will you make sure there are specific provisions to rebalance the economy to compensate for this centralisation programme the Tories are pushing through?
Well, our mantra is better jobs closer to home. That guides what we do. We know that it's hugely important that government jobs are available across Wales. We've done that. We've opened our offices across Wales. Those offices that existed in Carmarthen, in Carnarvon, in Llandrindod, we've always resisted the pressure to do away with them. They are still there because we know how important they are to the local economy. Unfortunately, the same principles and values are not shared by the DWP.
Simon Thomas.
Thank you, Llywydd. Well, it's very disappointing in terms of what's happened in Llanelli, specifically the fact that so many people aren't able to relocate. But in turning to your response to Lee Waters, your own job strategy does talk about closure of offices too, when you talk about reducing the number of offices to some 14 to 15. So, in reality, how are you different to the DWP?
Well, some offices have closed over the years. Very few people work there, and they were very close to other offices. What we will never do is centralise jobs in the future. That's why the jobs have been moved out of Cardiff over the past years, and that is something that we wish to take further.
Now, Nick Ramsey.
Nick Ramsey.
What steps is the Welsh Government taking to improve access to healthcare services in Monmouth?
Well, the new Grange Hospital, of course, represents a significant commitment of £350 million that will provide services for the people of Monmouth and, of course, the former county of Gwent. And that, of course, will represent a significant step forward in terms of healthcare for the people of Monmouthshire and beyond.
Thank you for that answer, First Minister. It was a pleasure to join the Health Secretary yesterday at the new Grange University Hospital site. Much better name, I think, than the old SCCC that we've been calling it for so long. It's been a long time coming. I think it was 2007 when I first attended a meeting about the construction of the new hospital. And back then, I remember a discussion about this not just being about the critical care centre, but the way it would free up space at existing hospitals such as Royal Gwent, also Neville Hall, and that would allow for future reconfiguration. Back in 2007, it was anticipated that there would be a new Neville Hall by now in 2017, 2018. Clearly, that slipped back What is the timescale for the remodelling of the health services surrounding the critical care centre, the second piece of the pyramid, so to speak? Because the critical care centre is very important, but it is one part of the overall health jigsaw in South East Wales.
Well, bear in mind, of course, that our capital budget was cut by 40%, so it was difficult for us to move forward with the programme that we've wanted to over the last few years. That said, of course, there have been already a number of local service improvements, including direct access to physiotherapy at Neville Hall. There's community dietitian weight management services available there now, enhanced community diabetes services, enhanced pharmacy management of patient medication. So already we are seeing the development of new services in Neville Hall, and that development will continue, of course, in the future and after the Grange Hospital is opened.
Question 11.
Question 11, Neil Hamilton.
Question 12.
Question 12, Mark Reckless.
Question 13.
Question 13, Rhyn ap Iorwerth. Thank you, Llywydd. Will the First Minister make a statement on the protection of war memorials in Wales?
Well, war memorials are an important part of our heritage and a permanent reminder of sacrifices made and losses sustained by communities. And I am pleased that the Welsh Government grant scheme launched in 2014 as part of the commemorations of the First World War has helped protect war memorials across Wales.
I will remember today is the day when we reached question 13, and I thank Neil Hamilton and Mark Resland for failing to get to their files swiftly enough. I'm very grateful to have the opportunity to ask the question, and it is a matter I feel quite strongly about. Major war memorials, you will know about them on village squares, are things that are protected, and Cadw do excellent work. But there are other war memorials around Wales, in chapels, for example, or even in old factories that commemorate people who've lost their lives in wars. And those need protection too. And may I make an appeal on Welsh Government to ensure that work is done, and I can put the Government in touch with people who carry out research in this area in order to assist us to safeguard our heritage for the future and commemorate those who lost their lives.
Well, may I say I have previously reached question 15, but not for some time now. I was accused of giving them answers that were too short, so I've tried to lengthen my answers. I know that the Llanrhyddlad Memorial on Ynys Môn is now being considered for to be listed as a special memorial, and that's quite an unusual one, as I understand it, because it was redesigned after the Second World War, and it has a figure of a soldier from the Second World War. One of the things that we had to do when we started this scheme was ensure that we knew how many memorials we had on the register. But what has happened now is that more and more people want their memorials listed, and they want some money to maintain that memorial in the appropriate manner. And so if there are some on Ynys Môn, it's important that we know their location and we know how we can assist them.
Thank you, First Minister. The next item on our agenda is the business statement and announcement, and I call on Jane Hutt to make the statement.
Sorry, I want you to consider a point of order.
Right. This is a point of order, not your statement. Okay. Point of order, Jane Hutt.
Diolch, Llywydd. I want you to consider a point of order from me regarding Adam Price's questions, which I felt was inappropriate in relation to Standing Order 13.9 to the First Minister in relation to the Circuit of Wales this afternoon.
Well, I listened to the question. Clearly, there did not seem to be any accusation that needed to be ruled out of order in that question. It was clearly a question put to the First Minister, and the First Minister clearly answered the question. I don't consider I need to say any more at this point, so I'll move on to calling the Minister for her statement. Jane Hutt.
I have a few changes to make to today's agenda, Llywydd. The First Minister will shortly move a motion to suspend standing orders to allow us to hold a debate on the publication last week of the UK Government's European Union Withdrawal Bill. And later this afternoon, the Cabinet Secretary for Economy and Infrastructure will deliver an oral statement on the Development Bank of Wales. Business for the first 3 weeks of the autumn term is shown on the business statement announcement found among the meeting papers, which are available to members electronically.
Andrew Davis.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. In First Minister's questions, I raised with the First Minister this damning report that's come from the Auditor General around the way Cardiff and Vale LHB has recruited someone to a senior position within its structures, director level, and engage in carrying over considerable sums of public money, over £300,000 worth of public money, that there does seem to be little or no accountability over, inability to provide invoices for, and will find real anger amongst the workforce of the Cardiff and Vale LHB area. I do believe that this report requires an immediate response to the Welsh Government so that we can understand exactly how the Welsh Government will work with the Health Board to meet these responses that are required to build confidence back in the LHB. As I said in my question of the First Minister, this LHB is facing a financial deficit of this financial year to the tune of £30 to £35 million. And when you see it engaging in employing consultants in the first instance on £1,000 a day plus expenses plus VAT, and then agreeing an employment contract and seeking the Welsh Government's permission to extend the pay banding up to £150,000 from the Welsh Government's own ceiling of £136,000, there does need to be a response from the Welsh Government to reinvigorate the confidence that staff may have lost because of this report in the ability of the management and the directors to actually have good governance and look after the well-being of the LHB. And so I'd be grateful for the Leader of the House if she could elicit either a statement or a letter to Assembly members from the Cabinet Secretary for Health to clearly outline how the Department of Health in the Welsh Government are dealing with this report.
Well, I will only repeat what the First Minister said in his response, which is important, that it is a matter for the Cardiff and Vale University Health Board. And indeed, of course, we have received, I'm sure you have, Andrew Davis, the Chair has written, and we are very clear statements made by the new Chief Executive of the Cardiff and Vale University Health Board on this matter. But I think it is important to repeat that the Chief Executive of the NHS in Wales, and the wider point, Andrew Goodall, has written to all of the health boards to seek urgent assurance that good governance arrangements in relation to procurement and recruitment are in place across Wales.
David Rees.
Cabinet Secretary and Leader of the House. In May, we celebrated the 5th anniversary of the Wales Coast Path. Many people have walked that and enjoyed the benefits of that walk, but as such, they have no recognition for that walk. Can we have a statement from the Cabinet Secretary for Environment and Rural Affairs, or perhaps the Cabinet Secretary for Economy and Infrastructure, depending on which one takes the lead on this, as to how we can actually encourage more people to take that walk, give certification for people who give that walk, as on other great walks across this country, so that people can be recognised for what they have been able to achieve, and perhaps can also be used as a beneficial aspect of tourism to actually have aspects or elements of that walk certificated.
I think it's very appropriate that we take this opportunity, and thank you, Darius, for raising this. Of course, the Coast Path has been a great success. In fact, the report for 2014-15 showed the economic impact of the Coast Path, showing it generates approximately £16 million of gross added value to the Welsh economy and around 715 person-years of employment each year. In fact, recent research shows it's higher than that. We also know, of course, about the health benefits which came through the 2014 assessment. But I think it's the links that also are important to the other trails, like the Taff Trail, Coast Path to the Valleys, and the certification of that and the paths of course. That is a matter for the Cabinet Secretary to consider.
Neil McAvoy.
Diolch, Llywydd. Leader of the Chamber, I would like a government statement on parking charges for NHS staff. I think we're all aware of the court case last week, and nobody wants to see nurses having to shell out thousands of pounds simply for trying to park to do their job. Many of us feel that it's not right either that a French company takes millions of pounds out of Wales just so that sick people and staff can get to a hospital. We'd like your government to act as a mediator in this issue. And we'd like to know what is happening to make public transport to the Heath improved so people don't have to drive there. Finally, I'd like you to address the matter of the car parks being taken into public ownership by the Welsh Government or compulsory purchased by perhaps your colleagues across the way on Cardiff Council.
Thank you. Neil McAvoy is very aware, of course, of the Welsh Government policy, very clear policy, no car parking charges at hospital sites across Wales. And we'd be very disappointed, as I know he would understand, that the UHW contract has had to be maintained over recent years due to contractual arrangements that had been put in place, and the prohibitive cost if we were to try and withdraw from that. But the contract will cease in 2018, at which point there will be no charges to staff or patients. And, you know, Assembly members will all be aware across the Chamber that the Chair, Maria Battle, has written to members on sustainable travel and car parking at UHW. And, of course, recognising the very difficult situation which the First Minister also responded to earlier on in terms of the impact on staff.
Mohammed Ashkar.
Presiding Officer, can I ask for the Leader of the House for ask a statement from the Welsh Government on the deficit, financial deficit facing by our secondary schools in Newport area? When setting up their budget for 2017 and 18, Newport City Council was warned that there was a funding crisis with all its secondary schools in deficit and some without reserves. I have been told that one of the schools in that area is facing a deficit nearly £750,000, which is a serious money. If this situation continues, it could lead to job losses and activities such as sports, music and drama disappearing from our schools forever. Could we ask a statement on this matter urgently, please? Thank you.
Well, the member is fully aware that local authorities in Wales have the flexibility to set appropriate budgets for the needs of their communities. Funding for schools in Wales is up, despite the cuts to our block grant by your UK Tory government. Last year, we delivered an extra £35 million to councils for school services. And indeed, data shows that the funding delegated to schools has increased last year from £2.1.23 billion to £2.1.42 billion this year. And we're committed, of course, to spend an extra £100 million over the Assembly term to raise standards. But I would also ask the member, Mohammed Ashkar, if he would like to ask Justine Greening whether we can have a fair share of the funding that she announced, which we understand is being taken from other budgets within the education allocation in England. Not a pound or a penny for our Welsh Government. Has it gone? Is that because it's gone to the bang with the DUP?
Mike Hedges.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. As everyone is aware, the fatal fire in Grenville Tower that killed at least 80 people was caused initially by a fire started in an electrical item. Can I ask for a government statement on electrical safety, including proposal to test white goods, especially in high-rise flats, but I think all white goods? Can I just remind the Leader of the House that any item taken into T. Howell, for example, has to be tested before you're allowed to install it?
Well, we're committed, as Carl Sargent has said, to learning all relevant lessons from the tragic Grenville Tower fire and to taking all appropriate action. And that's why Carl Sargent's convened the Fire Safety Advisory Group. We don't want to preempt that group's work, but we do need to identify a stronger case for mandatory testing than there is now.
Julie Morgan.
Diolch. There are two issues I wanted to raise. Lunchtime today, families in Wales affected by the contaminated blood scandal met on the steps of the Senedd to make clear the impact that this has had on people in Wales. And obviously, over the summer, there'll be negotiations and discussions about what form the public inquiry will take place. Obviously, this has been very hard fought for by families in Wales. Would the Leader of the House commit to ensuring that the Assembly will have regular updates on progress when we return from the summer break? And I did have a second issue. I wanted to raise the second issue is that of Llanishen Reservoir in my constituency of Cardiff North. As the Cabinet Secretary will know, there's been a long-running fight over this reservoir, and everyone locally is delighted that Dŵr Cymru has now taken it over and plans to invest in it. But initially, the reservoir needs to be drained, and this has been improved by Natural Resources Wales. But would it be possible for the Cabinet Secretary for a report to the Assembly later on in the year about the progress on this exciting scheme and also what role Natural Resources Wales will play in the future?
Well, I thank Julie Morgan for her questions and was also glad to join Julie Morgan and families affected by the contaminated blood scandal on the steps of the Senedd with other Assembly members from the cross-party group this afternoon. We wholeheartedly welcomed last week's announcement of the inquiry into the infected blood scandal that led to people contracting hepatitis C and/or HIV, and the Cabinet Secretary for Health, Wellbeing and Sport is writing to the Secretary of State, setting out our expectations, and of course that has very much been driven through the work that you've pioneered, Julie, and the cross-party group. Our expectations that the UK inquiry will engage and listen to those affected in Wales in both setting the remit and in the taking of evidence. That came through strongly this afternoon. Consideration will be given to the 10 points identified by the Haemophilia Society, and there will be meaningful engagement between the four governments in taking the UK inquiry forward. But we will update Assembly members about developments when we return from the summer break. On your second question, the Cabinet Secretary for Environment and Rural Affairs, Leslie Griffiths, will be happy to provide an update to the Assembly on the progress of the Llanishen Reservoir scheme in the autumn.
Sian Gwenllian.
A surgery in my constituency in Penygroes, Dyffryn Nanlle, is to close at the end of the month, leaving the area with one fewer doctor. Now, I've been seeking information about this since I heard rumours that the service was to be lost. I wrote to the Cabinet Secretary for Health on April the 24th, copied to the Chief Executive of Better Gydwallt, didn't get a response. I wrote again on the 23rd of June to Vaughan Gethin asking for a response. Again, no response. I raised the issue with the Chair and Chief Executive of the Health Board at a meeting on May the 19th. And they made a promise that they would look into the issue. I wrote again to the Health Board on the 29th of June and again got no response. In the meantime, the Health Board did respond to a press request on the issue, but it appears now that that information is incorrect. Now, it's clear that there are communication problems within the government and the Health Board, and this causes great uncertainty for patients in my constituency. Will you therefore look at this lack of communication and report back to me as soon as possible?
Well, I am grateful for that question because it does point to the importance of that communication, not just between yourself and the Health Board, but also for your constituents in terms of practice closures, such as the one you described in Penygroes. And I think it's important to recognise that there is funding going in to ensure and support the sustainability of high-quality primary care services as a result of agreed changes to the GP contract, and also investing £95 million into a support package in terms of education and training of healthcare professionals, £40 million to improve primary care estates. So obviously putting this now on the record today as part of the business statement will mean that some progress, I hope, will be made.
Vicky Howells.
Can I request an update from the Welsh Government on its actions in support of the WASPI campaign to get justice for the many women who have been unfairly affected by the UK Government's changes to the pension system? And Leader of the House, I'm sure that WASPI campaigners would also welcome the Welsh Government putting on record that it condemns the crass, insensitive and insulting comments from the UK Pensions Minister that they should simply look for apprenticeship opportunities in order to alleviate their financial hardship.
Yes. Vicky Howells has consistently raised this important campaign, and although pension matters are non-devolved and the responsibility of Department of Work and Pensions in the UK Government. We, as a Welsh Government, remain very concerned about the disproportionate effect the changes arising from the Pensions Act 2011 are having on a significant number of women. Welsh ministers have written to the UK Government about these issues. This has been highlighted in our concerns in plenary. And indeed, some women from the WASPI campaign I know are coming in to meet with Assembly members this week. And we will continue to offer our support for the efforts of this campaign to highlight the serious impact of these changes on men and decry the insulting comments made, which again unfortunately indicate the attitude and the lack of concern or interest in the important needs of these women who have been so adversely affected by these changes, inequalities and state pension age changes.
Rhiannon Passmore.
Diolch, Llywydd, Leader of the House. Tomorrow I am sponsoring a celebration of Welsh musical performance culture in the Senedd with the Arts Council of Wales at 12 noon in the Newydd. I invite the Leader of the House, yourself, Llywydd, and all members to the celebrational event. As well as a range of youth performances, the event will be headlined by one of Wales's greatest sons, Bryn Terfel, and it won't be the ring cycle. Leader of the House, will the Welsh Government look to make a statement to this Siambr on the development of a national music performance strategy for Welsh children and young people, a national performance strategy able to deliver an offer of instrumental tuition and orchestral access regardless of wealth and ensure Wales retains its position as the land of song?
Well, I think all of us across this chamber will want to congratulate Rhiannon Passmore on the way she has been able to, with, of course, Welsh Arts Council, attract such distinguished figures and are those of us who can spend some time joining that very important event, I know will do so. But I think your more important point is to link this to the importance of the Welsh Government's commitment to culture, musical education and to, as you say so clearly, make sure that Wales is at the forefront in terms of being able to educate our children and enjoy Wales as a land of song.
Jenny Rathbone.
Leader of the House, I'm rising in irritation that the Leader of the Welsh Conservatives had two pots at the Cardiff and the Vale Health Board without any opportunity for any other members to add to this. Although clearly there was a breach of compliance, the Chief Executive of the Cardiff and the Vale Health Board has said very clearly that there will be no further breaches of compliance by staff on his watch, and this has exposed an error in the way in which procurement has been conducted. But it seems to me that there is a balance to be struck in terms of understanding that clearly there's been a breach of compliance, but the work overall that Cardiff and the Vale does is much to be valued.
I'm grateful for that comment from the member for Cardiff Central.
Thank you, Leader of the House. And this brings us to item 3. And the statement by the First Minister on the EU withdrawal bill is withdrawn, but there is a motion to suspend standing orders to allow the next item of business to be debated, and I call on Jane Hutt to move the motion. The proposal is to suspend standing orders. Does any member object? The motion is therefore agreed in accordance with Standing Order 12.36, and that brings us to the debate on the European Union Withdrawal Bill, and I call on the First Minister to move the motion. Carwyn Jones.
Diolch, Llywydd. Well, the publication last week of the UK Government's European Union Withdrawal Bill represents a hugely significant moment in the development of the debate about the way in which the UK will leave the EU. There's no doubt that we need legislation to ensure the continued effect of EU-derived law after we leave the EU, but whether this bill is what is needed is much open to question. While the UK Government may have changed the title of the legislation, previously known as the Great Repeal Bill, this is a rare and, it would appear, isolated example of government humility in its approach to Brexit. Once you get beyond the front page, there is little, if any, evidence of the Prime Minister's supposed willingness after the general election to consult widely and to listen to other views on the vital questions which face the UK. But there are many issues, of course, which I could raise here. For example, Whether it is right, when the purpose of the legislation is purportedly to maintain the rights we possess by virtue of our membership of the EU, to scrap the Charter of Fundamental Rights, whether Clause 6, which would end any powers of the European Court of Justice on the day we leave, is a piece of political grandstanding which has no place in what is portrayed as a technical piece of legislation. There will be other things as well, but I hope members will excuse me today if I concentrate on the huge challenge which the bill represents to the devolved settlement as it's developed over the course of the last 2 decades. This is rooted, let's remind ourselves, in popular consent. The 2011 referendum, for example, saw a large majority vote in favour of giving this National Assembly primary legislative powers. Despite the very clear and repeated warnings from myself and the whole of the Welsh Government that we would not accept any attempt to use EU withdrawal as a cover for a re-centralisation of power, that is exactly what this bill, as drafted, aims to achieve. It's an attempt to take back control over devolved policies such as the environment, agriculture and fisheries, not just from Brussels, but from Cardiff, Edinburgh and Belfast. Now, this matters. It matters because devolution is about having the opportunity here in Wales to determine for ourselves policies which are appropriate to Wales and which clearly have the consent of voters here in Wales. We cannot turn back the clock to the age when a government with a thin majority in Westminster and no mandate at all from Wales and Scotland could impose policies like the poll tax in the teeth of the opposition of the vast majority of elected representatives from Wales and Scotland. The bill seeks to put in place, with no limitations, qualifications or so-called sunset clauses, new constraints on this National Assembly's ability to legislate effectively after Brexit on matters where we currently operate within legislative frameworks developed by the EU. If this bill is passed in its current form, we would be prevented from legislating in any way which is incompatible with retained EU law. Existing EU law will be frozen, with only the UK Parliament being allowed to unfreeze it. In practice, this will provide a window for the UK Government to seek parliamentary approval to impose new UK-wide frameworks in devolved areas such as agriculture, the environment and fisheries. Now, Llywelyn, this is totally unacceptable, and it strikes at the very heart of devolution. It's the thin end of a very big wedge. If we accept this, how long would it be before the UK Government would start to argue for UK-wide frameworks for health and education on the basis of its unique role in representing the whole UK and the importance of devolution not getting in the way of a global Britain? After all, if the price which the United States demands for a quick trade deal is to give private companies enhanced rights to deliver NHS care, why should the National Assembly and the Welsh Government be allowed to stand in the way? That would be their argument. Yes.
I wonder if he could share his views on why some elements of the bill in its current form, from the UK Government's perspective, include sunset clauses. There will be an expiry on certain functions that are being conferred upon UK ministers. But when it comes to devolution, despite the public pronouncements this is just a temporary measure for the sake of good housekeeping, there is no sunset clause relating to the power grab on devolved areas of responsibility.
His observations are quite correct. I can't explain their reasoning, but certainly it is right to say that there is no, despite what they have said in public, there is actually nothing in writing in the bill that suggests a temporary basis for what they are proposing, and that, of course, is of great concern to us. Now, the UK Government will argue that this does not constrain our freedom to act any more than is the case today. It just replaces the powers of the EU and the European Commission with those to be exercised by the UK Parliament and the UK Civil Service. But EU frameworks are developed on the basis of proposals from a European Commission which is not the creature of one government, often after intense negotiation between 28 member states and the European Parliament, and they are independently supervised by the European Commission and the European Court of Justice. What's more, at the moment, in negotiations within the EU about, for example, the future of the Common Agricultural Policy, we are guaranteed a role through the Memorandum of Understanding in shaping a UK position which reflects the needs of all parts of the UK, not just England.
And of course, having resolutely refused to listen to the very consistent messages, no one can claim that this is out of the blue from myself, Mark Drakeford and officials about the complete unacceptability of any proposals, such as those they've now made in the bill. The UK Government now appears to be rowing back. Of course, I welcome that, but forgive me if I do so only cautiously. We're told that the freeze is only an interim measure, though there's nothing in the bill which gives us any confidence that this can be relied on. We're told that the proposals are intended to provide a window to build trust and give space for discussions to reach agreements on what frameworks are necessary after we leave the EU and what they should contain. And we are told that ministers are keen to start these discussions urgently. Now, I'm not quite sure how holding a gun to someone's head and saying you don't intend to fire it is expected to build trust. And if the UK Government was serious about starting discussions on frameworks, I don't understand why they've done absolutely nothing about it in the last 6 months since we made this proposal in our White Paper Securing Wales's Future, the White Paper, of course, jointly produced with Plaid Cymru.
I'm grateful just on that point. Of course, it doesn't build trust when you don't meet with ministers and don't have a JCMC and so forth. But even if this bill did have a sunset clause inserted into the devolved parts of it, would that be sufficient, in his view, to build that trust?
No, that would cut across what we've always said, which is that the powers should come to Wales and then all governments should agree that those powers should be frozen, but by consent until such time as new frameworks are developed. The key principle here is consent, not imposition. So no, is the answer. It wouldn't be sufficient. The Joint Ministerial Council, whose job it is to oversee such negotiations, hasn't even met since February due to the prevarication of ministers in London. And the powers which the UK Government wants to take over future legislative competence, though disproportionate and wrong-headed, were at least hinted at in previous UK Government statements and its White Paper. But the bill also contains a shock in respect of the so-called Henry VIII powers, which it's proposed should be taken by ministers to correct existing legislation to make it workable in the new context. Now, the powers which the bill proposes that should be vested in Welsh ministers are limited and constrained in extremely unhelpful ways. The power to amend directly applicable EU law, regulations and the like, which account for most of the EU legislative framework for agriculture, for example, are retained solely by the UK Government. And since UK ministers want to retain their own powers, in parallel to those of Welsh ministers, to amend any legislation within devolved competence, it even appears that UK ministers will be able to amend legislation within the competence of the National Assembly without being answerable to the National Assembly to explain what they're doing and why. Now, once again, since the publication of this bill, we've been told that UK ministers will only use such powers after consulting with the Welsh Government and the National Assembly. But there's nothing in what is an extremely complex bill to say that, and even that would be insufficient. And if that's really the case, I fail to see why it would be more difficult in the case of EU regulations, which need the same fix across the UK, for the UK Government and the devolved administrations to agree the most appropriate way forward, and then each consult properly with their own legislatures. Surely that is the democratic response and approach. So we've been very clear that we understand and support the idea of a bill to provide clarity and certainty for citizens and businesses as Brexit takes effect. And we accept, too, that there will be a need to make some amendments so that existing law is workable in the new context of the UK being outside of the EU. And we're willing to play our part in that. Our Brexit and devolution paper put forward a clear and workable approach to the question of how to ensure a level playing field across the UK in respect of policies where there are currently EU regulatory frameworks. And that approach has received broad support in this Assembly and from academic commentators as well as from colleagues in Scotland. But the UK Government's response has been a mixture of bluster, condescension and disrespect. We need better than that. We've still not been told whether the UK Government considers the approach that we've put forward workable. And if not, why not? And why have they concluded that without even trying to move forward by agreement, that is what they want to do? In terms of process, the JMC-EN, which should have had a crucial role in all this, has not met since February, and as a consequence has had no oversight of the development of the bill. Moreover, the bill has been developed without any proper consultation with the Welsh Government. Can I say the Welsh Government was not involved in drafting the bill? That is entirely incorrect. We have not had proper consultation at either political or official level, and it's only very recently that draft provisions were shared with our officials on the basis that nothing would change. This is what you're getting, and incidentally, nothing will change as a result. It's hugely important that that is understood. The Welsh Government and the Scottish Government, as I said earlier on, have not been involved in drafting the bill. I don't believe the Secretary of State was trying to be deliberately misleading, but it shows how shambolic the internal communications within the UK Government are. In terms of substance, as I've made abundantly clear, the bill is unacceptable in its current form in the way it deals with devolution. When I wrote to the Prime Minister on the 12th of June, and I have not had a response from the Prime Minister to that letter, I urged her not to embark on a fight with a devolved administration she did not need at a time when, as a UK, we faced unprecedented challenges. No response. Response from the Secretary of State, but the letter with respect wasn't sent to the Secretary of State. It was sent to the Prime Minister, and no answer was forthcoming. Now, let me be clear. We will not hesitate to fight as hard as we can to prevent the unacceptable parts of this bill from becoming law. We will not recommend to this National Assembly that it provides legislative consent to a bill that fundamentally undermines our own powers. We will work across the Assembly and with the other devolved administrations to defend our devolution settlement, and to this end we are continuing intensive work on a possible continuity bill, which we will introduce if the UK Government does not amend the withdrawal bill in such a way as to address our concerns. This is not about trying to prevent, undermine or complicate Brexit. It's about resisting an attempt to re-centralise power to Westminster and Whitehall and turn the clock back to the 1980s. So I ask the whole of the Assembly to support us in this fight to defend devolution and the right of this institution and all its members to determine policies appropriate for the people of Wales and therefore to support this motion.
Rwyf wedi deffo y ddau well.
I have selected 2 amendments to the motion. If Amendment 1 is agreed, Amendment 2 will be deselected. I call on Neil Hamilton to move Amendment 1, tabled in his name. Neil Hamilton.
Well, the First Minister frequently says that he accepts the referendum result, but of course he doesn't really. He's like those Japanese soldiers that used occasionally to be found in the Borneo jungles years after 1945, still fighting the war as though it had never been ended. And this is another opportunity for the First Minister to grandstand on an issue where the Welsh people voted the different way from him in the referendum campaign. And there is nothing in this bill whatsoever which will reduce the powers of this Assembly or undermine the devolution settlement. What we are doing by this bill is actually devolving powers from Brussels to Westminster and ultimately to Cardiff. Devolving them from people who we not only don't elect and can't dismiss, but can't even name, the people who are the ultimate decision makers in the EU, by opaque processes that are far removed from a democratic institution such as this. And the First Minister, in his introduction to his speech today, mentioned the Charter of Fundamental Rights. This is a very good case in point. When Tony Blair was Prime Minister, this, by the way, was a document which the then Minister for Europe, Mr Keith Vaz, described as of no greater binding force in law than the Beano. He said that in 2000. And yet the European Court then decided that it was actually binding in European law upon us. And yet Tony Blair had said quite categorically in 2007, let us make it absolutely clear that we had secured an opt-out from the Charter, an opt-out that was illusory. So what the First Minister is doing, of course, is trying to accommodate himself to a decision just over a year ago, of which he did not approve. The bill says in clause 11, of course, that nothing which this institution was unable to do before exit, it will not be able to do in future. And yes, of course, there is a period of transition. The First Minister is always saying that the process of delivering Brexit is so complicated, we need an extended period of transition in order to bring it about. Well, that is to an extent right, and that is what this bill proposes. The Prime Minister has said on many occasions, and other ministers, including the Secretary of State for Wales, have said many times that there is no intention on the part of the UK government to undermine or detract from the devolution settlement. On the 29th of March this year, the Prime Minister said in the House of Commons, no decisions currently taken by devolved administrations will be removed from them. Now that is a categorical statement, and I see no evidence whatsoever for saying that the Prime Minister did not intend that to be carried out, and nor does she now. And indeed, it's fanciful to imagine that a cataclysmic change of the kind which the First Minister fears could possibly take place today. He complains that we can't trust the government. Well, we can't trust the House of Commons and the House of Lords as the Houses of Parliament. Well, that is true of the existing devolution settlement. It's always been possible for the United Kingdom Parliament to repeal all the devolution statutes if it wants to, but nobody seriously expects that consequence ever to arise, certainly not in our lifetime. So this is a wholly illusory, manufactured crisis for temporary political advantage, as the First Minister sees it. The process of withdrawal from the European Union is going to be complicated because of the volume of legislation which has been generated by the EU, usually in wholly undemocratic means, over the last 44 years. European Union regulations which are originated in the Council of Ministers, truly voted on by the Council of Ministers, but over which we have no direct control from the legislative institutions of the United Kingdom, apply to Wales. At least now, by devolving these powers temporarily to Westminster and ultimately to Cardiff, it will be elected politicians who are answerable for the decisions which are taken, and we will have a means of participating in the process. I do accept that the First Minister has a point in saying that there should have been proper consultation between UK ministers and Welsh ministers in recent months. He is absolutely right to say it, and I do believe it is disrespectful to the Welsh Government and to this Assembly for them not to have done so. But nevertheless, I don't think that we should confuse that with the political reality that the British people and the Welsh people voted to leave the European Union on the 23rd of June last year, and there has to be a legislative process to bring that about. Because of the volume of legislation and the complexity of legislation which is concerned here, it is impossible to make all the detailed changes in the short time which is available to us before the end of the 2-year period triggered. But I'm afraid I can't. I'm over time already, and I have to sit down. And so what I would say to the First Minister... Yeah, what I would say to the First Minister in conclusion, what I would say to the First Minister in conclusion is get with this rather than try to fight against it, because you will not be taken seriously if you carry on trying to resist a process which is inexorable and which the Welsh people themselves have voted for.
Mark Isherwood.
To your Clywyd, and I'll just conclude that by saying let's find solutions together. The European Withdrawal Bill ensures that, so far as possible, the same rules and laws will apply on the day after exit as on the day before, providing the maximum possible certainty and continuity to businesses, employees and consumers across the whole UK that they will not be subject to unexpected changes, and ensuring that the statute book is able to function on the day after we leave the EU. The bill is therefore technical in nature rather than a vehicle for major policy changes, making inoperable legislation operable and giving both UK and devolved governments a time-limited power to correct laws by secondary legislation that would otherwise not function properly once we left the EU, with powers going to the Welsh Government to make changes in devolved areas and UK ministers only able to make changes on devolved matters with consent. This bill will ensure that Welsh businesses, including farmers and steel producers, can continue to trade with the European Union immediately after the UK leaves the EU. The bill also recognises that the UK as a whole must be able to guarantee EU principles in order to secure a trade deal with the EU. The same rules and laws will apply to businesses and the same rights to workers as we leave the European Union. Although the bill will ensure retained EU law the day after leaving the EU, this will only be in a holding pattern within a transitional arrangement that will provide certainty after exit and allow for intensive discussions with the Welsh Government, National Assembly and other devolved administrations and legislators on common frameworks to, for example, ensure that there are no barriers to working and trading within the UK and no risks to agreeing future trade agreements. As a result of... Heaven.
I just ask him to reflect. The UKIP amendment seems to be more supportive of the Conservative government than the Conservative amendment. Can I ask what kind of argy-bargy went on within the Conservative group to agree it?
Well, wait and hear the rest of my speech. I haven't discussed this with the UKIP group. The UK Government expects there to be a significant increase in the decision-making power of each devolved administration. Because the bill affects the powers of the devolved administrations and legislators, the UK Government will seek the consent of the devolved legislatures for the bill. It is regrettable that the First Minister described the bill as, quote, a naked power grab last Thursday, and then said the next day that the Welsh Secretary had assured him that they will work together to make the situation acceptable, when this assurance had already been provided before he issued his naked power grab statement. As a UK Government source in Wales confirmed last Thursday, his initial response was completely different to what they were seeing in talks behind the scenes. However, I hope he will support our amendment, which recognises that the Parliaments and Assemblies of Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland are part of the modern democratic settlement of the United Kingdom and should be fully engaged with the future make-up of a vibrant UK post-Brexit. I'm time limited. I've already had one intervention. The UK Government intends to work closely with devolved administrations to identify areas that do not need common frameworks and which could therefore be released from the transitional arrangement. Beyond that, however, we do need agreed UK-wide frameworks which respect the devolved settlement. After all, if frameworks are agreed, there will be no constitutional problem. Although this bill does not take back existing competences from the Assembly, there is, as we heard, no end date for the restriction on devolved competency created by the retained EU law model it will introduce, where the UK Government argues that this would remove incentives for Welsh ministers to agree a UK framework. In contrast, and in reality, however, we know that both the Welsh Government and this Assembly have consistently called for an agreed framework. There is therefore no reason why the bill could not state that the restriction on devolved competency would end when common agreed frameworks come into force. Further, although international agreements in the devolved areas of agriculture, fisheries and the environment are reserved to the UK Government, the principles applying to these areas must provide a foundation for future agreements on common frameworks between the governments of the UK as a basis of any free trade agreement. It is therefore essential that this bill should address these and other matters, and I therefore welcome confirmation from the UK Government that on the issue of amendments, the bill's second reading is scheduled for Westminster's autumn term, specifically to allow devolved administrations the time to go through the bill in detail during the summer. So let us responsibly go through that bill, identify the amendments that we can all agree upon, and engage with the UK Government and Parliament to introduce them at the second reading. Thank you.
Leanne Wood.
This debate takes place with a matter of urgency. We should be under no illusions about the UK Government's EU withdrawal bill, what was called the repeal bill. It's nothing less than an attempt to tighten London's grip on Wales. Leaving the European Union is a matter of deciding how to implement a referendum vote. We must all remember that there have also been 2 referendums on devolution, and in both 1997 and in 2011, my party fought tooth and nail as part of those campaigns, both of which were successful. People in Wales have voted twice to empower our own Welsh democracy and our own national institutions. The EU withdrawal bill overrides and overrules those votes in a way which is unacceptable. Where frameworks for the operation of a UK market must exist, they should be co-decided by the devolved governments. We have a clear interest in agriculture, environmental protection, in structural funds and in other areas of regulation which benefit people in our society. The Welsh voice in deciding how new frameworks and returning powers operate must be heard loud and clear. And those powers should not be intercepted by Westminster and placed in some kind of indefinite holding pattern where our only defence is to trust the goodwill of Whitehall. We are relying on the government's word that this will only be a transitional arrangement. As we've heard, there is no sunset clause in the bill for retained EU law falling under devolved competences. Neither is there provision in the bill to allow devolved administrations to come to a formal agreement with the UK government. All of those issues, it would appear, will be subject to bilateral negotiation and will be resolved at the discretion of the UK government. So what can this Assembly do in practical terms? The inclusion of a continuity bill in this motion is crucial. Plaid Cymru believes that it is essential that we have such a bill to protect the constitutional status of Wales. It deserves to be repeated for the record that my colleague Steffan Lewis first advocated this bill back in November 2016. This was before the UK Government Repeal Bill White Paper was published. Even before the UK Government's intentions became obvious, Plaid Cymru believed that steps should be taken to ensure that those EU regulatory frameworks could be retained in Welsh law. We took that view because we anticipated what the UK Government's intentions would be. Those intentions were clarified in the UK Government's Repeal Bill White Paper passed this last spring, but it's fair to say that Plaid Cymru saw this threat coming. So in backing this motion, Plaid Cymru is strongly of the view that this country would be in a stronger position today if a continuity bill had already been laid. But we are where we are, and so it is essential that this bill is developed and published now without further delay. And in supporting today's motion, Plaid Cymru urges the Welsh Government to go ahead and publish that bill. The motion also makes it clear that there could be other steps. If the UK Government continues to go down this route, every parliamentary, governmental and legal avenue must be pursued in order to hold them to account. We cannot have a specific type of EU withdrawal whereby this National Assembly, our future Welsh Parliament, is undermined or belittled. And I know that other devolved countries feel the same. It's worth considering and acknowledging that these technical and constitutional issues may well not be the talk of the pub, the street or the workplace. That's fair enough. But people in Wales do expect their country to be respected and to be listened to. Taking back control must mean powers coming to Wales. And for us, it has to mean that Westminster must treat this country with the respect that we deserve.
Jeremy Miles.
Diolch, Llywydd. The trouble with this bill is that it isn't about withdrawal from the EU. It's about withdrawal from the devolution settlement. And let's be clear, it would have been perfectly possible for the UK Government to present a bill which takes us out of the European Union whilst also respecting the constitutional arrangements of the United Kingdom. But what the bill does in truth is that it exposes two things. Firstly, unfortunately, the vulnerability of our devolution settlement. And secondly, that we are still tied to what is, by now, a totally outmoded view of parliamentary supremacy. We have a situation where the UK Parliament is legislating to give powers to Welsh ministers. Now, we recognise, and the External Affairs Committee in its deliberations recognised this explicitly, that time constraints and practical limitations might mean that is a necessity. But the UK Government, if it's acting on behalf of this chamber in taking those steps should do so in accordance with the requirements and considerations of this Assembly, and there is nothing in the bill which provides for that. Parliamentary supremacy is a concept for another age, and in this democratic age where the people of Wales have expressed a clear view in a referendum that this body should have primary legislative powers, this should not be set aside by the UK Parliament in any respect, and it certainly should not be set aside by UK ministers. And yet that is what the bill does. And in doing so, it takes us way beyond even that idea of parliamentary sovereignty, giving UK ministers the ability to amend devolved legislation, democratically passed in this Assembly, and in fact, contrary to what Mark Isherwood said, without the requirement for consent. It is no surprise to me that the Secretary of State for Wales is such an enthusiast for this bill. It turns him into a viceroy, in effect. And we are looking at a situation not just that this Assembly has powers taken away or legislation amended by UK ministers, but that it is at a disadvantage against what is the English Parliament when acting in relation to reserved matters, and the Welsh, the Scottish, the Northern Irish assemblies cannot change that pre-Brexit legislation which it must comply with, and yet the English Parliament, piggybacking in effect on the UK Parliament's parliamentary sovereignty, is not constrained in that way. So we have a fundamental unfairness built into the provisions of this Act. What possible justification could there be for us accepting that lack of a level constitutional playing field? Finally, on the question of the Continuation Act, I hope that the Government will bring that forward as soon as humanly possible. I think it's an opportunity for us to assert our view of the powers that we retain in this place, but it's also an opportunity for us to assert an alternative vision, and that one that isn't principally based on that outdated idea of parliamentary sovereignty, but on constitutionality and subsidiarity.
Michelle Brown.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Let's be clear. Labour applied to proposals regarding Brexit, including this continuity bill, is an attempt to remain in the EU in all but name, by those who campaign to stay in the EU and are not willing to accept the result and voice of the majority of Welsh voters. But the Remain side seem to forget their line of attack at times. In one breath, they will say that leaving the single market is unjustified, as the lack of a detailed referendum question means that no one knows what the public's opinion is. Yet in the next breath, they claim they know that people didn't vote for more controls on immigration. Labour and the other Remainers are also very fond of the argument that our nursing, social care, veterinary and other sectors are dependent on migrant labour. But that reliance is homegrown, caused by successive governments in the UK and Wales failing miserably to fund the training for our own people to do this work. The First Minister, in his debate with Nigel Farage, made it clear a number of times that a vote to leave the EU would mean leaving the single market. Can the First Minister and other Remainers in this place, not for 1 second, just accept that perhaps people did hear what he had to say about leaving the single market, but simply disagreed with him? No. Mr Jones used to think, and still thinks, that many of the decisions about Wales would be better made by a European civil servant than his own Welsh Labour government. Whilst I agree with him that important decisions should not be left to Labour, I do not think they should be left to the EU either. Labour have messed up everything that has been devolved to this place so far, whether it's education, the NHS or housing. But this is a matter of democratic accountability and the ability to sack those who make bad decisions. If the out-of-touch, complacent decision-maker, who has no understanding of what life is like for the average person in Wales, consistently makes mistakes, people can stop voting Labour and let someone else have a go. But only on matters devolved to here, or in general elections for issues that are still UK competencies. The proposal of a continuity bill is yet another example of Labour deciding that they know best and ignoring the will of the Welsh people. The people want to stay part of the UK, having some decisions made at a UK-wide level, but to leave the EU. Labour and Plaid want us to remain in the EU, and the continuity bill is their way of dealing with the offence they felt when it was clear that the electorate didn't agree with them. Labour ignoring the wishes of the voters simply because the voters ignored the wishes of Labour. Carwyn Jones and the other Remainers in this place cannot in one breath say that the general election was not about Brexit, as he did before polling day, and then use the result to say the voted rejected true Brexit afterwards. However hard the other parties try to bend the election results to fit their own ideology, you cannot deny that the majority of Welsh people agree with UKIP when the discussion is about Brexit. The First Minister mentioned it would mean leaving the single market, and the propaganda booklet sent out by the Tory government on behalf of the Remain camp made a reference to leaving the single market on a majority of its pages in its scaremongering. If you say we cannot know exactly what people were voting for because the question lacked details, then we must default to the simplest assumption that the vote to leave was exactly that, a vote to leave entirely. If a voter had wanted to retain any part of EU membership, be that freedom of movement or membership of the single market or anything else, they would have voted to remain. But they didn't. The people wanted out, with all the consequences that entails. The Continuity Bill, a step towards retaining membership of the single market, in my opinion, including all of its rules and submission to the European courts. We will see. We'll see. We'll see. The people didn't vote for the EU to continue making our laws through the back door via a Continuity Bill. The Welsh Labour Government say they stand for working people, but the decimation of all that has been devolved to it is a betrayal that shows the only thing Labour-implied politicians actually stand for is election. Thank you.
Steffan Lewis. We'll see.
Diolch, Llywydd. I welcome this much-needed debate in light of the publication of the EU Withdrawal Bill, formerly known as the Repeal Bill, formerly known as the Great Repeal Bill. From the outset, of course, Plaid Cymru has no issue with the principle of an act that transfers into the jurisdictions of the UK all EU laws and regulations so that on separation day we do not fall over a cliff edge. Plaid Cymru's preference for that process, though, was for an immediate negotiation to commence after the referendum between the governments of these islands to agree on a legislative framework so that EU laws could be transferred domestically in a way that upholds and respects the constitutional arrangements of our nations. This could have been concluded before Article 50 was triggered, of course. There are several clauses in the EU Withdrawal Bill that cause great concern, but of special concern are obviously Clause 11, relating to devolution, and Clauses 7.1 and 7.2. Clause 11 should come as no surprise to anyone, sadly. It amends our Constitution to ensure that our Parliament has no competence over EU regulations that would otherwise automatically fall within our competence upon separation day. Notice was given to us of this intention in the UK Government's White Paper. In that White Paper, they intentionally misrepresented current arrangements for the agreement of EU frameworks as a means of laying the groundwork for the power grab that they now intend to formulate in law. Llywydd, I remember much celebration in this chamber at the time of the last Wales Bill becoming an act due to the enshrining of the Sewell Convention into our Constitution. Well, the European Union Withdrawal Bill has removed any doubt, if any existed, that it is simply not worth the paper it is written on. Westminster is supreme, and 2 devolution referenda in Wales can be trumped by just one single clause in one Westminster bill. But as unacceptable as Clause 11 is, we should not lose sight of Clauses 7.1 and 7.2, and I would urge the First Minister not to be distracted by just Clause 11 as the standalone. Because even if Clause 11 is removed, the powers delegated to UK ministers in 7.1 and 7.2 are so far-reaching and broad that UK ministers can issue regulations and indeed amend or repeal any law as they deem fit, passed by any parliament in the United Kingdom, in order to mitigate any failure or deficiency, as they see, in retained European Union law. That allows for the imposition of new bodies, new policies and new regulations on matters that are the responsibility today of Welsh Government and the National Assembly. These powers as well, I expect, will be used to amend elements of the 759 international treaties that the UK will no longer be a direct party of from separation day onwards. Of those 759 treaties, 34 relate to food and agriculture, 69 to fisheries, 65 to transport, 202 to regulatory cooperation, and 295 to trade. All of these are either wholly or partially within the current Welsh Constitution. I welcome the fact that today's motion commits us to the publication of a continuity bill for Wales, and I don't underestimate for 1 minute the significance of that endeavour. I am disappointed that a framework bill for a continuity bill was not published last year. Who knows, it might have raised the political stakes to a level where the UK government might have thought twice about publishing the nonsense bill that they published last week. The Welsh Government has previously, of course, published an alternative Wales bill with a clear political objective, and a continuity bill could do something similar, as well as address the practical benefit of providing clarity and continuity for Welsh citizens and key sectors of our economy and communities after separation day. Not to do so, not to proceed with a continuity bill, in my opinion, would be a dereliction of our duty to uphold the expressed wishes of the people of Wales in terms of how they decide they want to be governed. We waited 600 years for Home Rule. We cannot allow it to be eroded within the next 6 months by a mob in Westminster with no mandate to do so.
David Rowlands.
Let me, in the first instance, reiterate UKIP AM's total and unconditional commitment to having any devolved powers which return from Europe are passed in total to this Assembly. However, I find it quite incomprehensible that there are two parties in this Assembly who have become so vociferous with regard to this land grab of powers which are to be devolved to the UK from Europe, when they were quite content to let those very powers reside in Brussels ad infinitum. This, despite the fact that there are only... of course.
I'm grateful to him for giving way. He will know, of course, that at the moment of the Council of Ministers, Welsh ministers address the European Council of Ministers, and European frameworks are agreed jointly between member states and with devolved governments having a role. Under this wonderful partnership of equals we have in these islands, our government will not have any say in any future UK regulation or framework that they decide to impose upon us.
Wait a minute. There's only 1 in 27, as far as the Commission is concerned, with the UK government in Europe. And the Commission, as you know, makes all the decisions with regard to powers that will come out of Europe and affect the Welsh people. This, despite the fact, and I'll go on to make this point, this despite the fact that we had only 4 representatives and MPs in an undemocratic parliament in the EU, as opposed to 40 representatives in Westminster, a democratic parliament, most of whom, I'll point out, are Labour MPs. And all this against the backdrop that over the last term of the European Parliament, all of the 14 amendments to European acts laid down by UKIP, which would have benefited Wales, were voted down by Labour and applied MEPs purely through party political prejudice. I'm afraid the rhetoric of both Labour and Plaid on these matters rings conspicuously hollow.
Simon Thomas.
Diolch yn fawr, Llywydd. About a year ago next week, I took part in a debate on the CLA stand in the Royal Welsh Show with the member for the leader of UKIP, Neil Hamilton, where I set out very clearly that Plaid Cymru does agree with the need for UK frameworks as we leave the European Union, and wanted to work in building up those frameworks for agriculture, fisheries and for the environment. But let's be clear, this bill does not deliver a framework, it delivers an imposition. And nothing betrays the motives of those who wanted to take us out of the EU than the manner of us departing from the EU, because they have taken every opportunity not to resolve matters, as the Conservative Party claims, not to resolve uncertainties, but to create confusion, to sow and disguise their lack of a plan, their lack of ambition and their lack of ideas, and, simply put, to grab power back from this Parliament. This is going to be one of the most important bills that the Westminster Parliament will consider for some decades. It's certainly an important bill for us to consider. But let's take an overview of the bill. If we're parliamentarians here, and I hope we all are, then the fundamental principle is that Parliament makes the law and government administers the law in line with Parliament's views. Admittedly, from time to time, you delegate powers to ministers through specific delegated legislation. But what's striking about this bill is the potency and scope of the powers given directly to ministers. These include the famous Henry VIII powers, which not only seek to amend or repeal retained EU law, but other acts of Parliament and acts of this Parliament as well. That goes way beyond what is demanded of any piece of legislation to leave the European Union in an orderly fashion. It was the House of Lords Constitution Committee in a recent report that said it feared the bill, when published, would effect a massive transfer, there quote, a massive transfer of power from Parliament to the government. That is precisely what this bill does, but not just from the Westminster Parliament to the Westminster Government, but from this Parliament to the Westminster Government. And when was the last time that a piece of statutory instrument was rejected by the Westminster Parliament? When was the last time that these delegated secondary legislation was actually scrutinised and rejected by Westminster? Well, I tell you when. 1979. That was the last time that a statutory instrument was rejected. We have rejected statutory instruments here, but that's the last time Westminster rejected it. So you're giving all this power to Westminster ministers with no control, in effect, no parliamentary control. And, of course, the bill raises real issues here. And here I think the best thing I can do is quote from a public law analysis of the bill. And I quote to start. At the moment, devolved legislators are forbidden from doing things that breach EU law. That's written into our Fundamental Wales Acts, of course. Even the things that they wish to do, even if the thing they wish to do concerns a subject matter that is dissolved. When the UK leaves the EU, by default, that restriction will go, in effect causing powers to flow from Brussels to the devolved capitals. But the analysis continues, the bill erects a diversion, providing that repatriated powers, even when they relate to devolved subjects, would instead go to London. That's not a Plaid Cymru analysis. That's not a Labour Party analysis. That's a public law professor analysis of what this bill actually does. And that's why, of course, we need clause... well, I don't need it, but that's why the Conservatives want clause 11 in the bill. If the bill didn't do anything, if leaving the EU didn't repatriate these powers directly to us, why put clause 11 in there? You only put clause 11 in there because you know damn well what's going to happen when we leave the EU. Those powers won't stop at number 10, not number 11 Downing Street, not anywhere in Whitehall. They come straight down the Thames, through the Cotswolds and straight down the Severn to us. That's what really happens. That's why clause 11 is there, because the Conservative government know what would happen. Let's just turn very briefly to the environmental impact of this. If we allow this bill to go through as in its present form, it will be Michael Gove that will be deciding the environment and agriculture here in Wales. GM crops, currently not allowed in Wales through EU framework, could easily be decided through this framework. Neonicotinoids, the bee pesticides banned since 2011, could easily be allowed. Michael Gove wants to bring them back. He wants to allow bee pesticides to be sprayed. He could do that under this framework. Air pollution, which we fought against here in Wales. A Conservative government has a very poor attitude towards air pollution, could easily override the European Court of Justice rulings that have saved and helped clean up air pollution here in Wales. And bovine TB, which I raised with the First Minister on Friday, is part of an EU-agreed programme for the eradication of TB. If the Westminster Government thought it would be better for trade deal to have a cull of badgers throughout Wales, it could easily do so under this bill. This bill is a real threat, not only to our constitution, it's a real threat to our daily lives.
Call on the First Minister to reply to the debate.
Listening to Simon Thomas there, he gave some very concrete examples of what can happen, or what will happen indeed, if the bill remains as it is. Now, much of what the bill contains, I would agree with. Much of what Mark Isherwood said, I agree with, in terms of what he was advocating, namely no change. Certainty, I agree with, making sure that there is not a sudden change when we leave the EU, and making sure, of course, there can be, where appropriate, UK-wide frameworks in the future. Don't disagree with any of that. It's the way it's being done is the problem. At the heart of this bill is a rejection of the principle of consent and an acceptance of the principle of imposition. But to put it crudely, what this bill has at the moment is a proposal that England can do what it wants, but Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland can't. Now, it's either one rule for all or no rules at all. Surely it has to be that way. Now, there will be some, I'm sure, on the Conservative benches who share my disquiet. Today, I can understand why today they feel there's not the time to express those views. But can I say, this is not a scenario where we are trying to oppose something without having put something else forward as an alternative. We've done this for weeks on end. We've said to the UK government, we understand the need for continuity, we understand the need for certainty. Let's make sure, as Simon Thomas says, that Clause 11 wouldn't be there if it wasn't for the fact that these powers come straight to us. Let's all agree we will not change things until we are all agreed. That is the mature partnership approach that should be taken in the UK now. Rather, the UK government is taking the approach that the UK government is supreme and everyone else must simply follow along. But the UK government has said that it wants the consent of this legislature. Now, that consent cannot be conditional. It cannot say, if we do not give consent, well, actually, we're going to ignore you. It's not the doctrine of limited consent, an extension of the Brezhnev doctrine. This surely is an example where there should be proper consent. I want to work with the UK government to get to a point where there can be consent, but we are not at that position yet. It is true to say that various UK ministers have written to us and said, we want to work with you, get your consent, get agreed frameworks. Well, two things strike me. First of all, why wasn't this done before? And secondly, why isn't it on the face of the bill? None of this is on the face of the bill. There's nothing on the bill about sunset clauses in terms of Clause 11. There's nothing in the bill about making sure that this is simply a holding pattern for a temporary period. It's indefinite. And that's the problem. What is being said by UK ministers is not what we see on the face of the bill, and what is said must appear on the face of the bill to make it remotely palatable. I listened carefully to what Neil Hamilton said. Now, he has, in this chamber, been consistent in his view that those powers that return from Brussels should come here. But now we hear his support for a middleman. In effect, the powers should be kept in London, becoming the new Brussels for a while, and then come here. Why? Why? Why shouldn't they come here in the first place? You know, they are our powers to begin with. They're our powers that we're returning to us. Yes, it's right to say we're not losing powers in that sense, but these are powers that by right should come to Wales. So why should they go somewhere else first? That is the argument. And I regret that he seems to have changed his position on that and has become closer to the Conservative Party view on this. You know, as I said, if this is temporary, why doesn't it say so on the face of the bill? And it doesn't. We must guard against that. Unless it's in writing, why should we take it at face value? The other thing that we must remember is that there is no restriction at all on the UK government here. It can do as it sees fit, not just for England, but for Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland as well. That cuts across the fundamental principle of devolution and not something clearly that we could support. There are grey areas. Simon Thomas has referred to them. What happens if in trade negotiations there is a requirement to do something with regard to animal health? What if in a trade deal, as I mentioned earlier on, there is a requirement that we should have to privatise parts of our health service in order to make a trade deal palatable to another country? There are grey areas, which is why it's so important that in order to avoid this kind of conflict in the UK, that we work together from the very start. And the principle is established from the start that we work in partnership for the good of all the four nations, and not just thinking that all the power and all the wisdom rests in Westminster. We know that isn't the case. With regard to the continuity bill, quite right to say that Stefan Lewis is the first one to raise it. I was unpersuaded at the time. I couldn't see what it would deliver. He persuaded me. I give him that credit. And it is right to say we're moving forward with the bill. We'd look to publish a bill. We aim to publish it in the course of the autumn. It's not without complication, I have to say. It's not clear how complicated a bill like that would be, but it is something, as I've said, that we would look to do. We would prefer it if the UK government were to accept amendments that we would draft as a government in the UK Parliament. That then, of course, would obviate the need for a bill. But clearly we have to keep that as part of our armoury, if I can put it that way, in order to preserve the powers of the people of Wales and the institution that they themselves have elected. I have to say to Michelle Brown, yes, the election was about Brexit. Her party took 1.8% of the vote. 1.8% of the vote. They rejected, without question, the version of Brexit put forward by UKIP. And UKIP, your leader, Paul Nuttall, anyone remembers him, said that the election was about ensuring there was no backsliding on Brexit. And look what happened to you. The public did not agree with the position that you took because of the vote that you had. And I have to say, I'm disappointed to hear a member of UKIP go weak-kneed when it comes to defending the powers of this institution. You know, the whole UKIP argument has been, we want to bring powers home. That's, that's in fairness, has been their argument. But it doesn't count as far as Cardiff or Wales is concerned. There has to be some kind of stopping off point. And that shows, of course, that their view was always about bringing powers to London and not necessarily to Cardiff. It's a shame, because that's not where they were a few weeks ago. Now we see, I'm afraid, UKIP's true colours. Stefan Lewis is right to talk about the other clauses. It's not just about Clause 11. There are other clauses, as he has mentioned, that wind their way, that knit their way through the entire bill that we must be aware of. And I have to say, as far as David Rowlands is concerned, I mean, the European Parliament is no less democratic than the UK Parliament. It's elected in the same way. So there's no difference between the way that these parliaments are elected. This is not, I'm not going to persuade them, let's face it, right? This is not about preventing Brexit. This is about making sure that when Brexit happens, that the rights and powers of the people of Wales, as voted for in a referendum, stay with the people of Wales. This is what this is about. This can be achieved, accepting, of course, the need for UK involvement in some areas, by agreement and by partnership. What could be more mature, more sensible, more democratic and more rational than that? And that is the view we will be putting to the UK government. Let's see if they are able to live up to the words that they have put to us so far. I would like to be in a position where we get to a point in the bill where the bill could potentially be recommended to the Assembly. We are a long way from that position, It can be done, but the principle of consent and the principle of the democratic legitimacy of this chamber and this nation have to be accepted as part of those negotiations. If that is accepted by the UK government, then, to quote David Davis yesterday, let's get down to business. Let's make sure that when Brexit happens, we have a proper decision-making mechanism between the governments of the UK. We have a proper way to take decisions. We have an independent adjudication process to examine those decisions. And let's look to the future as a UK that is a true partnership of nations and not a UK that apparently thinks that its constitutional present is based somewhere in the 1950s. And so today, as Welsh Government and indeed others in this chamber have echoed it, we look forward to taking the word of UK ministers to make this bill acceptable, not just to the government, but to the Assembly, to make sure that when Brexit happens, the rights of the people of Wales are preserved.
A question.
The proposal is to agree Amendment 1. Does any member object? I will defer voting on this item until voting time. The next item is a statement by the Cabinet Secretary for Economy and Infrastructure on rail services and metro procurement, and I call on the Cabinet Secretary to make the statement. Ken Skates.
Today, I would like to provide an update to members on progress made with the Wales and Borders Rail Service and metro procurement. Our vision is for a modern, efficient rail service using modern technology and working practices to deliver considerable service improvements for passengers throughout Wales. This agenda brings with it undoubtable challenges, but also fantastic opportunities to deliver on our wider aspirations for a bigger and better multimodal integrated public transport network, serving the needs of passengers, walkers and cyclists all over Wales, whether they are from Wales or visitors looking to see as much as possible of our beautiful country. The agenda will be supported by a number of ambitious interventions, including rail electrification and enhancement schemes, the North Wales Metro, improvements to the road network in the M4 and lasting improvements to bus services. We are delivering these interventions in a partially devolved context. However, this is not satisfactory. We have pressed the UK Government to devolve control and funding over rail infrastructure to Wales as recommended by the Commission on Devolution in Wales. And in the absence of devolved funding and control, Wales must be given its fair share of infrastructure investment, noting the historic underinvestment here in Wales, and we continue to make this case. We have, however, made good progress. In 2014, responsibility for the specification and procurement of the next Wales and Borders Rail Service was transferred to the Welsh Government. In 2015, we established a not-for-profit company Transport for Wales to help advise and support us with public transport projects, in particular to help procure rail services. Presently, its focus is procuring the Wales and Borders rail services to meet passenger needs across Wales. However, this will develop in the years to come. We intend to create a rail service that benefits the whole of Wales, communities along the border and in England. We have a unique opportunity through the Cardiff Capital Region City deal, which includes £734 million for the South Wales Metro. The capability and approach that we develop in delivering the South Wales Metro will put us in a good position to roll out the Metro concept in North Wales and indeed other parts of Wales in a way that best suits local needs. Following consultation and engagement, we identified our priorities that reflect the rail service that people in Wales want. Based on those priorities and with the support of Transport for Wales, we are undertaking a procurement exercise for the next rail service contract. We have been successful in attracting 4 high-quality bidders. I'm pleased that stakeholders have participated and engaged positively and proactively to help us develop our thinking for future rail services. Transport for Wales is today publishing the summary of responses to the recent public consultation. I welcome the recent report by members of the Economy, Infrastructure and Skills Committee on the next rail service. The report rightly recognises the challenges that the government faces in the future. I look forward to publishing my responses to the recommendations of the report in due course. We want all of Wales to benefit from more efficient rail services on better, more modern trains. Through this procurement, we want to ensure a sustainable model that meets the goals of the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act. This approach will enable us to make the most of every penny that's invested to provide a long-term future for our communities. We expect a number of outcomes from our procurement exercise and for future rail services in Wales. Through the procurement process, we have incentivised bidders to develop high-quality bids that exceed our expectations. We have also included carbon reduction targets with incentives to improve over the life of the contract. As a minimum, I expect that current services and frequencies are maintained, as well as growth in services in prioritised and much-needed areas. Alongside this, we want to see improvements in the quality of rolling stock, such as the provision of at-seat charging points, more effective luggage and bicycle storage, and controlled emissions toilets for a cleaner network. Work is also underway for the provision of free passenger Wi-Fi at the 50 busiest stations in Wales and on those trains not already fitted with the necessary equipment. I announced yesterday the addition of 5 extra 4-carriage trains to increase the amount of rolling stock available in the current franchise. The introduction of these trains will allow for persons of reduced mobility compliance works to be made to the existing Class 150 and 158 stock and will provide options for increasing capacity on busy routes. The extra trains will also provide opportunities for the new franchisee to deliver improvements early in the new Wales and Borders rail services contract. I expect new, improved rolling stock to be delivered early within the new rail services contract so that passengers get the benefit as soon as possible and that trains are fully accessible to those with limited mobility. I expect the introduction of journey time improvements and enhancements to services, including enhanced north-south services in each direction in the morning and evening with better quality rolling stock. Also increased train services on Sundays throughout Wales. At the end of this month, I will be publishing a summary of the Welsh Government's requirements for the next Wales and Borders rail service and the South East Wales Metro. We continue to work with the UK Government to transfer the relevant powers needed to successfully deliver and run future rail services. Whilst this is happening, we are proceeding with the procurement with the agreement of the Secretary of State for Transport under an agency agreement between the Secretary of State and Welsh ministers. Due to the cross-border nature of rail services, there has been close working between the Welsh Government and the Department for Transport. Discussions are also ongoing between officials supported by Transport for Wales and Network Rail regarding the transfer of the core Valley-East lines to Welsh Government, opening the opportunity for us to ask our bidders to put forward innovative and cost-effective rail solutions in the region. A quality and reliable railway service that is part of an integrated public transport system across Wales is central to our vision. This is also reflected in the Moving North Wales Forward, our vision for North Wales and the North East Wales Metro brochure. The North East Wales Metro will be a part of a wider transport modernisation programme across the whole of North Wales, which recognises the opportunities for achieving economic growth and well-being that can be realised from improved connectivity for all transport modes within the region and across borders. Effective cross-border working is essential if we are to attract investment and achieve the maximum benefits, and we are identifying a range of potential interventions for the short, medium and long term to maximise the benefit of cross-border connectivity into England, Ireland and beyond. I'm committed to working with partners across Wales and across the border to identify and develop these further initiatives, and in particular to improve transport integration across all modes, including integrated ticketing.
Thank you. Russell George.
Thank you, Acting Presiding Officer. I'd like to thank the Cabinet Secretary for his statement today and for his comments in regards to the work of the EIS Committee. I look forward to his acceptance, I hope, of all our recommendations. First, with regard to the procurement process, your letter of the 12th of July to me on the merits and risks associated with publishing the full draft specification to Assembly members notes that you will not publish the draft specifications in full. However, you've not made it clear, either in your letter or in your statement today, whether or not the final specification will be published when it is published. Start that again. You've not made it clear, either in your letter to me or in your statement today, whether or not the final specification will be published when it is issued to bidders in the final procurement stage, once the invitation to tender is issued. You have previously confirmed that you will also not publish the evaluation criteria in full in oral evidence on the 6th of April. The Welsh Government Director of Transport also appeared to indicate that the final specification would not be made public when it's issued to bidders, instead saying that the Welsh Government could consider publishing the final specification once the contract has been awarded next year. Now, I do understand that it is normal procurement practice for those public authorities procuring rail franchises in Britain to publish the specification. And I'll give you the example. The Department for Transport's invitation to tender for the East Anglia franchise was published in full in September 2015. Also, the Transport Scotland published the full invitation to tender for the ScotRail franchise in January 2014. So it does therefore appear that the Welsh Government's taking a different approach to procurement and moving away from perhaps established practice. You have not formally clarified whether or not the final specification will be published, so I would be grateful if you could put on the record today and explicitly say whether the invitation to tender, including the final specification, will be published when it is issued to bidders this summer. And if not, I'd be grateful if you could say why not, given that invitations to tender this and specifications for British rail franchises are generally published and commonly face public scrutiny once they have been published. I would say, Cabinet Secretary, this is a contract that's estimated in excess of £4 billion for both the franchise itself and the metro infrastructure. It's, of course, the largest ever awarded by the Welsh Government, and there's a great deal of interest in its content. I'm sure you'll agree with that. So do you therefore agree with me that transparency in such a large contract is in the public interest, especially given the evidence from stakeholders which suggests that the procurement process has been opaque from the start. I would like to briefly ask a few questions on rolling stock. I think it's good news that Wales is going to get the new Class 319 trains for use on the Wales and Borders franchise from 2018 to 2021. But can you outline, Cabinet Secretary, whether or not the 5 units will be delivered at once, how many units will be taken out of service, and for how long to make them DDA compliant? Which part of the network will these trains operate on, and what additional capacity will be created as a result of the new rolling stock? And finally, Acting Presiding Officer, I think it is essential that the Welsh Government maintains public confidence that the new franchise has been specifically designed to deliver value for rail users in Wales. I therefore hope that the Cabinet Secretary will answer my questions in a way which demonstrates how the new Wales and Borders franchise will guarantee the realisation of public demand for a rail service that delivers, I think, fair and affordable fares, new trains, modern trains, an integrated network, and a more friendly, a more environmentally friendly service.
Can I thank the member for his comments and questions, and thank him again for chairing the committee's inquiry into the new franchise. It was an excellent piece of work, a very thorough and comprehensive report. I'm looking forward to responding to it in full. Meanwhile, I think it's fair to say that the recommendation is very much in tune with the Welsh Government's aspirations for a better, more integrated rail service, one that's integrated well with bus travel and active travel. I should say at the outset that in order to ensure that there is fair and open competition and to protect the integrity of the procurement process, it's not always going to be possible to release or comment on specific details on the procurement, as to do so would put Welsh Government at risk of legal challenge. Now, the member raises the important question of the draft specification and final specification, immensely complicated pieces of work, incredibly complex, and we need to secure the best value for taxpayers and the best possible outcomes in a competitive process. For that reason, there is the need to balance the transparency of the process with best value and the best outcomes. So whilst we will not be publishing the specification, and whilst our competitive dialogue approach is distinctly different to many which have been adopted in other areas, as I said in my statement, I will be publishing a summary of the Welsh Government's requirements for the next Wales and Borders rail service and for the Metro as well. In terms of the rolling stock, I was pleased to be able to announce additional rolling stock. The details of the exact rollout of each component will be presented in due course to members, but it will be utilised in a way that enables other parts of the rolling stock catalogue to be adapted accordingly for people with limited mobility. And in terms of the additional capacity, it will be rolled out wherever current capacity is stretched. It will therefore be used on a demand-led basis.
As a regular rail passenger and commuter, I've taken a keen interest in the next franchise, and I know there are many other members in the Chamber that are in the same position. Now, we know that in terms of who will run the Wales and the Borders franchise, 4 private sector bidders have come forward. There's an interest in rail nationalisation and in public ownership from all corners of public opinion. The usual reason that people want the railways to be in public hands is around the question of profits disappearing from the network, and in many cases not even going into private hands, but into the state railways of other countries. And the irony of that is not lost on most people. Even in Wales, where railway profits are low and subsidies are high, there is still profit leaving the Welsh railway network and going to Germany. Now, we know that the legislative situation at the UK level appears not to allow for public sector bidders to compete for these franchises, and the Wales Act, which the Labour Party here supported and my party did not, continues to disallow public sector ownership. So I want to turn to the question of not-for-dividend or not-for-profit models. You've repeatedly committed to these in your various manifestos. Is it the case that a not-for-profit rail, as per your manifesto, is not happening and cannot happen now within this next franchise? Moving on to the question of overcrowding and quality of rolling stock, I noticed that the announcement you made yesterday that 5 new trains are being provided next year. 5. We know that the greatest problem with the current franchise is that it was awarded on a no-growth basis. That mistake was recognised by previous Welsh governments, but very little could be done about it. Now, we have to avoid the mistakes of the past and have a way of dealing with any challenges which arise in the future. A break clause would allow the next franchise to be reviewed at regular intervals during the length of the contract. It would also allow future Welsh governments, including a future Plaid Cymru government, the option to take rail into public ownership if the legislation changed and it became legal to do so. So will the Cabinet Secretary be including a break clause to enable that to happen? My final question is on electrification, and it's linked to yesterday's rolling stock announcement. Electric trains, in whatever form, will provide cleaner, greener and a more comfortable passenger experience. Is electrification still on track in Wales, and will it be rolled out according to the timetable?
Can I thank the member for her questions and the keen interest that she has in rail transport across Wales. Until we have the powers that are equivalent to Scotland, the member is right, we would not be able to enable public bodies to run our rail services. But I can tell her that in the new franchise, I think I'm on public record as saying that profits that have been earned in the current period have been excessive. They will be capped in the next franchise, whilst there will also be incentives for the operator partner to ensure that services are improved, both in terms of quality and in terms of the regularity of services. In terms of Transport for Wales, this was established by the Welsh Government as a not-for-profit company to provide support and expertise to the Welsh Government in connection to transport projects in Wales. Now, although Transport for Wales is currently designing and undertaking the procurement process for the next Wales and Borders rail services and Metro on behalf of the Welsh Government, once the franchise has been let, Transport for Wales will oversee the management and the joining up of services such as marketing and integrated ticketing, which could be, again, delivered on the basis of not-for-profit principles. But over time, the aspiration is to secure the necessary powers that would enable Transport for Wales to take on a much wider range of transport functions, indeed similar to in nature to the operations of Transport for London, the way that it manages the public transport network in the UK's capital. The member is absolutely right that the franchise that we adopted was at best flimsy and today is not fit for purpose. It was based on a zero growth assumption at a time when many experts were predicting reduced passenger numbers on railway services. That's proven to be anything but the case. And over the next franchise period, we expect passenger numbers to increase by 74%. And it's essential, as part of the franchise process, to be able to demonstrate how bidders are going to be addressing the increase in passenger numbers, but there will be break clauses that would enable the government to be able to review the effective operation of the franchise and to provide the government with regular opportunities to assess the success of the eventual winner of the bidding process. With regard to electrification, we've been very clear that electrification must be delivered in a timely way to Cardiff and must extend across to Swansea, as was agreed. Yes, it comes with a considerable price tag, but the fact of the matter is that during the current control period, Wales has fared incredibly poorly in terms of the amount that we've had spent on network rails Network Rail's Wales franchise area. Only in the region of about 1% of UK investment has been spent on the network in the Wales and Borders franchise area. That is wholly inadequate, given that it comprises something in the region of 6% of the UK's network. So it's absolutely essential that the modernisation of the South Wales line continues through to Swansea. Indeed, it's essential that we receive our fair share of investment in rail infrastructure, and if that is not possible, it should be devolved to us with a fair funding settlement. It's also worth saying, I think, that modernisation of the rail network, and in particular regard again to electrification, is essential in delivering on our objectives to decrease our carbon footprint. And in terms of the decarbonisation agenda, if the UK government is not able to modernise the railway network right through South Wales, then it will have a major impact on our carbon objectives. And that would be something that we would not be content with whatsoever. It's also essential that if the UK government deemed electrification was not to continue through to Swansea, then the money would still, in our view, have to come to Wales. It should not be spent elsewhere in Wales. And as I say, if the UK government does not believe that it should electrify that line or modernise the entire network, then give us the powers and the resource and we'll do it.
Julia Morgan.
Very much. Many of my constituents are very interested in the development of the Metro and the awarding of the new franchise, and have attended quite a lot of meetings that have involved discussing the specifications and other consultations held by Transport for Wales. And they did hope to see publicly the specification document. And I note the Cabinet Secretary did say earlier on that he would not be publishing the specification document, but a summary of the requirements. So I've been asked to put forward their views that they really feel that they should see as much as possible should be made publicly available, because obviously they don't expect to see anything that is commercially sensitive, but they do expect to see some very clear bidding specifications and criteria, to be in the public domain, because it is of great public interest. And I would be grateful if you could reassure me about how much will be made public. And also, I think one of the recommendations was from the Business Committee was that there should be a passenger-friendly description, because this is a unique way of doing procurement, and I think it's probably the first time it has been done in the UK. So I think it's really clear that the fact that it is unique, that it doesn't in any way move away from openness and transparency. So I want the Cabinet Secretary to respond to that. And then the other issue is I really welcome the money for the new rolling stock, the new trains that was announced yesterday. And I note that £1 million has been put in by Arriva, which is very welcome in view of the fact that there is obviously going to be a bidding process for the franchise very soon. And I'd like reassurance that those trains will continue to be available, whoever wins the new franchise.
Yes, can I take that final point first? I can assure the member that the rolling stock will be available so that as soon as possible in the new franchise, passengers will be able to experience improvements in terms of the quality of the trains that they are carried on. In terms of the specification, I will endeavour to ensure that the requirements, when they are published as a summary document, are as full and as accessible to passengers as possible. The member has consistently represented her constituents with passion and determination as far as rail transport and the South Wales Metro in particular is concerned, and I would look forward to further communication with her based on the engagement that she has with her constituents. I think it's worth saying again that Transport for Wales is publishing the response to their latest consultation today, and I think that will be helpful in pointing to those areas that have concerned passengers right across Wales most, and how that then when the summary document of the requirements is published, how they match up very well. There have been two consultations that have taken place during this process. They've attracted a significant number of responses from across Wales, and that's in no small part because of the work of the member and others in this chamber in promoting the importance of the next franchise and the development of the South East Wales Metro.
David Rowlands.
I'm sure all of us in the EIS committee will welcome the announcement by the Cabinet Secretary of the funds for addition of new rolling stock, particularly as we have heard many times in our inquiries of the problems of shortages of suitable rolling stock. The Cabinet Secretary, as you know, the Central Valley lines are a crucial part of the jigsaw which will make up the South Wales Metro. So, does the Cabinet Secretary have any firm commitment to the type of rolling stock for these lines, especially with regard to whether they will include light rail options? Because, as the Cabinet Secretary knows, light rail will not accommodate freight. So can he give us a commitment that freight will still be part of the railway strategy for the core valley lines and also, of course, for those lines outside that designation?
Yes, can I thank the member for his question and say that in terms of the core valleys lines, it's absolutely essential that services are as frequent as possible. And not just that they are frequent, that they are also reliable. We're mode agnostic during this process, but what we have said to the bidders is that we expect the transport that's provided within the metro area to be fully integrated, and we would expect whatever solutions are deployed to be reliable and to meet those growing passenger numbers that are forecast, and I think now widely recognised as being accurate.
Hannah Blythen.
Thank you. Thanks, Cabinet Secretary, for the statement today. And can I start by welcoming yesterday's announcement alongside colleagues about the extra rolling stock to increase capacity. I'm sure, like many colleagues here, my inbox was full of correspondence with constituents regarding restrictions currently on major rolling stock, particularly when you find yourself travelling from North to South Wales and vice versa, either on a single carriage or a very crowded two-carriage train. I'm sure the Cabinet Secretary yourself would be familiar with that experience. Indeed, in your statement today, you talk about the enhanced North to South Wales services in each direction in the morning and evening, and the better quality rolling stock as part of that, and how the procurement exercise will look for future rail services, look at improvements which include things like you're making it actually modern-day travel, so the provision of charging points, because whilst I think the Wi-Fi, it's brilliant to see the Wi-Fi on a lot of Arriva trains, and it has revolutionised my experience on the train. I think it'd be quite nice if you could actually plug in, charge your now Wi-Fi-enabled iPad whilst on the journey. So I look forward to seeing that brought in across rolling stock in the future. Whilst north-south improvements are key, I think east, as you'll be aware, east-west links and vice versa are crucial to the economy in North East Wales. And I was pleased to see that work finally commencing on the Halton Curve this week. And I wonder if you could elaborate on what you say in your statement on about the close working between Welsh Government and the Department for Transport, but also actually what work that has and will the Transport for Wales do in terms of working with those operators over the border in the northwest of England, such as Mersey Travel, to make sure we truly have an interconnected service from cross-border in North Wales. And just one final thing is you say in the statement that the North East Wales Metro will be part of a wider transport modernisation programme across North Wales that recognise the opportunities for achieving economic growth and well-being, which can be realised from improved connectivity for all transport modes within the region across borders. Now, that's absolutely key to a constituency like mine when there's only currently one mainline station. So actually the involvement of buses and making that interconnected is crucial. And also, you know, whilst I welcome the announcement of additional stations at the Deeside Industrial Park, and that will be key to getting constituents of mine in the west to work. I know we've recently made those announcements, but if perhaps in the future further consideration could be given to perhaps looking at whether additional stations could be on that line, perhaps at Greenfield, which would not only connect people going from work from the west of Flintshire to the east, but actually serve to connect with the buses to perhaps regenerate the town of Holywell, but also good links to Mostyn Docks, which I feel is actually embodies the link between the energy of the west of North Wales with the advanced manufacturing of the east.
Yes, can I thank Hannah Blythen for her questions and specifically for the important point that she raised about cross-border collaboration in terms of rail travel. The member will be aware of the Growth Track 360 prospectus, which has been put together by the cross-border rail task force, which includes representatives from Wales as well as from the Cheshire and Warrington Lep area and Merseyside. I think it's essential in the development of a North Wales growth deal bid, and likewise growth deals on the English side, that the Growth Track 360 prospectus ambitions are factored into the asks that are made of UK government in particular to ensure that the improvements to infrastructure on the English side of the border tie in well with improvements on the Welsh side of the border as well. I think it's also important, as we develop the vision for a North East Wales metro, to consider those communities that are currently not connected to the rail network or bus network. And the member raises two particular communities, one Mostyn, where there is a growing and expanding port, and the other is Greenfield, a historic community which is home to a considerable number of people. Both would be better served by an integrated metro system that has bus services that are reliable and frequent, working with rail services that again are more frequent across the North Wales main line. And the member is also right when she says that the quality of the passenger experience must be sufficient so as to encourage more people to travel more regularly by train rather than to act as a deterrent, likewise on bus services as well. And we have seen good investment in buses recently. I'm pleased that we've been able to support Arriva Trains Wales in the announcement yesterday. But we believe that in the next franchise, the expectations that passengers should have for the Wales and Borders franchise should be no less than those that you would have anywhere else in Western Europe. And that's why we are asking the bidders to be as ambitious as possible in ensuring that the rolling stock is of the highest quality with all modern technology and comforts available to passengers.
Dialogue.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer, and I thank the Cabinet Secretary for his statement. But following the announcement yesterday about the use of money from the public's purse to ensure additional carriages for Wales, how can we have any confidence that the Welsh Government can procure a worthwhile franchise for Wales when these new trains announced yesterday actually equate to the addition of a few second-hand trains from the 1980s and are therefore merely an addition to the inappropriate and outdated rolling stock of the past, which are a blight on Wales? We have staff who are younger than this.
Can I thank Guy Lloyd for his question, but I think the premise is slightly wrong. The reason that we've intervened to support the rail network in the current time is because of the historic underfunding by UK government in the infrastructure of the rail network, and also because the franchise agreement that was reached more than a decade ago was so poorly drawn up. The new franchise is going to be designed to address those growing passenger numbers, which we expect to rise by more than 70%, and then consequently we expect there to be more trains operating, and we expect to see better quality trains deployed as soon as possible in the next franchise. We intervened out of a duty to passengers who should be put first by the next operator and by this operator, and we will continue to prioritise passenger interest above profit and ensure that the experience of travelling on Wales's trains are improved.
Thank you. I've got a number of speakers who want to be called, so if individuals can get to their questions, maybe I can get through the list, and if ministers can equally be brief. Jenny Rathbone.
Thank you, Acting Presiding Officer. 3 points. One, I'm very pleased to see you're going to put carbon reduction targets into your procurement process. That's in line with increasing support for action on climate change, as captured in the WWF survey that was published today, A Message in a Bottle. And that means that people have just got to have it made easier for them to be able to complete their journeys by metro. So I'd like to make a plea for Cardiff-based stations as part of the metro, so that if you want to relocate your business to Pontypridd, you don't have to go back into Cardiff Central or Queen Street in order to get to Pontypridd. You can go from wherever you're living. I think that, as Julie Morgan has said, there hasn't been a great deal of engagement opportunities for the public. But I think that is one of the things that's coming in loud and clear from my constituents, that it's got to be made to work for people where they live and ensure that there are alternatives to going by the motor car. The second point is, I'm a bit puzzled by, I welcome the fact you've bought this new rolling slot that was announced yesterday, but I just wondered who owns these trains, because the whole purpose of having franchises is that they made the investment. Now, I appreciate that the UK government screwed up completely in deciding there'd be no growth in Wales, which is rather symptomatic of the attitude they have towards Wales and the unfortunate lack of investment we've had. So it'd be useful if you could just simply clarify on that. I think the other thing that concerns me is the ongoing lack of progress on devolving the powers that the Welsh Government needs in order to be able to procure both the rail franchise and the metro. I understand from the Economy Committee's report there's even uncertainty over this 125 million that the UK Government is supposedly promising, and are they still insisting that we go through the agony of full electrification when we've seen just how long it's taken on the London to Cardiff line? And there are many other ways in which we could do this that are much more in line with modern technologies, including battery, including hydrogen powers. We don't need full electrification of the Valleys line in order to achieve what we want to achieve. But I suppose it's symptomatic of the long-standing lack of investment in the Welsh railway system, that today, unfortunately, a building has collapsed onto the line this afternoon, and the Cardiff to Newport line is completely closed. I saw this building as I was going along yesterday and thought it looked a bit dodgy, but I'm glad it didn't collapse while I was going past. But I suppose it's symptomatic of the need for real investment in Wales and the disappointment that we're not going to get any Barnet consequentials from the HS2 announcement.
Can I thank Jenny Rathbone for her questions? I'll try to be as brief as possible, but the member is absolutely right to say that carbon reduction targets must be stretching, and they will be for the entire course of the franchise. It's essential that the metro enables, as the member outlines, for communities to be better linked so that people can travel as swiftly and seamlessly as possible between their home, place of work, or place of services. And it's also important that services are attractive and convenient for the same reasons I gave to other members. We are making good progress in terms of the procurement exercise in our dealings with the Department for Transport, particularly in those three key areas that have been concerning officials' time, most of all, including the transfer of the Core Valleys Lines asset, appropriate funding, and the transfer of functions order, the agency agreement. All are making good progress, including the question of funding the £125 million that we have been assured is available for the Valleys Lines. And in terms of the options, the member actually raised two innovative solutions for alternatives to conventional rail. One was hydrogen, the other was battery. The bidders are being encouraged to develop options that are innovative and that suit passenger needs above all else. And again, in terms of the carriages, they will be available at the start of the next franchise. It's absolutely essential that passengers have faith in the new franchise operator, and therefore it will be important that new rolling stock is deployed as soon as possible after the franchise has been awarded and begins operation.
Vicky Howes.
Thank you, Acting Presiding Officer. Cabinet Secretary, I welcome your statement today, and in particular the comments you made about Sunday services. This is a really big issue for my constituents who are currently facing services just once every 2 hours on the rail link through to Aberdeen. I'd welcome any further detail you could provide about the provision of Sunday services. I mean, we're not living in 1870 Wales anymore, where people went to chapel on a Sunday morning and then the rest of the day was a day of rest. I'm dealing with casework from constituents who are unable to access job opportunities currently because of the lack of rail services on a Sunday. In addition to that, I'd like to say that by looking at the metro procurement solely through the lens of the rail franchise, I think sometimes we miss the opportunity to really discuss the importance of the bus provision. So I'd welcome some more details on that as well, particularly when we're looking at raising the living standards of our valleys communities. Those areas which are furthest from the job market with the highest levels of poverty are usually those areas most geographically removed from the rail network themselves. So the importance of the bus provision of the Metro really can't be overstated there. And again, just to finish, if I can tie into what I said earlier about Sunday services, there are many, many communities in my constituency, and I'm sure across the South Wales Valleys, where there are absolutely no bus services on a Sunday. So I think it's absolutely crucial that for both rail and bus that we look to really drive that aspect of Sunday services. Thank you.
I'd like to thank Vicky Howells for her questions, not just today, but questions that she's raised on numerous occasions as we look to develop a franchise agreement that better suits the needs of her constituents and people across Wales. And the member is absolutely right. The nature of work and the way of life have both changed in Wales and around the world in recent decades, to the extent that we should now expect public transport services on weekend days to be far, far better than they were in the 1980s and 1990s, and in some parts of the world even today. And so I can assure the member that there will be improved services on Sundays, not just in terms of rail services under the new franchise, but also with the work that's taking place in parallel on reforming bus services in Wales. The member will be aware that there was a recent consultation where a number of recommendations were outlined. The response to the consultation was healthy. We are now working through those responses, but it's my view that bus services since deregulation have not served the purpose of ensuring people can get to and from services and work swiftly and smoothly, above the profit motives of operators. And we see something in the region of 100 million passenger journeys take place on buses every year. And yet we, as a combined public service, Welsh Government, local government, we spend more than £200 million on local bus services every year. And so it's therefore clear that we should expect a better degree of bus provision across Wales, and one that is more attuned to the needs of passengers. In terms of the ability for people to get to and from work, it's quite an astonishing fact that in the Growth Track 360 area of Britain, about a quarter of all people who have a job interview refuse to go on the grounds that they simply cannot access transport in order to get to their job interview. And that's a shocking statistic. And bus travel can be one of the biggest enablers in terms of getting people out of unemployment and into the workplace, which in turn is one of the principal methods of eliminating poverty.
And finally, Evan David.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sure the whole Chamber would want to recognise what has happened in Cardiff with the collapse of the building in Splot and closed the Cardiff to Newport line, and wish the emergency services and the injured person all the very best. And the Cabinet Secretary will recognise the Economy Committee in their inquiry asked the Welsh Government asked the UK Government in 2011 for extra diesel rolling stock, and they told them and in no uncertain terms they couldn't have it because of the electrification of the lines, which has led us partly to this problem today. So the Welsh Government did take timely action. But I would like to pursue two questions that Russell George raised and ask for a little bit more detail. The extra carriages are 5 times 4, which is being advertised as 20 extra trains. How can they split? And can they be split in a way that will maximise efficiency? Or do they have to be used in blocks of 4? The Rumley to Cardiff line is desperate for extra trains at peak times. And just 2 of those trains, for example, would be helpful on those lines. But some further information about how they can split would be very helpful. And how precisely will the... in his statement, he said that the new stock will enable the development of existing carriages for persons of reduced mobility. Can you give us more information of how precisely that will be enabled?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll check on exactly how the rolling stock can be configured. They are presented as 5 4-carriage trains, but my understanding is that they can be subdivided and lengthened, shortened as appropriate, but I will check on that and write to the members. And in terms of how they can be used to then ensure that other rolling stock is compliant, well, essentially they can replace some rolling stock that can be taken offline and have works carried out to them to ensure that they are mobility compliant. And therefore, the additional rolling stock won't just be there to serve the purpose of increasing capacity where capacity is currently stretched. They will also be used to supplement those the rolling stock that is taken offline for works to be carried out.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. We move on now to a statement by the Cabinet Secretary for Finance and Local Government on local government reform, and I call on the Cabinet Secretary for Finance and Local Government to make the statement. Mark Drakeford.
Thank you very much, Temporary Deputy Presiding Officer. At the end of January, the Welsh Government published a white paper on local government reform. This set out proposals to secure resilience and renewal in local government in Wales, including arrangements for regional working and a strengthened role for councillors and councils. Today, I published a summary report of almost 170 responses to the consultation and set out the way forward for local government reform. I'd like to thank the Chair and members of the Equality, Local Government and Communities Committee who undertook scrutiny of the reform proposal. I'd also like to thank the Chair and members of the Public Accounts Committee who considered a number of issues which touched on aspects of the White Paper, and they provided their thoughts.
So there are 3 main threads to our proposals on which I aim to update members today. Firstly, there is the reform of our town and community councils. Town and community councils are an integral part of local government. Geographically, they are closest to people and communities and can be uniquely placed to see and provide a range of services which can have a significant impact on the well-being of their communities. The White Paper described practical reforms we are taking now to strengthen the role of town and community councils and to improve their operation and governance, enabling them to take on a wider provision of a wider group of services and assets. However, if the potential of town and community councils is to be more widely realised, we need a root and branch review of the sector, and that review is now underway. In broad terms, it will explore the potential part to be played by local government below principal council level. It will define the most effective model and structure to deliver this contribution effectively, and it will consider how this can be applied across Wales. I expect the review to reach out to all relevant stakeholders and for it to be completed in a year. I'm very grateful to Gwenda Thomas and to Roderick Glyn Thomas for agreeing to co-chair the review. They bring a wealth of experience of government at all levels in Wales and a particular grasp of the issues at stake in strengthening and reinvigorating this most local tier of democracy in Wales. Chair, earlier today I issued a written statement on a series of proposals for reform to the local government electoral system, and this has now been formally launched for consultation. Proposals include extending the franchise, the registration of voters, the electoral process, as well as proposals about who can stand as a candidate and who can act as a returning officer. The purpose of reforming the electoral system is to make it easier for people to vote and to extend the entitlement to vote. The proposals include extending the franchise to 16 and 17-year-olds and to all those who live, work and study in Wales. It explores options to make it easier for people to vote, such as all postal voting, electronic voting and voting at places other than polling stations, such as supermarkets, libraries, leisure centres and bus and railway stations. The consultation paper also proposes that individual councils should have the option to choose their system of election between first past the post and the single transferable vote methods. Responding to clear views during the white paper consultation, I now propose that this would require a 2/3 majority vote of a council's membership, in line with a threshold for such a change to the National Assembly's own electoral system. Following consultation, Chair, I will seek to make legislative changes through a local government bill. It is important for me to emphasise that any changes would apply to local government elections only. The National Assembly is considering reforms in respect of its own elections separately to this consultation, which the Llywydd herself is leading. Chair, the third element in my statement today focuses on the reform of our principal councils, including a new approach to systematic and mandatory regional working to ensure that they are resilient, both financially and in terms of the services they provide. I intend to proceed with proposals which would see regional working becoming, over time, the norm in many areas of local government activity. This will build on the city and growth deals and will require economic development, strategic transport and strategic land use planning to be undertaken on these footprints. These arrangements will operate under the direction of a joint governance committee for the area, comprising elected members of the constituent local authorities. Sufficient flexibility will allow the Swansea City Bay region and growing Mid-Wales areas to operate with distinctive identities, but with a requirement for them to come together to consider the coherence of their plans across the South West region as a whole. For other services, mandated regional working, such as education improvement, will be for regional joint governance committees to determine and to decide on the most suitable collaborative footprint within a statutory framework. There will also be scope for authorities to work across regions, for example, in developing the linguistic economic strategy for West Wales, as recommended by the report of the Task and Finish Group on the Welsh language and local economies. Chair, as set out in the Reforming Local Government White Paper, there is a need to give clarity and simplicity to the partnership arrangements for Bridgend County Borough Council in particular. Together with ministerial colleagues, discussions have taken place with the Council and with local health boards. As a result, and in order to focus discussions over the summer, we propose that Cwm Taf Health Board boundary should be adjusted to include the Bridgend local authority area. Working with our partners in local government and health boards, the government will discuss that proposition and develop a formal consultation document which will be the subject of a further statement in the autumn. So with knitting together our reform proposals will be a new set of relationships between the Welsh Government and local government based on mutual respect, and a new relationship between local authorities and their citizens, which recognises people as valuable assets and which enables them to co-design the future of their services and their communities. As announced by the First Minister in the Legislative Programme Statement on the 27th of June, a local government bill is to be introduced into the Assembly during 2018 to give effect to these reform proposals and bring forward other supporting provisions. In order to maximise the opportunity to continue the dialogue and discussions with local government and other partners, I intend that the bill will be introduced towards the end of the second year of the legislative programme. Llywydd, ymdrech ar y cyd yw
Llywydd, local government reform is a joint effort, and the measures that I've outlined today will provide a range of tools and mechanisms for local government to build resilience and increase effectiveness by working together better and operating with more flexibility as individual authorities. And I look forward now to hearing members' views.
Janet Finch-Saunders.
Thank you, Llywydd, and thank you to the Cabinet Secretary. I know we have met and we have had conversations on these proposals going forward, and I have to say that I'm certainly very supportive of a lot. There's a lot of ambition here, and of course with ambition and legislation and making it sort of deliverable comes resource, and I fear that you will have resource implications, but I don't think anyone could actually knock the vision that you seek to move forward with. Obviously, I'll start off, I'll go through the threads really. The reform of town and community councils can't come quick enough. This is a level of democracy that does cost our taxpayer and should be transparent and accountable, and should actually have deliverable outcomes. And I regrettably, on numerous occasions, I've received complaints and concerns from residents regarding the openness and transparency at that level. And I'm aware that the members on the board, of course, are former AMs, Gwenda Thomas, Roderick Lynn Thomas, and of course we have William Graham. So I think those are three sort of people who I have every confidence in going forward. Uncontested seats are a problem, not just in town council seats, but also in principal authorities. There were 92 local authorities, principal authorities candidates that actually just went in without contest on the last local government elections. And I know that this was raised numerous times in Aberconway as to why people were turning up to vote and weren't aware that no election was going forward because somebody had just walked into a council seat. So your main overall aims is about accessibility, allowing people a better opportunity to vote, but I think also too we do need to be mindful that people do need candidates that they are then able to vote for. So that's something that maybe we can work on going forward. The consultation on the potential reform of the local government electoral system is interesting, and again it's all about opening up and engaging, improving accessibility to increase voter turnout at local government elections. Who could argue with that? And I do endorse a number of the proposals outlined. We do need to increase flexibility to enable council employees to stand for election as councillors. I know of a situation, and I've raised this with the Cabinet Secretary, of somebody who did a 4-hour-a-week contract and was unable to actually go forward standing as a council candidate. And I think clearly that there would only be a conflict of interest once that person was elected, if elected. So we need to look at that. We need to simplify postal voting. I'm sure other members, even with assembly elections or parliamentary, the postal voting system, probably across the UK, but I know in Wales, is very confusing for the elderly when they have to put it in different envelopes and, their signatures and everything. And I've witnessed so many spoilt ballot papers when people think that they voted correctly. So, so I'd like to ask the Cabinet Secretary, you do intend to put more meat on the bone where that's concerned. Proxy voting is another one. It's a method of people being able to vote when they're not actually present on that day. And I know that your plans for electronic voting and having the single electoral register is a good idea. But nonetheless, there is that mechanism currently there called proxy voting. And I know whenever I've suggested to people, not about postal voting, about proxy voting, they have looked at me in some disbelief, not understanding what proxy voting is. I'm not sure the actual word proxy is the best way to describe it. So if you could look to simplifying that process, it's another mechanism to get people over that line if they want to vote. I note your proposal for authorities to choose between the electoral systems, first past the post or single transferable vote. I just wonder about whether there could be some confusion across the boundaries. And are you actually looking at doing this on a local authority basis, individual basis, or is this going to be uniform across Wales? What consideration, moving on to directly elected mayors, which I've already made it clear that I'm quite in favour of, in terms of a local authority, not on the regional working basis. In England, it is 10% requirement for the referendum. It's the other way around. 5% in England, 10% here in Wales. And I think, again, if that's a way perhaps that we could look at bringing that threshold down so that, local authorities or people, the community within local authority areas can actually maybe go out and it's a better figure to go for, isn't it, 5%? I've raised this with you before. Remuneration for councillors across the border is on average around half that of Wales. Councillors representing more than twice the number of constituents. An example, England, an average of 6,893, and they have to represent 8,959. In Wales, they can be on 13,300, and their average is 3,300. So we do need to actually look at providing value for our constituents and electorate, and there's a balance there that needs addressing. Now, reform of principal councils. Certainly, I agree and welcome joint working on back office functions. There's much good practice, and I discovered some myself only last week. 5 Somerset district councils share a central call centre for enquiries and payments. And if it can be done over the border, it can be done here. But of course, because I've held this portfolio for quite some time, I'm aware of all the guidance and everything to do with the collaboration agenda, and that was a failed programme for this Welsh Government. So I'd really be interested in knowing what methods, the stick, the carrot, or a bit of both, that you're going to use that will actually ensure that there is better working together. I do not see it feasible that we are going to still continue to have 22 chief executives, 22 heads of finance, 22 head of social services. I welcome the integration of health and social care, and there is a model here that you've mentioned in your statement, and that should be rolled out, I think, across Wales. You mentioned flexibility below the 3 main region joint governance committees. The North Wales Health Board, for instance, has often been described as unwieldy and too large. And we have a health board there now in special measures. So if you're looking to model local government on that basis, then there's more work to be done there. Cabinet Secretary, you have my support and that of my group for a lot of this going forward. We will look for the finer detail, and we will scrutinise and challenge where we feel that it may become overburdensome, confusing for the electorate and more costly. Thank you.
Diolch yn fawr, Llywyd, and thank you to Janet Finn-Saunders both for what she said this afternoon, but also for her willingness to engage in regular dialogue about some of these proposals and for the constructive ideas that she's already contributed to it. I hope she will see in some of the things we are proposing in relation to town and community councils a reflection of some of her own direct experience, and I particularly wanted to thank her for her help in securing the services of William Graham as part of the review team. I agree with her very much that uncontested seats are something we would want to see eliminated in our democracy, both at a principal council level, but it is a particular feature of town and community councils. And those who operate in that sphere, and who I think often do very good work, they are themselves very aware of the fact that it's a vulnerability when we refer to it as a democratic tier, when so often there is so little democracy involved in the way that people end up as town and community councillors. Thank Janet Finn-Saunders for what she said about the proposals on the electoral system. I think this is a very exciting time for us in Wales. These will be new powers that we will inherit. The consultation paper is a mixture of a small number of propositions where we say the Welsh Government is pretty committed to taking ideas forward, such as extending the franchise to 16 and 17-year-olds, and then a much wider range of ideas where we are interested to hear what people have to say. The Speaker drew attention to the question we raised in the consultation about whether we draw the line in the right place between people who work for a council and are able to stand for a council. I don't think there's any doubt that at one end of the spectrum, very senior staff who are in politically restricted posts, they should not be allowed to stand for election. But at the moment, we prohibit, as Janet Finson said, somebody working for a very small number of hours from standing for election. That prohibition falls disproportionately on women, and we ask the question as to whether or not we could draw the line in a different place. An All Wales electronic register would mean that the need for proxy voting would be reduced, but it wouldn't eliminate it, because if people go on holiday in England or called away to work in England, for example, you'd still need proxy voting, and we will look at the point that she makes about the potentially confusing terminology. Our proposals on permissive PR in local government are exactly that. It would be a choice for local government themselves to make. The threshold for a referendum on elected mayors, we don't intend to change the availability of a referendum in local areas where there is a call for an elected mayor. And again, as part of the consultation, I'm very willing that we will look at the threshold issue that the member has highlighted. I probably don't share her view entirely on the number of councillors we have in Wales. I think that the number is broadly the right one. The councillors that I see work very hard and have large numbers of voters to represent. The electoral reviews have started in Ceredigion, Conwy, Gwynedd and Powys. We expect it over the term to result in a modest reduction in the number of councillors in Wales. The proposals for Conwy Council, for example, propose a reduction of just over 10% in the number of councillors that would be available for that local authority. Finally, to respond to the points made about the reform of principal councils. I think the difference in the proposals that you see in front of the Assembly this afternoon is that they are both the product of hard work to try and craft a consensus with local authorities, but also a determination that when we have an agreed way forward on regional working, on frameworks, on footprints, on functions, then we will make that mandatory. Once we've agreed, then we need the force of the legislation under that agreement so that everybody is clear that if you've got around the table, you've agreed to discharge a function, there is no escaping from that agreement. I think that's in the interest of local authorities. Too many local authorities have told me of examples where they have worked very hard, put a lot of investment into a regional arrangement, only for one of the partners to walk away from the table at the last minute, and a lot of work to unravel very quickly. That can't be the future for local authorities in Wales Llywydd. Regional working is the way of the future, systematic, mandatory, but agreed.
Sian Gwenllian.
Diolch Llywydd.
Thank you, Llywydd, and thank you, Cabinet Secretary, for your willingness to have an ongoing dialogue on these issues and issues within your portfolio. Now, the complexity of all of these levels of government created, as well as where accountability lies and where the scrutiny happens, that is what emerges for me, having listened to your statement today. And specifically, I do have great concern that the relationship between the citizen and the people making decisions is becoming meaningless and very distant. That has major implications for democracy, where people already feel disempowered in terms of decisions taken on issues that affect them on a daily basis. Now, I've said this before, and I am still of that same view. It's also a cause of concern for me that you don't intend to introduce the proportional STV system to all local authorities in Wales. In Scotland, the use of a proportional system is a usual part of democracy, and it does ensure that there is competition for all council seats and that all votes count. Now, I am of the view that allowing individual councils to decide whether they want to introduce a proportional electoral system is going to cause confusion and will mean that it doesn't happen consistently across Wales. Indeed, it'll ask questions as to whether it'll happen at all. I agree that it's important to give council the freedom to decide on many issues, but this isn't one of them. Now, before I ask 3 specific questions, I will be a little more positive and declare Plaid Cymru's full support to the reduction in the voting age for local elections so that 16 and 17-year-olds will be able to vote. This has been Plaid Cymru policy over a number of years because we believe that the voice and contribution of young people in the democratic process is crucially important. I would also welcome that you would support the extension of the franchise to everyone living, working and studying in Wales to vote. Everyone who calls Wales their home and wants to see Wales succeed, every one of those people should have the opportunity and freedom to participate in elections that impact on their lives. In turning to my questions, I would like to first of all ask what implications the extension of the franchise in local elections, what would that mean then in terms of assembly elections? What's the interrelationship between what you're introducing here and the wider debate on assembly elections? I was just seeking some clarity there. And on the element of regional working, well, I'm pleased to see mention of the ability for local authorities to collaborate to develop linguistic and economic strategies for the west of Wales, as we in Plaid Cymru have suggested in this chamber, and the Task and Finish group on the Welsh language and local government chaired by Rodri Glyn Thomas. Now, following supportive statements from yourself and the First Minister recently for this, I would like to hear what your vision is. What do you think are the benefits of regional collaboration in the west of Wales? And finally, it appears likely that the government's economic strategy will place a major emphasis on regional policy or regional working, although we haven't seen that strategy as of yet, although it's a full year since the election. But what collaboration has taken place and is taking place between yourself and the Cabinet Secretary for the Economy in terms of this relationship between the economic strategy and local government reform? Thank you.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And I thank Sian Gwenllian for the comments this afternoon, and thank you also for being so willing to talk to us over time in discussing ideas, and this afternoon saying where we can agree on some things which are important to extend the right to register and to vote to the people who are 16 and 17-year-olds, and also the right for people who live in Wales to be part of our democratic process. That's very important, a very important message for people who come to Wales and who live here and work here and study here. They are part of our communities here in Wales, and we want to extend the right to them to be part of that democratic process at a local level as well. Could I say I share the concerns that Sian Gwenllian has about the complexity and accountability, and we are trying in what we've presented to plan a way in which we can help people to understand the system we are going to create in the future, and also ensure that people are accountable for the decisions that they make.
Llywydd, we have a requirement in the white paper for statutory engagement strategies by local authorities. Why we say that local authorities will be obliged to televise their proceedings. We want to make sure that what goes on at our local authorities is opened up to their local citizens. It's why I believe the role of local councillors in the way that we are going to set up the new system will be absolutely central. It's partly why I didn't agree with Janet Finch-Saunders in her view that we should have a significantly reduced number of local councillors. If there is a greater degree of... Sorry, I didn't hope I didn't misrepresent what you said.
Intervention on a statement, no.
Let me put what I said in a different way, Llywyd. I think Janet would envisage a lower number of councillors than we envisage. And I didn't agree with her on that because I think the role of the local councillor will be pivotal in assisting citizens in the future to navigate their way through a system in which some decisions are made at a regional level. I don't think this is significantly different to the way that systems work currently. A local councillor is elected to represent their ward, but when they come to make decisions at a council level, they have to take into account what is right for the whole of that area, not simply what is right for their own ward. They are always having to balance the tension between representing your very local electorate and knowing what is right for the whole authority that you represent, just as people come to the Assembly here representing a constituency but then speak up for the point of view of their party as a whole. What we will do is to require that way of thinking to be exercised on a regional level. We will make it absolutely clear that decisions are made by elected members drawn from the constituent local authorities, and we set out a menu of choices which local authorities themselves will be able to draw on to make sure that they are able to scrutinise the decisions and to be held answerable for them at that local authority level. Let me turn, if I could, to the questions that Siambr Llian asked towards the end of her contribution. As far as regional working in the west of Wales is concerned, I want to build on the suggestions set out in the report produced under the chairmanship of Rodri Glyn-Thomas. I've already had discussions with local authority leaders in that part of Wales of ways in which they can work across their borders and regionally to take advantage of the connection between the Welsh language and economic development opportunities in that part of Wales. I think there are opportunities to share resources, to draw on the way in which some local authorities have been able to strengthen services that they provide for those people who would choose to access local authority services through the medium of Welsh, and to deploy those resources in a way that is to the advantage of the future economic development of that part of the country. As far as working with other Cabinet colleagues is concerned, not only have I discussed these matters with the Cabinet Secretary for the Economy in relation to the economy strategy, but I talked to my colleague, the Education Secretary, in relation to education improvement and additional learning needs. I talked to my colleague, the Minister for Social Services, in relation to regional working in the health and social services sphere. Indeed, there is almost no Cabinet colleague who does not have an interest in how regional working of the sort set out in these proposals maps onto the responsibilities that they discharge as well. We will continue those discussions, look forward to bringing a bill in front of the Assembly, and understand that parties across the Assembly will want to see the detail of our proposals and will want to consider them carefully when they are published.
Gareth Bennett.
Diolch, Llywydd, and thanks, Minister, for your statement today. Local government reform brings with it an opportunity, and I think reforms could work well as long as the main aim is to bring local government closer to the people it serves. So the issue of localism, I think, is key. Now, you've highlighted a bigger role for town and community councils. I think that is a promising path to go down in some cases. In rural and semi-rural areas, these councils can play a strong and relevant role. And you mentioned the way in which they have, in some cases, saved local libraries and other services by taking over their running. That kind of action is certainly to be recommended when local services are threatened. But what would be your recommended course of action when services are under threat in more urban areas which don't have community councils? What would be the role, for instance, of voluntary groups, which could serve a very relevant role, but would there be issues there of democracy and a democratic mandate to run things? So I'd be interested in your thoughts on that. As you point out, there is a mixed bag of town and community councils across Wales. So again, what happens when local services are under threat in an area where the local community council isn't doing much? Given that so many services are threatened nowadays, should there be some kind of handbook of action from you as a minister as to how local services can best be defended in these instances? As to your proposed changes to the conduct of elections in Wales, I look forward to hearing your thoughts at the end of the consultation period. Clearly, you are committed to trying to bring about certain specific changes, such as the voting age, whilst you are more open-minded on others. I think there is a lot to discuss on the changes to election rules, and we will probably have a robust debate on these kind of proposals later in the year. But I hope you do tread carefully as you consider pertinent issues like internet security. I think most members would agree that being an election returning officer should be a statutory duty of a council chief executive and should be part of his or her regular workload without any additional payments involved. So I tend to agree with you on that point, and I hope you press on with that. On the issue of council employees being able to stand as candidates, I believe people like dinner ladies and lollipop men and other people in similar roles should be allowed to stand in council elections. So a change to the rules here would be commendable, as Janet Finch-Saunders has brought to light, and as you've done very well in bringing in as part of your proposals. The question is, at what level of local government officer do you draw the line on eligibility? So I wonder if you would give me your thoughts on where exactly you feel that line should be drawn. On the issue of independent councillors, I think it is a fair point that if they are party members, the public has a right to know. But how do you intend to elicit this information, and what will happen to candidates who fail to disclose party membership? On the subject of AMs doubling up as councillors, I think this is a contentious point. As I've never been a councillor, I'm not really qualified to judge whether you can successfully do both. You yourself were once a councillor and are now an AM, but never simultaneously, as far as I know. But I know of at least one member here who did both jobs for a few years. So I think it is not impossible to double up. The problem may be that the AM salary is certainly a full-time salary. So perhaps if an AM wants to remain as a councillor, perhaps there should be a prohibition on claiming the councillor salary. So if he or she wants to remain as a councillor, the council duties would be undertaken as unpaid duties. So I wonder if you think that might be an acceptable compromise in this instance. Thank you.
Diolch yn fawr, Llywydd, and thank the member for those questions. Can I say that I think he made a series of important points about town and community councils. My assessment of the sector, having asked about it in all parts of Wales, is that where town and community councils have a good relationship with their principal authority, where they have a level of resource and a level of ambition, then they are doing more important public service work today than they probably ever have before in helping to defend local communities against the effects of austerity. The problem is that too often and in too many parts, the relationship isn't as good as it should be. The resource base of very small community councils isn't sufficient to allow them to take on a wider range of duties, and probably most significant of all, the ambition is not always there to do so. So the challenge that I have set for the review team is to try and identify the ingredients that are making for successful town and community councils, and to be very positive of the good work they are doing, but to then ask, how can we generalise that into other parts of Wales, potentially including parts of Wales where town and community councils don't currently exist. In the meantime, we are producing, with our town and community councils, with One Voice Wales, a handbook, a workbook to allow town and community councils who are willing to do more than they have in the past, to learn the lessons of those who have done it successfully already, and to be able to help them through that process. As far as conduct of elections is concerned, Gareth Bennett raised the very important issue of internet security. We asked the question in the consultation paper, are we yet at the stage where we could allow voting to take place on your phone or on your tablet or on your computer? We do many other things in many other parts of our lives, internet banking and so on, that require high levels of security. But I think it's an important question. I want to rehearse it in the consultation exercise. Old-fashioned as our current system may be, one of its great strengths, Llywydd, is that it is trusted by people. You go, you put your cross on the ballot paper, you take the paper yourself, you put it into the ballot box, you can see how the system is working. I think we would want to think carefully about moving in directions where people's trust in the integrity of the process could be more easily undermined, but we want to know what people in Wales think about it. Gareth Bennett pointed to our proposals for making returning officers, making chief executives statutorily the returning officers in local elections, and abolishing the current system of personal fees. We raised the question of where to draw the line in local authority employees. I don't have a fixed position on that. I do think it's an important question to rehearse. I think trade unions and others will have important views to contribute to us there. I think it is right that candidates who are members of a political party should declare that as part of their candidacy. There is nothing to stop anybody standing as an independent. But I think if you do put yourself forward as an independent and you've been a member of a political party within the last 12 months, then voters are entitled to know that that is the case. They then take it into account with everything else that they take into account in deciding who to vote for. We propose in our consultation that there shouldn't be a dual mandate, that people should not be able to be assembly members and members of a local authority at the same time. There is the issue of pay, as Gareth Bennett said. Being an assembly member is paid as a full-time job, and we think it should be that. But there are conflicts of interest as well that are not simply to do with pay. We make very important decisions here that affect local authorities, and we think it's an uncomfortable position to be both the provider and the recipient of those decisions, and our proposal is that we should not allow that to happen in the future.
Mike Hedges.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Sometimes as people argue over structures and powers, the reason for local government is often forgotten. To provide high-quality, cost-effective local services, to react to local need, to do all the above with a democratic local accountability. On community and town councils, will the same powers be given to all community and town councils, irrespective of size? And what happens in those urban areas, such as Swansea East, that do not currently have community councils? I agree and reiterate my support for votes at 16, something my friend Julie Morgan has argued for the longest I can remember. I'm pleased to see supermajority voting for changes to the local government voting system to stop the voting system changing almost on an annual basis. On people who can stand for election, why not allow those who are indirectly employed by a council to stand? We've had a situation earlier this year where somebody was disqualified because he stood for a body which was partly funded by the council he belonged to, along with 8 other councils. I mean, this indirectly employed, I think, should be allowed to stand. What reason does the Cabinet Secretary see for not bringing in electronic voting? Young people expect to use their phones for almost everything and to vote electronically, and they find it rather strange going into a school hall, given a blunt pencil and a piece of paper. So I welcome working across councils. I mean, in transport, strategic land use and economic development. These, of course, are not new, are they? I mean, I remember, I'm sure the Cabinet Secretary does, the old County Development Plan. I was also chair of the West Wales Transport Group called Switch. I was also a member of the West Wales Economic Forum. There was an awful lot of hard work being done between Pembroke and Swansea, well before any talk of either local government reorganisation or any talk of the need for change and cross-party working. So none of the above is novel. The question I've got is, why the proposal for Mid and South West Wales rather than the Swansea-based city region? How does the Cabinet Secretary believe that the people in Welshpool have anything in common with the people in Swansea in terms of either transport, economic development or land use?
Thank you, Llywelyn. Thank you, Mike Hedges, for those remarks. Will we give the same powers to all town and community councils? Not as they currently stand, because they are so very variable. We propose a general power of competence for some town and community councils, but there would be thresholds that they would have to pass. We'll see what the report of the review group produces. If they are able to propose a more uniform pattern, both of powers and of geography, so that town and community councils are available everywhere, then the case for treating them all the same will be strengthened. I believe, however, that there will be a majority on the floor of this Assembly for extending the franchise to 16 and 17-year-olds, and I'm grateful for Mike Hedges' support in that. He adds another category to people who are currently prevented from standing for election to local authorities, and I think probably adds another component to our question as to whether or not we are currently over-restrictive in the way that we interpret that rule. What is the case against remote voting? Well, I think people who are not yet persuaded of it sometimes say that the act of voting is a very serious act, and that reducing it to be able to click a button on your phone may undermine the seriousness of the contribution which taking part in a democracy ought to be. Some people, I suppose, I'm old-fashioned enough that I would agree with this, like the collective act of walking to a polling station. I like to see other people doing the same thing. I like queuing up in a line with other people doing the same thing. For me, it sort of brings our collective sense of democracy alive, but that's because I've been doing it for such a very long time. Maybe the more significant objection is the security objection. Are we yet sure that the systems are sufficiently certain that people would believe that nobody could interfere with their democratic vote? You can be hacked into, you couldn't find it distorted in a way that you never be able to find out. He's absolutely right, the regional working is not new. What our proposals do is to make regional working systematic and mandatory. Why Mid and West Wales? We've taken the WLGA's own region, that's how the WLGA organises itself, but as I said in my statement, Llywydd, we will have sufficient flexibility within that regional footprint for the Swansea City region 4 councils to be able to work together, and the growing Mid-Wales councils, Ceredigion and Powys, to continue to work together in a distinctive way, but where they will then have to plan together, so that there are no artificial boundaries, and there's no sense that Ceredigion and Powys aren't able, for example, to gain access to some of the debates and some of the possibilities that that wider regional footprint would bring.
Lee Waters.
I'd like to welcome the statement. There were 2 elements I wanted to touch on. One in terms of the basket of options you put into consultation about reform, and I'm disappointed that compulsory voting is not one of the options that the Welsh Government are asking for opinions on. I think requiring people to take part as part of their wider civic duties, the ability to vote is an important one. I realise that's a contestable view, but I think it would be useful to start a debate on that. And secondly, I just wanted to touch on the broader transformation that the Minister proposes in terms of the boundaries, and much of the emphasis is on the physical structures, but I just wonder how much thought is going on in terms of the digital transformation that's going to be underpinning a lot of this. The spread of big data and artificial intelligence and automation is all around us. I'm conscious that there are no end of private companies approaching local authorities with off-the-shelf solutions to automate many of their functions, to free up resource to put into frontline services. And I think it would be better if we did this in a thought-through, planned way across Wales, rather than individual local authorities doing it in an ad hoc way. It needn't be a threat, but it will be a change, and a change that we can't avoid. So I just wonder if you could say a little bit more about the role of digital in the broader transformation project he has in mind.
Thank you, Llywydd. One of my ambitions for the consultation exercise is that we end it with a wider range of possibilities and more ideas for how we could reform the way we conduct elections in Wales than we started with. And those people who advocate compulsory participation in our democracy, I hope will take this opportunity to make those views known and to generate the sort of debate that Lee Waters has suggested. As to digital transformation, one of the reasons why I think regional working, and particularly in this context, sharing back office services is so important, is that it will allow local authorities to build their own capacity to move in this direction without having to rely on buying in services and off-the-shelf solutions, as he said, from elsewhere. Llywydd, I've said several times, I've generally been very encouraged by my interaction with local authorities and their willingness to be part of creating their own future. I was mildly disappointed by their response to the consultation exercise in relation to back office services. I think there's a greater reluctance than there ought to be to think of ways in which they can share across boundaries some of those services. Not a sufficient grasp of digital transformational possibilities for the future. And I've said to local authorities, and I'll repeat it here this afternoon, our white paper and the legislation we will bring forward signals that we are on a journey to greater shared services in Wales, and it's a journey that all local authorities will need to be part of.
Neil McAvoy.
Oh, diolch Llywydd. Some observations, really. I think there's an issue with postal voting, especially for disabled people and elderly people whose signature doesn't always correspond, and they've found that their votes are being discounted in recent elections. I think if we're all honest here as well, then we all know that there is also an issue with postal voting and the integrity of the process. And I have concerns of going down the road of postal voting more, because I actually think that postal voting should be restricted. There should be a reason why you have a postal vote, because the process is abused, and we all know this. We do need to encourage people to vote, and I think the idea of supermarkets and other places like that is a very, very good idea. Again, back to the integrity of the process. There was an example in 2016 in the Assembly election in the Cardiff West constituency where somebody went to vote at 8:30 and they'd been told they'd already voted. And the individual gave the person a description of the person who'd been there at 7:30 and voted in his name. Now, I think there's certainly an argument for maybe identification when voting, because the process at the minute is far too easy to abuse, I would say, to use the same phrase again. I'd like to see local referenda given some teeth. Again, we've had a local referendum where I live where 99.9% of people voted in a certain way, and they just were not listened to. And thousands of people voted as well. I've got to touch on the dual mandate, and I assume it applies to the House of Lords as well. Maybe you can clarify that. I certainly would not, but there are some colleagues here who have a dual mandate there. And more than anything else, it's a matter of democratic principle. I was elected as a councillor, recently re-elected. Everybody knew I was an Assembly member. And what gives you the right, as an individual, as a minister, to say to people that they can't vote for me or anybody else to be their councillor? In terms of the allowances, yes, I'm happily donating my allowances, 50% to the community and 50% to Plaid Cymru. But the issue is one of democracy. Who are you, Minister or Cabinet Secretary, to tell people they haven't got the right to vote for people? It's not right.
Well, I didn't hear. I suppose there was a declaration of interest of sorts there, Llywydd, and of course it isn't for me to tell anybody anything. It will be for this National Assembly to decide. And if we do decide, then that will be because this is the democratic forum where we make those decisions, and that will be the basis of any decisions that flow from this consultation exercise. I don't have any powers over the House of Lords, but where we do have new powers over local government, then I am clear in my own mind that people who have the privilege of sitting as Assembly members ought to be able to devote the whole of their time and their energy to that job, and that they ought not to find themselves in position of voting on things that happen here that have a direct impact on other responsibilities that they discharge elsewhere. I recognise the point about integrity of the system. It's partly why, when I answered my question from Mike Hedges on electronic voting, that I said that is one of the things we will need to think about. And there is a tension between integrity on the one hand and simplicity on the other. I would like to make postal voting easier for those who choose to vote in that way. I'm slightly intrigued as to why the member would like to make postal voting harder for people. Who is he, I might have said, to decide on the way in which people would choose to exercise their vote. So I think we should make postal voting available to people. I think we should try and make it simpler in the way that Janet Finn-Saunders described, but I think we have to be careful on integrity too. I'm quite opposed to ID cards or other forms of identification at polling stations. We know that if we go down that route, it will have a disproportionate effect on certain communities and certain parts of the electorate, exaggerating the current way in which some people find themselves disenfranchised. Where there are abuses, I think our system is robust enough to capture them. We need to be alert to that. But in the tension between wanting to make sure that voting is as accessible and as available as possible and the integrity of the system, I think we ought to be prepared to be more concerned about making sure that nobody loses their chance to vote, while remaining vigilant to ensure that the system remains that its trustworthiness remains intact.
Hefyd David.
Well, so if Neil McAvoy gives half his salary to Plaid Cymru, I knew there was a reason why they kept him in the group. Well done. With regard to the White Paper, Section 2.56, which you've already touched upon, Cabinet Secretary, in response to Sean Gwentley, and identifies 3 arrangements for scrutiny. 1, stick as you are. 2, establish a standing regional committee. Or 3, set up task and finish groups. Scrutiny has come a long way in the last 10 years. I know from my own experience in 10 years in local government, but also reading Wales Audit Office annual improvement reports and special reports on scrutiny, you can see that things have improved, and there's a lesson to be learned from the landscape of scrutiny that exists now compared to what it was over the past 25 years of local authorities as they are. What dialogue will the Cabinet Secretary have with the Wales Audit Office, who have played a creditable role in some of this? Will the Wales Audit Office advise on governance arrangements? And particularly, how can you ensure that scrutiny and the standards that it's reached so far are maintained and continue to improve upon, given the freedom the councils will have to establish new arrangements for scrutiny?
Thank the member for that. I do think it is right to allow local authorities the flexibility to decide on the way in which scrutiny works best in their own circumstances, and to design scrutiny arrangements for regional arrangements that fit in with the way they discharge other parts of their responsibilities. I agree with what Hefyd David said about the fact that scrutiny has improved in recent times. There was a report published recently, an independent report that looked across England, Wales and Scotland, and Wales was the only part of Britain where those involved in scrutiny reported that they believed that the system had improved and that they were now better at it than they had been in the past. Part of that is a result of the advice and the investment from the WAO. We will continue to work with them to take their advice. I said in my opening statement, Llywydd, that I wanted to give the maximum opportunity before introducing the bill to work with local authorities themselves and partners such as the WAO on some of the detail of the bill, and scrutiny will certainly be part of that ongoing dialogue.
And finally, David Rees.
Can I thank the Cabinet Secretary for his statement this afternoon? And obviously, I support the comments of my colleagues as far as electoral reform is concerned. By the way, electronic voting, you might want to look at what goes on in Estonia, which will tell you about that. But hidden away in your statement, actually, was a very important aspect for me, and that is the possible change of boundaries for our local health boards, particularly in relation to Bridgend County Borough Council. Now, that might affect Bridgend County Borough Council, but it also affects many of my constituents, because the River Avon is an artificial boundary used by ambulance services. Those of the east go to Princess of Wales, those of the west go to Morriston. And therefore, many of my constituents use the services at Princess of Wales and within that area. Now, barriers should not be presented by boundaries, I accept that, but many of my residents will want to be reassured that the services they now currently have will not be impacted upon, and they will continue to receive the same type of service. So in your consultation, which you intend to carry out, can you present a case as to how those services will be maintained, so constituents within Port Talbot and Aberafon will not be affected by any change?
Thank David Rees for that very important point. I said in my statement that we would be working with Bridgend and both the health boards that will be involved in this, that's ABMU and Cwm Taf, on a proposal that we can then consult on later in the year. We will make sure that the points that David Rees has raised this afternoon are taken into account in developing that proposition. The Princess of Wales Hospital is not moving. It will be where it is today, but access to it is very important for people who live beyond Bridgend itself, and we will make sure that their interests are properly represented in the proposal that we will develop for consultation.
Diolch i'r ysgrifennydd.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. The next item is a statement by the Cabinet Secretary for Economy and Infrastructure on the Development Bank of Wales, and I call on the Cabinet Secretary to make a statement. Ken Skates.
I am delighted to announce today that we are delivering one of the key pledges contained in our programme for government by creating the Development Bank of Wales. I am particularly pleased that the Development Bank will address market failure across business finance by focusing support for micro, start-up and innovative businesses across Wales. This means that businesses will have access to the finance they need to become fitter, bigger and stronger. The Development Bank will be a strategic national asset that is unique in the UK and one that provides a competitive business advantage for Wales over the rest of the country. It will help to provide the growth finance and business support required to attract, build and retain micro-businesses and SMEs in Wales, both today and into the future. It will build on the success of Finance Wales and learn from the very best development banks around the world. The Development Bank has an ambitious 5-year plan to generate more than £1 billion of investment to support the Welsh economy. It will help businesses to support over 5,500 jobs per annum. The Development Bank will significantly increase the availability of funding to SMEs to £80 million per annum within 5 years, compared with £56 million in 2016-2017. It will increase the impact on the Welsh economy by over £170 million per annum by 2021-22, taking private sector leverage into account. In recent years, the targeted provision of finance made available to micro-businesses has trebled from £6 million to £18 million. This has enabled businesses with less than 10 employees to quickly and efficiently borrow from as little as £1,000 to £50,000. The Development Bank will continue to prioritise this important market segment in Wales, which is also the lifeblood of our rural economy, and I'll say more on this later. The new bank is developing a culture of continuous improvement. Working with Business Wales, it will improve its online customer services, helping more companies to benefit more efficiently. Not only will the bank improve access to existing financial products, it will also identify future business needs and create suitable new products. To help do this, the Development Bank of Wales is already working with the Office for National Statistics, Cardiff University, and other academic institutions so that they can better understand the financial issues SMEs face and develop appropriate new solutions. I'm clear that the new bank should not lose sight of its primary function of providing money with management. This includes providing gap finance alongside private sector funders to enable deals to materialise that wouldn't otherwise do so, and providing a full range of management support in addition to simple finance. Whilst approving these ambitious plans for the Development Bank today, I am pleased to see that the bank will have a presence across the whole of Wales. This includes the rural areas across Wales where market failure in the banking sector is most pronounced. Recognising its pan-Wales role, the bank has organised a series of launch events across the country during October. The Development Bank is a major component of Welsh Government's strategy to deliver a more prosperous and secure Wales, as set out in Taking Wales Forward. It will differ from Finance Wales not only in terms of the increased scale of funding available to Welsh businesses, but also better business support in collaboration with Business Wales. The organisation already manages significant operations on behalf of other Welsh Government departments, most notably Help to Buy, that falls under the remit of my colleague, Carl Sargent, Assembly Member Cabinet Secretary for Communities and Children. I also believe there is potential, though, for the Development Bank to further extend its provision of financial services in the future to support other Welsh Government departments develop innovative and cost-effective solutions. The transition of Finance Wales into the Development Bank is already well underway on a number of fronts, including delivering a number of new funds, significantly increasing support to SMEs now and in the future. For example, a management succession fund, a new technology seed finance, and a working capital fund to support fast-growing businesses. Also, work is taking place in establishing the new intelligence unit, in creating an angel co-investment fund with related support, in developing new branding for the Development Bank, and in improving online interaction with customers, making it easier for customers to get advice and funding online. We are also committed to establishing the headquarters of the Development Bank of Wales in North Wales by the end of this year. The bank will have a regional presence to support the department's regional footprint. Work is already ongoing to identify suitable premises in and around the Wrexham area, where the bank aims to grow to 50 staff over the next 2 years. And today I am delighted to confirm that I have approved the establishment of the new £100 million Wales Flexible Investment Fund. The fund will be managed by the Development Bank, and its name implies that it will be fully flexible. It will provide a combination debt, mezzanine and equity funding options ranging from £25,000 to £5 million. It will offer loans with terms of up to 10 years in recognition of scenarios where small businesses require patient capital. As I touched on earlier, micro-businesses will also be able to benefit from this fund. This £100 million package of flexible support comes on top of an announcement I made last year to create the £136 million Wales Business Fund. Today, I am pleased to announce that we are putting a further £35 million into that fund, increasing it to £171 million. Last year, Carl Sargent AM, Cabinet Secretary for Communities and Children, announced £230 million for the second phase of the Help to Buy scheme. Taken alongside the bank's direct investment and private sector leverage, this funding underpins the bank's ambition to generate more than £1 billion of investment support into the Welsh economy over the next 5 years. The Development Bank of Wales will increasingly become self-funding. The business model assumes it will no longer need any grant support from the public purse for operational costs from next year onwards. In summary, the Development Bank of Wales is a cornerstone organisation for investment and business support. Given its increased scale and breadth of expertise, it is well placed to meet the challenges and opportunities we will inevitably face and make Wales more prosperous and secure.
Diolch. Ysgrifennydd y Cabinet, Russell George.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary Russell George.
Presiding Officer, I have to say, Cabinet Secretary, I am disappointed that we're yet to see the detail which will allow the National Assembly to scrutinise the Development Bank's business plan. Of course, members must be able to ensure that businesses are fully supported through the proposals, that the failings of Finance Wales are fully addressed. So I would be grateful, Cabinet Secretary, if you could set out when you intend to publish the long-awaited business plan for the Development Bank. In a written question to you in May, you responded that the final business plan would be submitted for approval by the Welsh Government very shortly. Has that now happened? And if not, why has this process been subject to such a delay? You also stated your intention for the Development Bank to increase direct lending to businesses compared to what Finance Wales currently lends. Now, last week in the Economy, Infrastructure and Skills Committee, you said that the Development Bank will be tasked with increasing investment levels from about 50 million to 80 million per year within 5 years. Can you just provide some clarification on where these additional funds are going to come from? Also, Finance Wales has been unable to borrow funds as any borrowing would have to appear on the Welsh Government's balance sheet. Now, we know that from the recent experience of Circuit of Wales that the same is true of guarantees. So therefore, given the absence of a business plan, which would have no doubt have resolved this question, I would appreciate clarification as to whether the Development Bank will be able to provide guarantees or borrow money itself. Turning to the commercial function of the bank, can you confirm you expect the bank to support SMEs in Wales with lending rates of between 4 and 12%? And outline why you believe the proposed ratio of public-private financing to support Welsh SMEs is the optimum ratio to promote business growth, manage risk and ensure taxpayer value. Are you also confident that the proposed hybrid model for the bank will prove adequate in addressing SME market failure and ensuring a significant increase in the provision of new capital to Welsh SMEs and address the funding gap? Turn to the future of the bank. Can you also outline how the Welsh Government's ongoing work with the industrial strategy has influenced the creation of the bank's latest plan, and what steps have you taken to date to ensure that the bank will be equipped with the commercial expertise necessary to ensure its proper future development? Finally, turning to the location of the bank, I've heard what you've said today. How many members of the bank's executive team do you expect to be based in full-time in the North Wales head office? What is your assessment of the number of full-time Finance Wales staff that will relocate to North Wales following the launch of the Development Bank? And are you confident that the bank's remit consists of a genuine commitment to relocating the administrative functions out of Cardiff and to bring finance close to other regions of Wales?
Can I thank the member for his questions and begin with that very last point, the importance of ensuring that the Development Bank of Wales is a bank for the whole of Wales. In terms of the headquarters, the number of staff that will be located at the headquarters will amount to 50 within the next 2 years. We anticipate starting with 20, which will include senior management figures, but a location strategy is being developed at the moment by Finance Wales. That will be available in August and will provide details of the exact roles that will be offered at the headquarters from the outset, and the proposals for increasing staff numbers. It's been very clear that Finance Wales expects, during the process of evolving into the Development Bank, not only to have existing staff in North Wales, but also to make sure that as it develops new funds and new opportunities, any additional staff resources are allocated to the new headquarters. But I'm keen to ensure, and I know that Finance Wales are with their business plan, and I'll come on to the business case rather in a second. I know that they are very keen to ensure that all of Wales is given easy access, physical access to Development Bank advice and support. And so a piece of work is taking place at the moment with Business Wales, looking at how they can ensure that they exploit mutual interests, and potentially how they could co-locate services, because it's our view that regardless of whether you're an individual trying to start a business, whether you're an existing business person trying to grow a business, you should only have one port of call for the advice and support that you need, and therefore it makes sense to be able to bring together Business Wales activities with the Development Bank, and likewise to ensure that Welsh Government economic development functions as well are well aligned with Business Wales and Development Bank. In terms of the business case, as promised, I have asked Finance Wales to share their business case in a briefing publication, which is going to be available this month, I am assured. So that will be available to members very soon. In terms of the hybrid model that the member raised, of course, the model was developed following 2 committee reports, the last in 2015 when the then Enterprise and Business Committee, very well chaired by your colleague Nick Ramsey, found that Finance Wales made a sound basis for developing into the Development Bank, and that expertise should not be lost, and therefore this model is one that is robust. In terms of the ratio of levering in private investment, we believe that it is achievable. The 1.15 to 1 ratio is achievable and will contribute to that £1 billion target over 5 years. And in terms of the additional resource that will be available, I've already announced today additional resource in the form of 2 funds, and also the Development Bank over the course of its first 5 years will be recycling much of the investments, and that in turn will ensure that through the management fees it will become a nil cost operation to the public purse. Russell George made a very important point about ensuring that there are adequate skills within the Development Bank from the outset. Now, I think we should all recognise that Finance Wales has undergone quite considerable change, and in terms of expanding its own skills base, it's already got a good track record, a very successful track record in attracting top quality personnel to join its forces. During the past 2 years, it's acquired and attracted a number of highly experienced individuals, including to the post of chairman, chief executive and non-executive directors. And I do believe that whilst we may be some distance from the centre of financial expertise, which is London, we will be able to tap into London financial houses, and I do believe that the Development Bank will be able to establish strong links that could be utilised to support Welsh micro, small and medium-sized businesses. I think another key development for Finance Wales has been the funds that it's operated for customers across the border. It's enabled Finance Wales to develop a strong reputation and to also acquire additional skills. So I have the confidence in Finance Wales in becoming the Development Bank of Wales to have the experience and the skills and also the prestige to attract the best people in the sector and also to grow those skills from within. Oh, and in terms of guarantees, I think it's an important point to make that, and this is a very significant point that the member raises, our options for the future of the Development Bank of Wales will remain open, and the purpose of the Intelligence Unit is to assess current and emerging trends to look at every and any barrier that exists that's preventing micro, small and medium-sized enterprises from growing, and to devise ways of overcoming those barriers. And so over the coming years, the Development Bank's future could well evolve accordingly.
Adam Price.
Yeah, I was wondering if the Cabinet Secretary could just help us in explaining the arc of policy development, because we had a couple of access to finance reviews. They were both over a period of 6 months. Many of their key recommendations, you haven't followed. In fact, you've done the opposite. I mean, you, for example, have allowed Finance Wales currently to operate investment funds in England. That was in direct contravention of the recommendation of the review team. And they specifically said that they didn't feel Finance Wales was the right structure to take the Development Bank forward as well. A particular area, venture capital, they touched on a lot. Now that's, by its nature, it's very high risk. Some would say it's almost, in most cases, driven by greed. It doesn't actually sit alongside a culture such as you would expect in a publicly owned development bank, which is necessarily rule-bound and somewhat more risk-averse. I mean, as someone who has worked in the city described it to me today as having a motorcycle repair shop in a maternity ward. And the suggestion of the Access to Finance Review was that actually that element, where we have a significant problem in Wales in accessing venture capital, that element was effectively outsourced. So working with existing and new venture capital funds. It'd be interesting to see the Cabinet Secretary whether we are going down that route. And he touched, I think, Russell George asked about borrowing. In your statement, you referred to learning from international examples. I mean, BDC in Canada, Finvera in Finland. Those development banks do have the ability to borrow on their own accounts. So could you say a little bit more about whether the Development Bank will have that ability? I was interested in what he said just at the end of his remarks there in terms of being open to future structures, because there are some interesting suggestions that if it's a self-financing institution that we're talking about, why not actually create effectively an independent public purpose institution, which either through I hesitate to suggest a guarantee Cabinet Secretary at this stage, but or as Jerry Hotham has suggested, possibly endowing the institution, which is then able to have the freedom to go on and work with possibly a greater sense of agility than would be the case currently. And finally, just on the headquarters, I'm a little bit worried, Cabinet Secretary. I loved the front page of the Leader, and it's great today, and it's great to see new national institutions being created across the length and breadth of Wales. But it has to be real. I think didn't RBS pull this trick when they said their headquarters was in Edinburgh, but actually most of the key decision makers were in London. Can he say more about the number of senior directors that will be based in the headquarters, if it's not to be just a headquarters in name?
Can I thank the member for his question? And again, I agree entirely. It can't just be a brass plaque on a building in Wrexham. It must have a fully functioning operation there with senior managers. This point has been made repeatedly to Finance Wales, and it will be reflected in August when the location strategy is published. I've been assured that there will be senior management there and that board meetings will also be held at the headquarters. I think it's absolutely essential that, that all parts of Wales are given good, smooth, easy access to the support and facilities. The Development Bank and the headquarters will be a key component of that. But in addition, as I've already said, I think it's important that we look at other ways of enabling customers to access the Development Bank's support, and that could be through co-location with Welsh Government or Business Wales support units. In terms of venture capital funds, it's a really interesting area of work, but I can say to the member, and it was an interesting quote from his colleague in the City. When we sought competitive bids from fund management services, there were actually instances where there were no other bidders except for Finance Wales. Now, the Development Bank of Wales business case states that investment management and support services for Welsh Government would be agreed on a case-by-case basis, depending on individual project requirements. So this piece of work is ongoing. We will be able to review it. And in terms of the question of borrowing, there are many queries that we have examined, many considerations that we've looked into, considered whether loan guarantees that are being offered through the Scottish Growth Fund and export guarantees could be opened up, crucial for post-Brexit Wales. We've looked at whether there's an ability for the Development Bank to develop fractional reserve banking to become a deposit-taking institution. But as I've said, the options for the bank are open and will be based on regular evaluations, annual remit letters, and crucially the work of the intelligence unit, which, as I said earlier, will examine exactly what those barriers are that micro, small and medium-sized enterprises face and how we can address them.
David Rowlands.
Acting Presiding Officer. First of all, can I congratulate the Cabinet Secretary and the Welsh Government on their success in attracting both CAF and the World Technology Cluster to Newport. It is not only good news for Newport, but also for the whole of South Wales East. Unfortunately, of course, there has to be a but somewhere along the way, and in this instance, it is this. As laudable as it is to attract new industry into Wales, it is also equally important that all businesses already established in Wales have access to funding as and when and where necessary. Would the Cabinet Secretary inform the Chamber as to how he believes the Development Bank of Wales will better provide this service than the outgoing Finance Wales? And as the Cabinet Secretary knows, I have several times raised concerns with regard to access to funding, particularly with regard to SMEs in the R&D sector. Can he promise us that the application processes for such funding will be simple and transparent, especially given the Welsh Government's oft-stated emphasis on creating a robust, innovative sector in Wales?
Can I thank the member for his questions and also for congratulating us on the work undertaken to secure significant investment from CAF in my friend and colleague John Griffith's constituency. It's going to be an important addition to our manufacturing base in Wales. For the first time, we'll be building trains. It's a very exciting project, and it's also one that has enormous expansion potential. Also, the development of a world first, the compound semiconductor cluster, is something again that South East Wales can be rightly proud of, and it's based on the economy of the future, an element of the economy that will be at the forefront of the fourth industrial revolution. And again, an exciting, proud achievement. In terms of support for start-up companies, it's going to be essential that Business Wales and the Development Bank work closely together in ensuring that the appropriate and accurate advice and support is available at every stage of the journey for a business person starting up or for a business person who's already operating micro, small and medium-sized enterprise. For that reason, there'll have to be alignment, and I've asked senior officials from both Business Wales and from Finance Wales to conduct a rapid piece of work on looking at how best we can align the work and the functions of both. But in addition, as I've outlined, and I will follow up today's oral statement with a letter to members detailing each of the funds, additional resource has been made available to micro businesses. It's tripled in value in recent years. It will continue to provide opportunities that prior to Finance Wales operating the micro-business support functions were difficult to obtain from commercial banks. And I do also believe that the development bank with a digital strategy will ensure that the gateway services that it operates vis-à-vis Business Wales will be clear, transparent and simple in their function. Business Wales already have a very strong, well-established platform that the Development Bank of Wales will be able to utilise.
Hannah Blythen.
Thank you. Cabinet Secretary, it's great. It's good to see progress being made on the establishment of the Development Bank for Wales, and it comes no surprise to colleagues here that I wholeheartedly welcome the location of the bank in North Wales. As my colleague over there said, it has featured the fanfare on the front page of the Wrexham Leader today, but it's also featured prominently in the Flintshire Leader, I think showing the significance of it to cross-county and to the region as a whole. And whilst I obviously recognise that the need for this bank, and as it should support businesses, the length and breadth of the country, I just want to focus briefly on what you say in your status statement about the bank aims to grow 50 jobs. And on that also I recognise that these jobs, the people being recruited into those roles need to have the right skills for the bank to be successful. But I'd be keen to see how that could actually offer opportunities for people in the region itself, as, I'm keen to see that the jobs brought by devolution, and particularly the institutions of devolution as we progress, actually offer opportunity that across Wales, and also, could something of the skills aren't there in the region already, is there any opportunity in the future to look at how apprenticeships could be offered as well? One final point is, in your evidence to a recent EIS committee session, I think you touched on the potential opportunities for co-location for Business Wales with Finance Wales in the Development Bank. And I was wondering if you were able to expand on this and actually how perhaps a bit more, not just co-location but co-working would only perhaps help people access the support out there in terms of financial support, but actually increase awareness of the opportunity for advice and guidance that's there, because it's kind of brought home to me, particularly in a recent visit with yourself to Havard Brewery in my constituency. People on the ground aren't really aware of what support is out there for them, and I think perhaps better co-working might help us reach that aim and making sure more people are able to benefit effectively from these services.
I think the member is absolutely right that a lot of small businesses are either unaware of the support that is available and has been available for some years, or alternatively see so many offerings of support that it's difficult to see the woods for the trees. The aim with bringing Business Wales and the Development Bank closer together is to ensure that there is clarity of direction for any business person to go in order to access funding and support of any kind, and that both would be able to signpost to each other and indeed to other services in the public, private or third sector accordingly. My view is that we should, whenever and wherever possible, decentralise and deconcentrate investment, and for that reason I wish to see the Development Bank have a strong presence not just in North Wales but right across Wales. Indeed, rural communities often have a high concentration of micro-businesses that struggle to access finance from high street banks, and so if anything the Development Bank of Wales will be more relevant to rural communities than some of our urban communities. And for that reason, I think it's absolutely essential that they are accessible, that the Development Bank is accessible to business people in our more rural areas. And in terms of the skills base that already exists in North Wales, I'm confident that based on a strong and growing financial and professional services sector in the Wrexham area and indeed in other parts of North Wales, there is also a very strong digital sector that is flourishing. I was recently in Janet Finch-Saunders' constituency visiting a small business unit concentrating on fintech, and it was based out of a church. Fascinating place, a number of small businesses growing fast, all needing access to this sort of support. And so in places like Aberconwy, I'm in no doubt that the Development Bank will prove very popular. But the skills base is already there. What I'm keen to ensure is that as those additional jobs are developed for the headquarters, that the right people are available. Many people who live in Wales at the moment travel across the border to access work in the financial services sector. The presence of the Development Bank headquarters in Wales may offer them an opportunity to stay in Wales, but equally it will be important for further and higher education to work with the Regional Skills Partnership officers in identifying all opportunities within the Development Bank across the region. In terms of the regional approach, I'm particularly pleased that the Development Bank and the existing functions of Business Wales will enable each region to develop quite a distinctive approach in terms of how the services respond to customers.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. We now turn to item 8, debate on the general principles of the abolition of the right to buy and associated rights, Wales Bill. And I call on the Cabinet Secretary for Communities and Children to move the motion. Cal Sargent.
Thank you, Llywyd. I move the motion today. I'm pleased to open this debate on the general principles of the abolition of the right to buy and associated rights, Wales Bill. I introduced the bill in last March, and it aims to protect the supply of social housing from further erosion in the face of a high level of demand and shortage of supply. As well as abolishing the right to buy and right to acquire, the bill will encourage social landlords to invest in new social housing, safe in the knowledge that it won't be at risk of having to be sold after a few years. Llywyd, the bill has solid evidence base. Between 1981 and 2016, over 139,000 local authority and housing associations homes were sold under these schemes. Many properties have ended up in the private rented sector, creating higher costs for tenants, and where housing benefit is claimed, that cost can add more to the public purse. While the right to buy has been suspended in some parts of Wales, significant housing pressures still continue across the country, and the bill abolishes the rights across Wales, meaning that social housing will be protected throughout the country. The bill was developed following consultation on the White Paper of 2015, which showed clear support for the aims of this bill. The bill will abolish the right to buy, preserved right to buy and right to acquire for social housing tenants at least 1 year after royal assent. But to encourage investment in new homes, the right will end for homes that are new to the social housing stock and therefore have no existing tenants 2 months after royal assent. The bill includes provisions to ensure that tenants are fully informed in this of a timely manner of the effects of the bill, and the bill has been considered by members of the Communities, Equality and Local Government Committee, the Constitutional and Legislative Affairs Committee and the Finance Committee, and I'm grateful for those three chairs, John Griffiths, Hugh Davis and Simon Thomas, and all the members for the thoughtful scrutiny. I would also like to place on record my thanks to stakeholders for the evidence which has contributed to the robust report provided to me. Inevitably, some stakeholders do not agree with every aspect, but I believe all recognise the need to safeguard our social housing stock for future generations. I'm carefully considering the committee's recommendations with a view to responding positively to as many of those as possible, either through government amendments or by other means such as guidance. I share the desire expressed by the ELGC committee to ensure the provision of clear and appropriate information to tenants about abolition. If the general principles of the bill are agreed today, I intend to launch a consultation on the information document to tenants tomorrow. A series of tenants' engagement events will form a key element of the consultation. They will be hosted by the Tenants Participation Advisory Service Cymru to gauge the views of tenants on the information, and they will feed the results back to us. I'm grateful for TPAS for their assistance in this matter. I also intend to consult the Financial Inclusion Steering Group and the National Advice Network about the financial aspects of the right to buy and the information provided to tenants also. In addition to providing a copy of the information document to social landlords, the ELGC committee recommends an amendment to require that Welsh ministers to provide other relevant organisations with a copy of the document when it's issued to social landlords. We do intend to send the document to a wide range of stakeholders, but I consider the recommendation would improve the bill, and I propose to bring forward an amendment at stage 2 following the recommendations of committee. The committee also recommended an amendment to specify the information that qualifying landlords must provide to all their relevant tenants, such as the dates on which the restrictions on the new homes and the full abolition will take place. I also accept the committee's recommendations, and I recognise concern that tenants may be less well informed than others, and I intend to bring forward that amendment at stage 2 to specify the minimum information about the effects of the bill in which all social landlords must provide to tenants. Finally, Llywydd, the committee recommends an amendment to ensure the qualifying landlords communicate the required information to tenants in the most appropriate and accessible ways to meet their varying needs. I appreciate the committee's concern about the information for tenants' documents should be made available to tenants in whatever ways necessary to meet the needs, and I wholeheartedly agree with the principle behind this recommendation. However, I do not consider it necessary to make provision in the bill, as landlords are already very effective in engaging with their tenants. In line with the principle behind the recommendation, therefore, as part of the consultation on the information to be sent to tenants, I will also consult on the best practice for tenants' engagements and will also provide advice to social landlords on disseminating that information. The committee's other recommendations do not require amendments to the bill. However, they recommend that I should work with the relevant advice services to monitor and review the impact of the bill on the demand for services with a view to providing additional financial support ahead of abolition, if the need arises. We will work with advice services and monitor the impact of the bill, and I do not anticipate the need for extra resources, but I'm happy to keep this under review. I also welcome the report from the CLAC Committee. The committee have asked that I explain the reasoning behind the bill amending existing UK legislation as opposed to the consolidation-free standing bill. Llywydd, if I may take a moment to explain that the bill abolishes the right to buy, which was established in the England and Wales by legislation dating back to 1985. In order to do this, it has to amend existing England and Wales legislation so far as it applies to Wales. And to combine these necessary amendments with freestanding independent provision in the bill would require very extensive restatement of the law relating to the right to buy for a temporary period only. In the bill, whose whole purpose is to abolish the rights rather than to make provision about that, and that's why we've moved in that direction. The Welsh Government remains committed to promoting the accessibility and coherence of bilingual Welsh law. In many cases, this will result in consolidation of existing legislation. A general housing law consolidation project would not, however, be an appropriate addition to the bill, which is making a substantive provision about the narrow and discrete area of just housing law on this particular issue. Consolidation of housing law would go well beyond this and needs to be considered in its own merits. Other recommendations concern the provision of information by the Welsh Ministers to landlords, and the committee recommends amendments are made to the duty on the Welsh Ministers to take all reasonable steps to provide landlords in Wales with the information. While I note the recommendation from the CLAC Committee, these provisions were also considered by ELGC Committee, who were content with the current arrangements in the bill. So I do not propose to bring forward an amendment on this matter on the basis of the recommendations of the ELGC Policy Committee. The other two recommendations from the CLAC Committee for amendments relate to quite technical aspects concerning the detailed drafting of the bill, and I'll be seeking further advice on the technical matters ahead of stage 2, and I will give the committees and the Senedd the opportunity to scrutinise on that. Now, finally, I'm grateful for the scrutiny and support of the Finance Committee. I'm pleased that they are content with the modelling in the RIA and their view that the burden of the bill could place on the sector would not be too onerous. I formally move.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary, and thank you for the promotion as well. Galwaf nawr ar gadeirydd.
I now call on the Chair of the Equality, Local Government and Communities Committee, John Griffiths.
Cadeirydd, and I'm very pleased to be able to contribute to today's debate as Chair of the Equality, Local Government and Communities Committee. And I'd like to thank all those who provided evidence to us to help inform our work, in particular tenants across Wales who took time out to attend our focus group events. I would like to thank the committee for their work on the bill and to acknowledge their willingness to work together even when we had quite differing views on important matters relating to the substance of the bill. Cadeirydd, our consideration of the bill focused on testing whether the general principles will deliver the policy aims to protect the supply of social housing from further erosion in the face of a high level of demand and a supply shortage. In our scrutiny, we have considered each of the provisions in detail. In doing this, we have touched on broader issues including housing supply and the impact of the Housing Wales Measure 2011. This measure was a stepping stone to this legislation and enabled local authorities to apply to suspend the right to buy and the right to acquire in areas of high housing pressure. Of course, the right to buy is one of the most well-known public policies, and since its introduction in the early 1980s, around 136,000 local authority homes in Wales have been sold under the scheme. It has been both well used and controversial. In Wales, the policy focus in recent years has been to protect the social housing stock. Firstly, by reducing the level of discount available and by offering local authorities the opportunity to apply to suspend the schemes in areas of significant housing pressure. This bill, then, is the culmination of this approach. We received strong evidence that indicated that all available policy levers should be used to address the significant housing pressures faced in communities across Wales. We know that there is a high demand for social housing and that most social housing providers could fill each of their properties many times over. We acknowledge that removing the right to buy and the right to acquire is not the only tool at the Welsh Government's disposal, nor is it the main one in terms of increasing housing supply. However, it will make sure that existing and new social housing is maintained in the sector and can be used for its intended purpose, providing affordable homes for those in greatest need. We understand that tenants will lose a right that they have been able to exercise for over 30 years, but we agree with the Welsh Government that without abolishing the rights, there is a risk that these schemes will continue to undermine efforts by the social housing sector to increase the supply of affordable housing. Although the right to buy and right to acquire will be abolished, there are now other initiatives to help people into home ownership, including Help to Buy. While some members of the committee had specific concerns about tenants in suspended areas not having a further opportunity to buy their home, the committee came to the majority view to recommend that the Assembly agrees the general principles of the bill. While supporting those general principles, we have, however, made recommendations which we believe will improve the bill, and I turn to these areas now. All of our recommendations look to strengthen those provisions in Section 8. These place a duty on Welsh ministers to publish information to help tenants understand the effect of the bill before abolition is introduced. It is intended that this information will help tenants to make informed decisions about their options. Cadeirydd, this, of course, is a significant policy change which overturns that well-known and long-lasting policy of over 30 years. It is therefore vital that the Welsh Government takes the lead in making sure those who may be affected by the change may understand the impact it could have on them and make decisions about whether they wish to exercise their right to buy or acquire before it is lost permanently. In recommendation 2, then, we call for the bill to be amended to require Welsh ministers to provide the information document to relevant organisations, such as advice services and groups representing tenants. We also believe it is important that tenants across Wales receive consistent information. And to this end, in Recommendation 3, we call for the Welsh Government to amend the bill to specify the information that qualifying landlords must provide to tenants. Such information should include the dates on which restrictions and full abolition will come into force. It is essential that tenants across Wales receive consistent information to ensure that where they live doesn't affect the amount and quality of information they receive. There should not be a postcode lottery. Closely linked to this, we also recommend that the Welsh Government makes provision in the bill to ensure that landlords communicate the changes in the most accessible and appropriate way. We had clear evidence to show that this is something that social landlords are good at, but by amending the bill as we suggest, we believe this will ensure consistency across the sector. It will also minimise the risk of any specific groups of tenants not having the information to make informed decisions. Cadeirydd, I'm grateful for the Cabinet Secretary addressing these issues around information in the Chamber today. I have heard, and members generally will have heard, what the Cabinet Secretary had to say. It goes some way, I believe, to addressing the concerns of the committee, but obviously the recommendations we make are as I have outlined them. Clearly, Cadeirydd, in terms of the advice that will be made available, the importance of tenants having access to clear and impartial advice as to whether to exercise their right to buy or acquire is vital. We were not persuaded of the need for additional advice services, but we do feel it is important that the Cabinet Secretary monitors the impact of the bill on the demand for existing advice services and considers providing additional support if necessary. Again, I'm pleased that the Cabinet Secretary addressed those issues in his opening speech today, Cadeirydd, and we will all, I think, reflect on how that's taken forward in due course. Cadeirydd, we welcomed the opportunity to review the draft information for tenants, which was provided by the Cabinet Secretary during our scrutiny, which was very useful. By doing this, we were able to share it with stakeholders and get their views on it, and our final recommendation suggests this should be taken further by the Welsh Government and the information document tested with tenants to ensure it is fully fit for purpose. Cadeirydd, I can see that my time has elapsed. So in conclusion, Cadeirydd, we recognise the importance of this recommendation. We were very pleased to contribute to the legislative proposal, and we hope that our work will improve the eventual act. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you very much. I call on the Chair of the Finance Committee, Simon Thomas. Thank you, Chair, and it's a pleasure to speak on behalf very briefly of the Finance Committee just to outline the financial implications of the abolition of the right to buy and associated rights Wales Bill. The Finance Committee wishes to bring the Assembly's attention to the wide variation in the figures in the regulatory impact assessment in estimating the potential costs and benefits that could arise from implementing the Bill's provisions. The figures provided range from a potential benefit of £57.4 million to a potential cost of £75.3 million. Now, this would usually be a cause of concern, but the Cabinet Secretary explained that uncertainties in predicting the number of property sales was the reason for this variation. He provided us with the details of the modelling used by the Welsh Government to measure the financial impact on social landlords, and the committee was reassured by this work. Some stakeholders have voiced concern that a surge in applications by eligible tenants to exercise their right to buy could result in an increased workload during the one-year period following royal assent. We believe this concern must be weighed against the Cabinet Secretary's assertion that there is much support for the bill within the housing sector. support that was echoed by John Griffiths, the committee chair who's just spoken. Finally, I would like to reiterate an issue which this Finance Committee and our predecessor committee have raised on a number of occasions relating to the cost of implementing secondary legislation provision. In the case of this bill, the Cabinet Secretary has assured us that the foreseeable costs are accounted for in full. Very brief. I now call on the Chair of the Constitutional and Legislative Affairs Committee, Hugh Rankin-Davies.
Cadeirydd, we reported on this bill on the 7th of July and we made 5 recommendations to the Cabinet Secretary. And in general, we were satisfied with the balance struck between what is on the face of the bill and what is left to subordinate legislation, and also that human rights are engaged as set out in the explanatory memorandum and the Cabinet Secretary's evidence to us. However, we did suggest that we would have liked to have received a more thorough explanation as to why the Cabinet Secretary chose to introduce a bill that amends existing UK legislation rather than one that is consolidated and freestanding. So I'm actually very grateful today, and the committee is very grateful for him setting out his views and further clarification on the record here today in the Chamber. That was very helpful indeed. And also for his comments on bilingual Welsh law, as well as the future of consolidated legislation. We made 2 recommendations in relation to Section 8 of the bill. Firstly, it has been a long-standing view of the committee that for law to be effective, citizens must know what is expected of them. So we therefore welcome the requirement set out on the face of the bill to prepare and publish an information document aimed at assisting tenants in understanding the effects of this bill. However, we note that the bill requires the Welsh ministers to take, in quotes, all reasonable steps, end of quote, to provide every qualifying landlord with a copy of this document. And we did not consider that that went far enough. So we therefore recommended that the Cabinet Secretary should table an amendment at stage 2 to place an absolute duty on the Welsh ministers to provide all qualifying landlords in Wales with the information document. Now, we recognise the challenges in accessing landlords based outside of Wales, and recommendation 3 of our report reflects that position. And in the Cabinet Secretary's remarks today, he noted in those remarks that the ELCGC committee considered this matter too and were content on the shape of the bill proposals as they stand. So we would simply ask the Minister whether, therefore, he will look again at this as stage 2 approaches to see if it is unduly onerous, unduly complicated, and if not, perhaps he would give further consideration to our recommendation there. We made 2 recommendations also related to Section 9 of the bill about regulation-making powers, and the first of these seeks to reduce the breadth of power, and the second is aimed at improving clarity. Now, I note and I welcome the Cabinet Secretary's comments in regard of those 2 recommendations today, that he will be seeking further evidence ahead of stage 2 of the bill, and I'm sure members of the committee and members of the House here will duly return to these matters at that stage. And I thank my committee members and our team for their scrutiny of this bill.
Diolch yn fawr. David Melding.
Chair, we need to build more homes, many more homes. This is the only way to meet the housing crisis. Demand for housing has outstripped supply in Wales, as across the UK, for many years. The extra requirements for housing is mainly due to the increase in the number of households, especially one-person households, but also other factors such as the increase in the overall population. The sustained attack on the right to buy is a marginal diversion from the main issue, a lack of house building. The abolition will remove a vital opportunity for social housing tenants to become home owners. It has been a massively popular policy, perhaps the most acclaimed of the 20th century. Instead of addressing housing needs through appropriate house building rates, the Welsh Government has set a target of 20,000 additional affordable homes in the current Assembly. Welcome but insufficient. Since 2004, successive Welsh governments, always involving Labour, and one involving Plaid, have been warned of the impending housing crisis unless house building was dramatically increased. Professor Holman's report, which was commissioned by the Welsh Government, I give it credit for that, and is entitled Future Need and Demand for Housing in Wales, estimated that Wales needs up to 240,000 new housing units, or 12,000 annually, between 2011 and 2031, under what is called the alternative projection. This means that even if the Welsh Government succeeds in meeting its own targets, in 2031, Wales will have a shortfall of some 66,000 homes, or a town the size of Merthyr. But the worst aspect is that the Welsh Government is not even meeting their inadequate targets. The new housing completion rate consistently falls short of the target set by the Welsh Government, with just 6,900 homes completed in 2015-16, as opposed to the target of 8,700. The last time the Welsh Government achieved its own housing target was in 2007-8. If the Welsh Government really wants to tackle this housing crisis, they need to stop wasting time on peripheral factors such as abolishing the right to buy, and need to adopt the alternative projection that was put forward by Professor Holmans. In 2015, the Federation of Master Builders argued that Wales needs 14,000 more homes a year to keep up with demand. Whatever projection you take, it is quite clear that the Welsh Government is falling very, very far behind anything like an adequate rate of house building. Now, as the Minister said, between 1981 and 2016, 139,000 homes have been sold under the right to buy. And you have to say, I mean, it's met its intended purpose. 139,000 families have been supported into home ownership, and that's something that the Welsh Conservative Party warmly welcomes. It's, however, the case that in recent years, the sale of social housing stock has been at very low levels, therefore having a marginal impact on overall housing availability. The impact is only felt at all because the Welsh Government is not building enough homes. That's the root problem. And indeed, the Welsh Government's own research, whilst developing this legislation, found that, and I now quote, "The right to buy has had very little or no impact on local authorities' ability to invest in new social housing over the last 10 years. Other factors, such as the economy and availability of land and funding, appear to carry greater influence." End quote. I only wish you listened to your expert advisers in this respect and tackle these problems, because that is obviously what we need to do. Now, I have to say, even the most successful policies should be reviewed from time to time, and if the Welsh Government were to propose a reform of the right to buy, then we would engage constructively with that, because there are some arguments that can be made for that sort of policy. But briefly, yeah.
Do you accept that there will always be a need for social housing stock, and are you ideologically opposed to social housing?
We're not going to accept that there should always be a social housing stock. I think for very many people, by far the best option for them is social housing. And we should meet that demand and build more social homes. That's what we need to do. And I just wish that the government had brought forward policies on that basis to meet the undoubted crisis that we are in general on house building. I now have to conclude as time is running short. Regrettably, Chair, the Welsh Conservative Party is my minority in this subject. I'm enough of a realist to acknowledge that. So, assuming that this motion will pass, not without help, we will then, as a party, move to the next stage and seek to constructively amend the bill. Our main priority will be to strike the correct balance between the rights of tenants to a reasonable transition period, all tenants, and, if it's the will of the Assembly, an end to the right to buy. That will be our main focus. Chair, can I just say finally that I take this opportunity to thank the Chair of the Equality, Local Government and Communities Committee, John Griffiths. I did say that I was the minority voice, but I do thank you, John, for the exemplary way you chaired the committee and ensured that I had every opportunity to advance the concerns I had in the preparation of the report. Thank you.
Sian Gwenllian.
Thank you, Llywydd. Plaid Cymru will support proceeding with this legislation today. It's about time that it happened. It puts right a historic error which has contributed to an inadequate supply of social housing in Wales. Every week, I, like very many of you, have people coming to surgeries with housing problems, people living in inappropriate social housing, or they live with relatives, are about to become homeless, or they can't find social housing. They don't have enough points to move up the waiting list, and this is something that happens on a weekly basis. The committee report does reflect general agreement to the principles, apart from the clear dissent of the Conservative member. My colleague Jocelyn Davies did a great deal of work in this area as Minister for Housing, and I praise her for establishing the processes that have enabled local authorities to suspend the right to buy, and in a way this legislation simply confirms that good practice. Just a few things on the right to buy. It didn't make much financial sense because it was a subsidy for those who had some money behind them and happened to be in the right place at the right time. It didn't benefit people in blocks of flats in areas that weren't attractive and they couldn't get mortgages. It did mean a reduction in the housing stock, the social housing stock, increasing the problems of overcrowding and homelessness as a result, and in some cases it did create profits for buy-to-let landlords, creating poorer housing conditions more often than not. So it is about time that we made progress in this area. And we do need the investment too. I agree with what David Melding has said. We do need that investment also, which will bring forward a new wave of social housing. This legislation alone won't solve the problem of a shortage of supply of social housing. But unlike the Conservatives, we do believe that it is part of the jigsaw. It's not a peripheral issue, it is part of the solution, and one that should lead to an increase in investment and more social housing being available. Having passed this bill, there will be some people in social housing who would still want to purchase their own homes, and I have some sympathy with that, of course. So along with this legislation, we need to develop shared equity options and rent-to-buy schemes, schemes that housing associations have made use of in the past. And we should also seek alternative ways of helping people to move towards owning their own homes, if that is their desire. Finally, there is a risk, as the deadline approaches, a risk that we will see some organisations offering funds to people to buy their homes with a view to making a quick profit, and some people have described this as something that needs to be avoided specifically. It was discussed in committee and we did receive some evidence to that end, and I do think that this deserves further consideration and further research, and we should consider providing independent financial advice for those who need it. I'm also concerned that there could be a sudden increase in the number of people wanting to purchase their homes before this bill is enacted, reducing the stock further, this spike that some have mentioned. And I would like to see the government giving greater consideration to that aspect too. Thank you.
Gareth Bennett.
Diolch, Llywydd. The Welsh Government's abolition of the right to buy bill seeks to address the issue of the social housing stock, and this certainly is a serious issue. But of course, we have to find the most effective means of addressing the problem. There are various aspects to the housing crisis. Now, abolishing the right to buy is one way of looking at the problem, but it is only a small part of the overall picture. There are only insignificant numbers of right to buy sales being transacted now in comparison to 20 or 30 years ago. We in UKIP accept that the right to buy has been problematic in some ways. It was wrong that the proceeds of council house sales were not allowed to flow back into the pot of money, allowing new council houses to be built. We would advocate a policy whereby all future revenue from right-to-buy sales is ploughed back into social housing. We do accept the evidence that this would in itself in no ways facilitate a like-for-like replacement of one social housing property sold for another one built. This is not economically feasible, as various witnesses asserted during the inquiry at the committee stage. But there are a variety of tools available to the Welsh Government to stimulate further house building in Wales. In UKIP, we advocate the construction of more factory-built modular homes, which could be much more affordable than conventionally built houses. And the Welsh Government's own Finance Minister, Mark Drakeford, recently alluded to the problem of land banking, whereby major property developers hold considerable land assets but do not build on them for many years. With the advent of the Welsh Government's new tax powers, ways could be devised, again as Mark Drakeford has suggested, in which to prod the developers into building. We think this could open up a new vista of opportunity. When the Minister brought his proposed legislation to the ELGC Committee, I was broadly sympathetic to the objectives, and I listened to the evidence. I have taken the Government's case back to the UKIP group to test out the propositions and to subject them to robust discussion and debate. Ultimately, the group took a decisive view that removing the right to buy was too strong an impediment to the aspiration of property ownership. Therefore, as a group, we are not supporting the general principle of the bill. And we would urge the Minister to look at the other levers he now has available to him to allow for much higher levels of house building in Wales than we've seen in recent years.
Jenny Rathbone.
Diolch. I acknowledge that the right to buy has been very important for many, many families, particularly those who have a child with a disability and who worry about what's going to happen to that person when they die. And enabling them to leave them their home does provide some security for that individual who may be vulnerable and unable to earn their own living. But so I'm not ideologically opposed to the right to buy, but I think that the combination of the right to buy and the failure to replace the housing stock has led to a perfect storm. And that is why we need to take this measure. Because there wouldn't have been a problem if the money that the receipts from the right to buy had been ploughed back by the Treasury into local authorities to enable them to replace the stock, obviously including the discount that was pretty substantial at the very beginning, and also had been accompanied by the building of private houses as well. But the opposite was the case. You know, the private house builders have been sitting on their hands and simply failing to build the quality, affordable new homes that people need. And this, in particular, for young people, has meant an absolute storm. They've not, because if you don't have a child, you're not eligible for social housing. They are pushed into the private rented sector, which is so overpriced that they are simply unable to save the money to get a deposit. People put up with this while they don't have children because, you know, particularly students, they put up with terrible housing conditions because they think, well, this is temporary and I'll be moving on next year. But once you start having children, it's absolutely desperate because it means that your children can never establish the security of being able to continue to go to the same school. They can be moved on year after year and they have absolutely no security of tenure. So I absolutely agree that we need to build a great deal more homes, but I know that the Cabinet Secretary is having huge difficulty achieving the challenging targets that have already been set. Now, if, David Melding, you had access to the magic money tree that Theresa May has, then maybe, you know, we could all be building more homes. And that is what we'd like to do, both private and social housing. I just want to finally say that if we hadn't been planning to do this measure, we would certainly have needed to do so after the Grenville fire, because I think the Grenville fire changes everything. I think that the behaviour of many local authorities in London who've been exporting the poor at a rate that is extraordinary, particularly those local authorities who've decided to demolish housing estates to make way for new private sector development, is completely unacceptable and will need to be put a stop to. And I confidently predict that all local authorities will have an obligation to plan and meet the social housing needs of their populations. But for now, we couldn't, I don't think, go on allowing stock to fall outside the social sector at almost the same rate at which we plan to build, and therefore it was completely correct to
even the Minister hopes to build, getting on for 3,500 to 4,000 social homes a year. There are barely 400 sold at the moment, so there is a big...
Okay, well, I accept that now with the reduction in the discount, that is less. But the fact is that social housing organisations are telling us they are very reluctant to build new social housing if they think it's then going to be used to exercise the right to buy, and that is what is holding them back. And we need to give them that certainty that that is not what is going to happen. If the situation changes and there's a huge amount more money coming into local authorities to build social housing, then we can completely revisit this. But at the moment, it isn't possible to do this, and we absolutely have to build more homes of all types, and therefore I think this measure is entirely appropriate.
Thank you, Clive. Well, the explanatory memorandum to this bill begins, the Welsh Government is committed to doing all it can to help people meet their housing needs. This bill recognises the importance of safe, secure and affordable homes as being part of the fabric of people's lives and of strong communities. A bit, sadly, of a tragic and sick joke. By the time Conservatives left government in 1997, right-to-buy sales in Wales were being replaced on an almost like-for-like basis. But during the first 3 Assembly terms, Welsh Government figures show that Labour Welsh Government cut the number of new social homes by over 70% as waiting lists mushroomed, and the 2012 UK Housing Review said it was the Welsh Government itself that gave housing lower priority in its overall budgets. At the time of the Second Assembly, the Homes for Wales campaign was warning that would be a housing crisis. It was dismissed by the Welsh Government. As the opening paragraph of the October 2014 Homes for All manifesto states, there is a housing crisis, a crisis caused by Labour's failure to build new affordable homes since 1999, not the right to buy. Welsh Labour's intention to abolish the right to buy in Wales would deny the prospect of home ownership to tenants and miss another opportunity to increase affordable housing supply and start tackling that housing supply crisis. The tenant's right to buy has been the most effective low-cost home ownership scheme ever, but it did not herald an end to social housing supply, but a switch to not-for-profit housing associations as main providers because they could access greater finance and build more homes focused on outcomes. There are, of course, restrictions on purchase. A tenant must have been a resident and paying rent for a minimum of 5 years, and the size of discount is determined by the length of tenancy. If tenants sell early, they have to repay discount. Of course, most don't. Independent research showed that 2/3 of tenants who purchased were still resident 2 decades or more afterwards. Other independent research has shown that tenants in local authority properties are on average going to be remaining in them for a further 15 years or more, showing that the impact on supply of abolishing right to buy would be absolutely negligible. The proposed scrapping of right to buy does nothing to create more homes or increase the number of households with their own front door. As the Welsh Affairs Committee found some years ago, the suspension of right to buy would not in itself result in an increase in the supply of affordable housing. By contrast, Welsh Conservatives did set out proposals to reform right to buy, investing the proceeds of sales in new social housing thereby increasing affordable housing supply and helping to tackle Labour's housing supply crisis, reflecting right-to-buy policy in England, where the UK government, after 2010, committed to reinvest for the first time ever the additional receipts from right-to-buy sales in new affordable rented housing. If a council fails to spend the receipts there within 3 years, they're required to return the unspent money to government with interest. Independent research presented to Assembly Committee some years ago showed us that for each 3 sales, the money released could generate 2 new homes for 2 new households. By comparison, abolition will by itself not build a single additional home, won't increase supply, and won't therefore improve affordability. Between 2010 and 2015, more than twice as much council housing was built in England than in all 13 years combined of the last Labour government at UK level, when English waiting lists nearly doubled as the number of social homes for rent there were cut by 421,000. The explanatory... Briefly.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the intervention. But do you agree with the House of Commons Research Library that the Conservative government has built the fewest number of houses in England and Wales since Baldwin?
Well, Wales has been Labour since 1999, nothing to do with England. In England, numbers have gone up since Labour left power. That's what the statistics say. You created the crisis, you live with it, you do something about it. The explanatory memorandum to this bill states that between 2011-12 and 2015-16, a total of 11,508 additional housing units were built. But this has been inflated by the inclusion of low-cost home ownership and intermediate rent homes. But Welsh Government figures also show that in the same time period, the total number of dwellings completed in Wales was 29,939, compared with 47,598 between 92-3 and 96-7, the last 5 years in which Welsh Conservative Government responsible for housing in Wales. Welsh Government figures also reveal that dwellings, only 4,347 dwellings were completed by registered social landlords and councils in Wales between 2011-12 and 2015-16, compared with 13,558 during the last 5 years when Conservative government was responsible for housing in Wales. This is why Wales has an affordable supply crisis, and why this cynical bill is simply, yes, an ideological smokescreen for Labour's great housing betrayal. You may smile, Minister. You should be shaking your head in shame, because you caused this and you sat there ignoring the warnings of crisis, and now you're pretending the crisis was of somebody else's creation. Well, you're good at blaming other people. Isn't it about time you started taking responsibility for the mess that you have made?
Neil McAvoy.
Diolch, Llywydd. I think I would like to congratulate so many Labour AMs for doing their bits with the housing crisis, given that so many of them are landlords and have an interest in more than one property, because I find that slightly hypocritical, to be frank. But listen.
Take an intervention before you go any further.
No. They're going to be AMs voting.
If you throw it, you need to take it back.
To deny, to take what back? I'm congratulating you all on doing a bit for the housing crisis by owning extra properties.
Will you just continue, Neil McAvoy?
Okay. I think really this is more of a PR stunt, more than anything else. And I'm yet to hear of a valid response to, if a house is sold, if the money's put back into the system and replaces the stock, what is wrong with that? I've not really heard an answer to that, because I think across the chamber here, nobody agrees with reducing the social housing stock in Wales. One thing we're all missing also is that there are thousands of long-term empty properties that should be renovated. We should be employing local builders to renovate those properties and house people quickly. In terms of solutions, I think most public bodies in Wales are short on capital, but there are huge pension funds in every local authority, which should be harnessed for capital investment, with a scheme to provide social housing for rents, and also, if people can afford it, to be bought. I think that's a very valid proposal and would finance a hell of a lot of house building, because if you look at the private sector and people are investing in pension funds, one area they will always invest in is housing. The asset accrues value, and also there's almost an immediate rate of return on the property. So I think, to come back to what I said earlier, what disturbs me about this is that, of course, I'm bound by the whip today, but what disturbs me about this is that there are people sat in this chamber, don't own one property. They've not got an interest in two. Some have an interest in three. And they're telling working class people on our estates that they cannot be allowed to own their own property. Hypocrisy. Hypocrisy.
Neil Hamilton.
Well, it's a pleasure to follow two combative speakers, in comparison with which I can be made to look moderate and consensual. It's a curiously retrogressive bill, this, because one of the policies that made Labour unelectable in the 1980s is determined opposition to the introduction of the right to buy. Of course, the numbers are very different now, so possibly it may not have quite the same toxic effect on the Labour Party as their attitude did then. But I also have a curious sense of déjà vu, because I had a part in persuading the Thatcher government to include housing associations in the Housing Bill of 1979, which gave to housing association tenants the same rights that were proposed for council tenants, and for the same reasons as David Melding has outlined, a very good thing it was too in increasing the diversity of ownership in estates. This is an ideological bill, because it's always seemed rather absurd to me in terms of social policy that a government should subsidise the bricks and mortar rather than those who need help with being able to afford a roof over their heads. And it's, of course, an extremely expensive way of catering for a social need, actually to build houses as opposed to provide people with the means of paying rent. And the figures are unambiguous that this bill is totally irrelevant to the solution to the housing crisis which we have in Wales. Just look at the figures. I mean, local authorities sold under the right to buy provisions last year only 141 houses. Registered social landlords sold 133 under the right to acquire legislation. They sold voluntarily 299. So the total number of houses in local authority ownership and RSL ownership which were sold under the right to buy legislation was only 274 in a housing stock of 1.4 million houses in the whole of Wales. So clearly this has no significance at all beyond an ideological one for the Labour Party, now reverting to type after 20 or 30 years. And if we look at the stock figures, this is quite dramatic. Local authorities currently own 87,000 properties for rent. RSLs own 137,000. There are privately rented houses in Wales, 202,000. Owner occupation, nearly 1 million. And what we're talking about here is 274 houses or flats that have been sold under the right to buy legislation in a year. I mean, yes.
Yes, between the 1st of April 1981 and the 31st of March 2016, 139,000 local authority housing association homes were sold off. That's 45%. None of them were replaced.
It's true. Over the time period involved, yes, 139,000. In the same period, the number of houses or flats that are rented privately has risen by 110,000. So the market changes, and there is a housing crisis, which for the reason which David Melding pointed out. We have a perfect storm in a sense, because we have very significant restrictions on building through the planning legislation on the one hand, and we know that with the immigration figures. There's tremendous pressure on demand, as well as for the reasons of splitting up households and single occupation. There is an increased demand for property, and we know that despite all the talk of austerity that we constantly hear in this chamber, the vast increase in the amount of money in circulation through quantitative easing has actually fed largely into asset prices, and there's been a ripple effect that has worked outwards from London and the South East. So if we want to solve the housing problem, as of course we all do, then we have to look elsewhere than this measure to achieve that result. But what I find so extraordinary about this is that this has been a great liberating policy over the years for hundreds of thousands of people who wanted to own their own houses. And the fact that they were in council ownership or social housing ownership didn't mean that they would be moving out to exercise their desire to own their own property and then making their properties available to others who needed them. Properties are locked up for generations often by people who live in local authority housing or social housing. That doesn't in any way mean that you are going to be able to satisfy the social objectives that we all agree about. I was in favour of property-owning democracy, and I still am, and I'm in favour, as Neil McEvoy pointed out, of aspirational working-class people being able to participate in it.
Rhiannon Passmore.
Thank you, Llywydd. I didn't realise I was going to be called. In March of this year, the Welsh Government announced it was introducing the abolition of the right to buy and associated rights Wales Bill. And in the months since, there's been an emerging near consensus in broad support for the general principles of the bill. Too many pundits have closed their ears to practical solutions that do not follow a market-based solution. But for a new generation of voters, this is simply common sense ideology. This will be taking back control of key utilities that have so badly let them down, or shaping a housing policy that works for people and not markets. And to ordinary people, they care little about the rationale behind Thatcher's revolution. They want to know simply, is it working for me and my family? So what is the reality of housing and social housing in Britain and Wales? There is a huge demand out there, a demand that can cause untold heartache, overcrowding, poor mental health and spoilt childhoods for thousands of families. The Welsh Government alone seem to recognise this and are building new council houses. It is worth noting that the right to buy was not Margaret Thatcher's idea, nor did it originate with her. What she did was to create, as I pointed out, a dogmatic version that removed any flexibility for policy on the ground, no room for councils to act on the basis of declining stock. Labour governments in the 1970s allowed councils to sell off stock, but on a very managed and sustainable basis. And the Tories, in my view, could not help themselves in creating the chaos that they always do, which has led to where we are today. And this includes former council homes in the hands of hugely wealthy foreign investors in parts of the UK, where key workers desperately need them. Disenfranchise those on the list, those watching. What form of dogmatic nonsense would it be to further build only to sell off? And as politicians, we have to be controlled by practicalities. And in his statement introducing this bill, Carl Sargent stated, our supply of social housing is under considerable pressure. Between the 1st of April, as I've stated, and the 31st of March in 2016, 139,000 local authority and housing association homes, 45% of that stock was sold under the right to buy, and these houses were not replaced. What sort of dogmatic government would see this and do nothing based on an outdated ideology of the housing market that has been so exposed as having failed? And it is not just, as has been said previously, just about that. We all saw the tragedy in Kensington, a borough that cannot provide its residents with adequate housing, but continues to allow whole blocks to be built as investment properties. These empty blocks symbolise where we have gone wrong with housing. The Tories talk today about the importance of family and home, but cynically refuse to answer any practical questions, and waxing lyrical about a supposed panacea of the 1980s while failing to talk about it now. So how can Welsh families trust a party that would build no council houses, sell off the few we have left, and more cynically use housing at a local level as a political football? Finally, I would want to talk of the importance I place in delivering on promises made. And in 2016, we saw a Welsh Labour government returned by the people of Wales. We stood on the abolition of the right to buy in our manifesto, and I believe we must now deliver.
Galwaf ar yr ysgrifennydd
I call on the Cabinet Secretary to reply to debate. Cal Sargent.
Llywydd, I welcome the opportunity for this debate of the bill and the comments made by most of the members today. Undoubtedly, there are points of detail that, as we progress through the scrutiny process, we need to consider further. There are also commitments I've made in areas that need development, and I thank the chairs of all of the committees for their constructive approach to the programme as we take that forward. I repeat the comment I've made many times already, Llywydd, that I want to approach these reforms on a collaborative and cross-party basis, but it appears very clear that some of the opposition parties are clearly not in that space. Indeed, Gareth Bennett, during committee stages, was very promising in terms of his approach to the bill and the supportive nature of that, but he said he formed an argument in the group that he took to the UKIP colleagues, and it's clear to me that Neil Hamilton told him he wouldn't be supporting this bill for no other reason than that. The fact is, they're statistically selective on all of the issues that he's raised today, including my great friend David Melding. I think his contribution was distorted in the figures he used today. He seems to believe that the 20,000 units that we are pursuing from government are the only homes that's going to be ever built in Wales. It's our 20,000 contribution, plus the private sector, that will deliver the housing need for our communities. I will give way.
I did say affordable homes. I didn't say the total number of homes. I said affordable.
And it's very clear that also that the member raised the issue of the performance of this Labour administration since 1999, and he was ably supported by Mark Isherwood's shout and contribution. Let me give him some facts about the right to buy, and indeed Joyce Watson's intervention was absolutely right. The Conservative government under Theresa May and David Cameron have failed to deliver the homes across the UK. In fact, it's the lowest amount of homes delivered by a Conservative administration since 1923. So we'll take no advice on you on building new homes in Wales. You need to get it right from the centre too. Giving £1 billion to the Northern Ireland administration is one opportunity that you could deliver for Wales here. So we can build more homes. Give us what we rightly deserve here in Wales too, rather than complaining from the edges. The other facts I think it would be worth mentioning in this chamber is that between the last 5-year period, up-to-date figures between 2012-13 and 16 and 17, under the one-for-one additions policy, this is the one Mark Isherwood tells us about, selling one, building one. I'll tell you what happened in England. 54,581 right-to-buy sales by local authorities in England were sold. What did they build? 12,472. That's not quite one-to-one in my mathematics, so don't give me the rhetoric of building. I'm not taking an intervention just yet, but I will if I get some more time in a little while. Finally, in terms of some more details that colleagues have brought forward, Siambr Wethlian, I'm very grateful for your commitment to support the bill. I've met with your lead member on housing. I'm very grateful for the support that she has been able to give from the group. And you're absolutely right. The issue of rent to own and the spike does worry me in terms of what that may allude to. But I think the positive outcomes of the long-term policy objectives of this outweigh the issue of the spike over the 12-month period. But I will work with you, your colleagues, to see if we can find a way through that. I think, again, Hugh Rankin raised the issue about regards to the absolute duty on ministers in terms of advice. I will give that some further consideration, but I did listen to the advice from ECLG, and they were very clear on what their views were, but I will reconsider that. Again, what is maybe useful to members on the basis that some members have used statistics which I just don't recognise here. The fact of the matter is £4.4 million extra cost to the UK government on housing benefits on ex-rent-to-buy properties that are now in the private rented sector. So how does that make economic sense to do that in the first place? I think, again, that the members should consider this as a suite of tools to provide social housing and housing further for the people of Wales. And the products that we're developing in our department, such as Rent to Own and other administrative processes through Rent Smart Wales and other factors in the Housing Bill, now the Housing Act, gives us the opportunity to use these suite of tools to create a better housing solution for all people in Wales. I wasn't going to respond to the master of conspiracy, Mr McAvoy, in terms of that he doesn't support the socialist principle of ending the right to buy. I am quite surprised, as his party has been very supportive in this approach. Indeed, I think it was part of your manifesto approach, and it's something I'm grateful for that support. I would ask him to reflect on his contribution and maybe be more positive in the support to this bill. Llywydd, I'm very grateful for the opportunity to bring Stage 1 to committee. It's always an interesting debate when Mr Melding has his clear views on this bill. I will look forward to, with vigour, the conversations we will continue, I'm sure, as we move forward. But my offer is for a more consensus around the opportunities that this bill presents in terms of making a better solution in housing for the people in Wales that are most in need. I formally move.
A question.
The proposal is to agree the motion. Does any member object? Object? I will defer voting under this item until voting time. The next item is a debate on the financial resolution in respect of the abolition of the right to buy and associated rights Wales Bill, and I call on the Cabinet Secretary for Communities and Children to move the motion. I have no speakers to this item, and therefore there's no need to reply to the debate. As the vote on the general principles of the abolition of the right to buy and associated rights bills had been deferred until voting time, I will defer voting on the financial resolution until voting time too. And that brings us to the debate on the first supplementary budget for 2017-18, and I call on the Cabinet Secretary for Finance to move the motion. Mark Drakeford. Thank you very much. I move the usual motion for the first supplementary budget before the National Assembly. This is the first opportunity to improve budgetary considerations for this financial year, which were published and approved by this Assembly in January. The first supplementary budget is often quite simple in terms of its remit, and this year is no different. It's mainly of an administrative nature. It regulates a small number of allocations from reserves, switches between resource and capital, and transfers between portfolios. It includes adjustments to the Wales Dell budget to reflect transfers and consequentials received in the UK Government's March budget 2017. And it also reflects changes in the annually managed expenditure forecast in line with our latest details provided to HM Treasury. However, it represents an important part of the budget and scrutiny system, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Finance Committee for considering this budget in detail and for the report that was published at the end of last week. I will respond formally to that report in due time.
The number of the changes set out in this first supplementary budget flow from agreements made with the UK Government and others. Agreement on governance arrangements for the Cardiff Capital City deal mean that £20 million has now been released for this purpose. £7.18 million from the Home Office in respect of our portion of the immigration health surcharge receipts has been allocated to the Health, Wellbeing and Sport MEG in this supplementary budget. £20 million from reserves has been released for investment in social care, while an additional £750,000 in revenue and £1.6 million in capital funding has been allocated for the provision of Wi-Fi on trains and stations. And I am, of course, aware of the one specific recommendation made by the Finance Committee in this regard. We must also reflect adjustments to the Welsh Dell made by the UK Government. and this supplementary budget updates the position set out in the final budget in January for both revenue and capital consequentials. This budget allows us to reflect amendments made in ministerial portfolio responsibilities. Following the transfer of responsibility for Careers Wales to the Minister for Skills and Science, £18.8 million in revenue funding and £6 million of AME funding has been transferred from the Education MEG to the Economy and Infrastructure MEG. No budget has been cut as a result of this supplementary budget, and any negative adjustments at MEG level are offset by corresponding positive adjustments in other MEGs. The net effect on the overall budget of these changes is zero. Over the coming months, I will carefully monitor our financial position and intend to table a second supplementary budget to the usual timetable. I continue to explore with colleagues the case for in-year allocation from reserves, while retaining a level of resource sufficient to match the uncertain financial times in which we operate. This will allow us to respond where necessary to possible further pressures on the budget and to carry forward funding through the new Wales Reserve arrangements to guard against further cuts to our budget in 2019-20 and beyond. Any further allocations from reserves in this year will be reflected in the second supplementary budget. Llywydd, I'd like to thank the Finance Committee once again for their scrutiny of this supplementary budget, and I ask members to support it.
I call on the Chair of the Finance Committee, Simon Thomas. Thank you, Llywydd. And generally, the Finance Committee was content with the proposals and noted that the allocations in this supplementary budget were relatively small. However, the committee welcomed the opportunity to discuss the changes with the Cabinet Secretary, particularly his commitment to continue to use the supplementary budget process. In terms of the social care, health, well-being and sport portfolio, the committee considered the two revenue allocations which had been made from reserves, namely £20 million for social care funding and £7.2 million for the immigration health surcharge. As we've just heard, in relation to the £20 million, we note that transfers out of the social spending programme area to elsewhere in the MEG means that the overall increase is actually 18.7. because of changes to other parts of the MEG. However, having said that, we were pleased to see that the funding being allocated to social services and being distributed to local authorities according with their needs, and I think my colleague Mike Hedges will have a little more to say about that. In terms of borrowing, the committee is interested in decisions which have been taken to reclassify, such as debt guarantees and housing association debt, and how this may impact on prioritisation of capital spending and borrowing plans going forward. We will consider this as part of the draft budget scrutiny in the autumn. We also had an opportunity to briefly consider the implications of the budget arising from the decision not to proceed to support the Circuit of Wales. The Cabinet Secretary assured us that no other projects face the same restrictions regarding off and on-book accounting. So there's certainly more scrutiny to be done on the implications of this decision as the Assembly examines the draft budget, but it is an example of how beneficial it is to have a supplementary budget and to scrutinise the budget process with the Cabinet Secretary. The Economy and Infrastructure MEG shows an additional allocation for Wi-Fi provision on trains and in stations. We urge the Welsh Government, and this is the only recommendation of the committee, that we urge the Welsh Government to ensure that any future train franchise is contracted tightly to ensure that it's the responsibility of the contracting company to reinvest profits to fund improvements. In relation to the Health Board funding, the aggregate position for all local health boards for the 3-year period up until 2016-17 was a net overspend of £253 million, which is almost £250 million. We note that the Welsh Government is continuing to provide cash support to meet the financial demands of the LHBs, and repayment is yet to be agreed. We remain concerned about Health Board overspends, and the impact of the NHS Finance Act is something which is currently of interest to many Assembly committees, so I, as Chair, will be liaising with the chairs of those committees in order to ensure that the issue is properly considered going forward.
Nick Ramsey.
Diolch. Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm pleased to contribute to today's debate and to have taken part in the scrutiny of this supplementary budget by the Assembly's Finance Committee that was mentioned by the Cabinet Secretary earlier, the conclusions of which are in our report, quite a succinct report, well worth a read. Short, yeah. well worth a read when members get a chance. This is the first supplementary budget, as we've heard from the Cabinet Secretary, and can I concur with the words of the Chair of the Finance Committee? A supplementary budget may be just one technical way of making in-year changes to a budget, but the Finance Committee did conclude that it was an appropriate way and the most appropriate mechanism to make these type of in-year adjustments. We need to ensure that it is continued to be used as the mechanism in future by future Finance Secretaries. It's transparent, understandable, and it's a system that has worked. So in the absence of a preferable solution, then we believe that supplementary budgets are the way ahead. And we do believe that the Finance Cabinet Secretary has dealt with the committee in a very open and transparent way, but we did question whether in future Cabinet Secretaries for Finance might be quite so open, so there may be a case for looking at regularising the supplementary budget process to make sure that the process is as smooth in future as it has been hitherto. Without going into all the areas that the Chair of the committee has mentioned, I do appreciate that this is a mainly administrative supplementary budget, and it does include adjustments and various consequentials to the Welsh block which have resulted from the 2017 budget, 2017 UK budget. Specifically, I welcome the £20 million for the Cardiff Capital Region City deal. Also, the £750,000 provision for Wi-Fi on trains and stations that was discussed to a great extent during our scrutiny sessions. That was to be welcomed. However, I'm afraid to say Welsh Conservatives will be abstaining on today's motion, since it does ultimately amend the previous budget, which we did not support.
Adam Price.
I will be very brief, Llywydd. We will also be abstaining because that is in accordance with what we did on the budget, that this supplementary budget changes, of course. I know that I do have some previous with supplementary budgets, but I thought I should tell the Cabinet Secretary that we are going to allow this supplementary budget to go through. I think I've upset him once today already, so I'm not going to do it a second time. I don't think that I have too much to add to the detailed scrutiny that has taken place. The only thing I would say is that there's a great deal of scrutiny of supplementary budgets, and that's a good thing, of course, but are we getting the balance right in terms of the main budget and the level of information available to us? There was reference to the fact that there's no need for additional funding for implementing the new policy on the new vehicle park in Ebbw Vale, because funds can be vied within current resources, which does raise a question if there is enough transparency and detail in passing the full budget in terms of the specific purposes of the sums allocated under the main heading. So it's a matter of getting the balance. There's a great deal of scrutiny of this supplementary budget, which in reality, as the Cabinet Secretary said, is mainly administrative in nature, where perhaps we haven't had sufficient information yet in looking at the full budget and to enable us to do our work as a Parliament. Will you take an intervention? Well, I'll just bring you some news of great joy from the member. There'll be even more time to scrutinise the draft budget in the autumn, extending the period from 5 weeks to 8 weeks. Well, I am absolutely delighted. Hallelujah. We all look forward, and it's a pity that we have to wait until after the summer recess to undertake that scrutiny, but certainly I look forward to seeing what the outcomes of the other negotiations ongoing between the Finance Committee and the Cabinet Secretary in terms of restructuring the whole process in order to allow the kind of transparency I referred to earlier. Mike Hedges.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I just want to raise three very brief points. First, I would welcome the decision of the Cabinet Secretary of Finance and Local Government producing a first supplementary budget for scrutiny by the Finance Committee. I strongly agree with the First Committee recommendation, with what's been said by Nick Ramsey and Simon Thomas, that whilst the changes in this supplementary budget are not significant, the committee agrees with the Cabinet Secretary bringing forward a supplementary budget an appropriate mechanism this day in which this procedure continues to be used. And it was unfortunate it wasn't put into the standing orders, but I think it's becoming now custom and practice, and we do have it. And I think that any future Cabinet Secretary who didn't bring it forward would have a very unhappy Finance Committee and a very unhappy Assembly. Because however small a change, I believe the supplementary budget should be produced. It gives clarity to both the Finance Committee and to this chamber. Far more than the alternative of a letter the Finance Committee would do, just telling us what just happened. I think this is the right way, and I'm very pleased that the Cabinet Secretary has kept on doing this. Second point I'd like to make is how pleased I am the additional social services money is provided to local authorities, not through the full standard spending assessment, but through the social services part of the standard spending assessment. This will only make a very small difference, but the principle, I believe, is an important one, and one I've called for previously. And I think it is important because if there had been much larger sums involved, it would start having a significant effect on which authority got the extra money. Finally, on health, the committee noted that some local health boards, the Welsh Government is still providing additional cash support to enable local health boards to meet their financial demands, and that repayment of these overspends is yet to be agreed. The committee recognised the importance of following up on the impact the NHS Finance Act has had in terms of identifying improvement of financial service and workforce planning, future sustainability of services, and work to address whether the allocation within local health boards accurately reflects needs. Put simply, are the overspends due to poor financial management, or is the funding share wrong?
I call on the Cabinet Secretary for Finance and Local Government to reply to the debate.
Diolch yn fawr, Llywyd. Thanks to all those members who have recognised the importance of bringing forward this supplementary budget. Dwi'n cydnabod beth oedd Adam.
I acknowledge Adam Price's comments on the balance between the main budget and the supplementary budgets. But as Simon Thomas said, it's part of the cycle in terms of how we deal with these issues. By seeing what we've said in the supplementary budget, the Finance Committee can prepare the ground for the scrutiny work that they will undertake in the autumn on the full budget.
I'll just pick up a couple of points that were made specifically about the budget. Nick Ramsey mentioned the £20 million for the Cardiff Capital City deal. It's a good example of what the supplementary budget can do. Once the arrangements were in place to oversee the deal, it unlocked the door to the money that comes from the UK government. In this case, it's £10 million. In the last financial year, it's £10 million. In this financial year, and it's the UK government's part of the deal that has been unlocked by those arrangements on which we report here. And Mike Hedges pointed to the fact that the single greatest beneficiary in terms of Welsh Government investment in the supplementary budget is the £20 million being provided for social services, and I felt it was right to use the social services component of the local government formula to distribute that money, because it is for those social care purposes. We will no doubt pick up those wider conversations about investment in health and other pressures on the Welsh Government's budget when we come to the scrutiny of the draft budget in the autumn. The background to that, Llywyd, remains deeply uncertain. In recent conversations with the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, I continue to press the case for an end to the programme of austerity in the United Kingdom, but to date this policy remains firmly in place. Although this supplementary budget puts in place a strong foundation for the current year, until there is a change, of course, by the UK Government, there's no doubt at all that more difficult budgetary decisions lie ahead. I move the motion.
A question.
The proposal is to agree the motion. Does any member object? Object. I will defer voting under this item until voting time. The next item is the debate on stage 4 of the Trade Union Wales Bill, and I call on the Cabinet Secretary for Finance and Local Government to move the motion. Mark Drakeford.
Llywyd, well, it's been a very enjoyable experience helping to take this bill through the National Assembly for Wales. It's been one of those happy occasions when all the best arguments and almost all the votes have been on the right side of the debate. Can I thank all of those who've taken part in the scrutiny of the bill, the team of officials who've worked on it from the Welsh Government's perspective, those who gave evidence during the scrutiny process, both employers and trade unions, and of course to those committee members who oversaw scrutiny of the bill, both those who were convinced of the rightness of the cause and even those who are yet to see the light. The result is, if the bill is confirmed today, that the democratic will of this National Assembly will have been firmly and formally asserted, and asserted in support of the social partnership model that we have developed here in the devolution era. The conduct of public services in Wales is a matter for this institution, putting into practice the propositions which political parties have put before the electorate here in Wales. We do not seek to interfere with the way in which public services in other UK nations are organised, and no one should seek to interfere in the decisions democratically determined here. Llywyd, for some of us, this bill reminds us of why we campaigned for devolution itself, so that policies and approaches which are inimical to Welsh preferences and Welsh ways of doing things could not be foisted on us by those who understand neither. Let us mark this final week before the summer break by getting this bill onto the statute book today.
Janet Finch-Saunders.
Llywyd, there is very little left to say on this bill that has not already been said in this chamber here already. However, I shall have one more go. The Welsh Conservatives remain thoroughly disappointed that the Welsh Labour Government's first piece of legislation in 2017, yes, in the 5th Assembly term, sets out to back their trade union paymasters, responsible for 91% of registered election campaign donations in May. This at a time of national crisis for our health and social services, grave concern for our Welsh educational standards.
I can't hear the member. Please
and some underachievement
some quiet, please.
In many other aspects of Welsh Government delivery. The proposals laid out in this piece of proposed legislation seeks to rob the Welsh taxpaying public of protections from undemocratic strike action. They seek to undermine the values of transparency, accountability and openness in the public sector. And this will enable mass disruption for the many by the few, whilst preventing the use of agency workers to keep key services running during strikes in certain sectors. The Welsh Conservatives will not be supporting this bill. We believe that the UK Government was right to bring forward the Trade Union Act 2016, an act which rebalances the interest of employers, employees and the public with the freedom of trade unions to strike, and which, contrary to what many others seem to believe, does not propose to stop facility time, but ensures greater transparency by extending the requirements to public information about the time and money dedicated to this in the public sector. The UK Act also moves to end check-off, where the cost is simply picked up by the public purse. The fact that the actual cost of this is so much higher than the evidence taken in committee would lead us to believe gives us clear motivation for improved transparency in this sector. Almost £500,000 per year for the pro-rata provision of check-off services across the public sector in Wales. This is not an absolutely minimal amount. It is not negligible, as we were advised in evidence. This is a significant amount of money that our public services, including local authorities, would do well to be able to invest elsewhere, employing additional social workers or teaching assistants, for example. Llywydd, the UK Government's intention for this Act remains unchanged. These new safeguards should apply to protect employers, employees and the public across the United Kingdom. The Wales Bill will clarify that industrial relations are a reserved matter, and the UK Government will act at the earliest possible opportunity following the commencement of the Wales Act to ensure legislation properly protects our public services. I take great pleasure in opposing this bill.
Well said.
I'd like to remind everyone that Plaid Cymru strongly opposed the Trade Union Act of the UK state when it was brought forward during the last Assembly, and we also opposed all of the amendments presented by the Conservatives in this place throughout the journey of this bill during this Assembly term, challenging every tireless attempt by the Conservatives to attack workers' rights in the public sector here in Wales. Only through partnership between workers, industry, employers and the government can we do the best for our country, our economy, and by fully respecting the workforce we can reduce the need for industrial action and dispute. The greatest sorrow with this bill is that it needs to be pushed through the legislative process so swiftly. And the reason for that, of course, is because it must be passed before the Wales Act is enacted, because the Wales Act, of course, will remove powers from this Assembly. It's very disappointing that we didn't therefore have an opportunity to expand the rights of workers in the public sector in Wales, for example, by undoing some of the elements of the acts that go back to the days of Margaret Thatcher. So we could have created legislation to protect workers' rights in the public sector in Wales, but also a piece of legislation which would enhance workers' rights and, in the process, strengthen the relationship between the employer, the unions and the workforce. And perhaps we will have an opportunity to look at this at some point in the future. This bill is a clear attempt by the establishment here to safeguard the rights of workers in Wales from Conservative assaults on those rights, and clearly Plaid Cymru will be voting in favour of this bill today. Plaid Cymru believes in safeguarding and promoting the positive role that trades union can and should play in Welsh society. I call on the Cabinet Secretary for Finance and Local Government to reply to the debate. Thank you very much. Can I start by recognising the fact that Plaid Cymru has supported the bill throughout the process, and they have been of great assistance in the scrutiny process and in bringing this bill into force.
Taken up with Janet Finn-Saunders in previous debates her repeated assertion that this is the first piece of legislation to have made its way through the Assembly during this year. Now, I'm sure I was here when the Land Transaction Bill completed its stage 4. I was almost certainly here when the Landfill Disposal Tax completed its 4th stage. Many of us were here when the Public Health Bill also made its way onto the statute book earlier this year. I'm afraid Janet's grasp of arithmetic is every bit as secure as her grasp of Welsh priorities and preferences, and I probably wasn't surprised at that. I was much more disappointed that her grasp of democracy turns out to be as faulty as her grasp of simple arithmetic. This bill has now come before this Assembly in every part of its process. It has been voted on here at stage 1, it's been voted on at committee at stage 2, it was here again for voting at stage 3, and it's to be voted upon by this National Assembly again at stage 4. And yet, we hear from the Conservative Party that it's weak and failing government at Westminster, which secured every much as 8 seats in Wales in the general election barely a month ago, is going to find time on the floor of the House of Commons to try to overturn the democratically asserted will of this National Assembly. Well, I really, really hope that they know better than to try to do that. It would be both a democratic outrage as far as the National Assembly is concerned, and it would be a terrible waste of the very small political capital that failing government still has in its locker. We should put this bill on the statute book today, confident in the belief that we are doing the right thing, and that people with more sense than we've heard this afternoon will know better than to try to overturn it elsewhere.
The question here.
The proposal is to agree the motion. Does any member object? Object. I will defer voting under this item until voting time, and this brings us to voting time. And the first vote is on the European Union Withdrawal Bill and Amendment 1. And if Amendment 1 is agreed, then Amendment 2 will be deselected. And I call for a vote, therefore, on Amendment 1, tabled in the name of Neil Hamilton. Open the vote. Close the vote. In favour 5, no abstentions, 44 against, and therefore Amendment 1 is not agreed. Amendment 2, a vote on Amendment 2, tabled in the name of Paul Davis. Open the vote. Close the vote. In favour 16, no abstentions, 33 against, and therefore Amendment 2 is not agreed. A vote now on the motion tabled in the names of Jane Hutt and Rhun ap Iorwerth. Open the vote. Close the vote. In favour 33, no abstentions, 16 against, and therefore the motion is agreed. The next vote is on the debate on the general principles of the abolition of the right to buy and associated rights Wales Bill, and I call for a vote on the motion tabled in the name of Carl Sargent. Open the vote. Close the vote. In favour 33, no abstentions, 18 against, and therefore the motion is agreed. The next vote is on the financial resolution in respect of the abolition of the right to buy and associated rights Wales Bill, and I call for a vote on the motion tabled in the name of Jane Hutt. Open the vote. Close the vote. In favour 33, no abstentions, 18 against, and therefore the motion is agreed. The next vote is on the first supplementary budget, and I call for a vote on the motion tabled in the name of Jane Hutt. Open the vote. Close the vote. In favour 31, 20 abstentions, none against, and therefore the motion is agreed. And the final vote is on the Stage 4 of the Trade Union Wales Bill. I call for a vote on the motion tabled in the name of Mark Drakeford. Open the vote. Close the vote. In favour 38, no abstentions, 13 against, and therefore the motion is agreed. And that brings today's proceedings to a close.